It's 5:00 am. I get up to cook food and clean for my parents and siblings. I am basically the pack slave and my parents' slave. I am Annabella Marius. Shawoo. And haven't received my wolf yet. My pack says I am a disgrace to them, and that a werewolf without a wolf is a nobody to the pack. I am called fat, ugly, and a nerd. That's good, I'm a nerd. At least I know I'm going somewhere in life. Then I heard a loud knock on the door. Annabella, get your fat, ugly nerd self downstairs and fix my breakfast now. My lovely sister Alice yelled at me. Alice. Her lovely twin sister Taylor. And my older brother Jamie also bully and abuse me. Okay, I said as I put on some sweats and a white t-shirt. I grabbed my bag and walked downstairs. When I got downstairs, I received a slap and kick from Jamie. That person. Today is Travis's birthday. He will find his mate today. And you better not mess it up. Do you understand? He said while grabbing my hair. And I nodded, and he let go of my hair. I went into the kitchen cooking bacon, eggs, and blueberry pancakes. I fixed Jamie, Alice, Taylor, and my parents a plate. I'm not allowed to eat only if there are any scraps left. And that's what I get. I sat in the usual corner and put my head down. When I lifted my head back up, I noticed they were gone, and the dishes were piled in the sink. I went over to wash the dishes. When I was finishing washing the dishes, I grabbed my bag and keys and walked out the door. I don't have a nice car, in fact. I don't have one at all. My family and pack said I'm a disgrace and don't deserve anything. When I got to school, I went straight to my locker and gathered my books. Turning around, the books were knocked out of my hands and I was pushed onto the floor. I looked up to see my lovely sisters and their friends standing over me. They kicked and punched me until they thought I had enough. I picked up my books and got off the floor and headed to my first period class. Before I got to my first period class, I bumped into someone that sent sparks all over my body. When I looked up, it was Travis, the soon-to-be alpha. He looked at me with lust, but then it turned into disgust. You are my mate, I said, smiling at him. He shook his head. Nope. Annabella, I am not your mate, and I will never be your mate, he said while shaking his head. But you are my mate. I felt sparks. I said on the verge of tears. I, Travis Dunnington, reject you, Annabella Jessica Marius, as a mate, he said, and I felt pain on my heart. Fine. I, Annabella Jessica Marius, accept your rejection, Travis Dunnington, I said and ran out the building. It's about time I ran away from all this. I unlocked the door to the house, only to see two faces. I didn't want to see my two lovely parents. Jessica and James. What are you doing here? My father questioned me. I was cut off by a hard slap that sent me to the floor. Get your dumb self up to your room now. Disgust me, he said. I ran up the stairs and went into my room. I packed a bag full of clothes and I grabbed my money. I had over $30. 000 on me. I decided to write a letter. Dear who the hell ever cares? I am leaving and not coming back. For years I have taken your bullying and abuse, but not anymore, and I took the worst from my family. You all are a bunch of unpleasant people and I hope you suffer. Oh yeah, for my lovely mate. Go away. Annabella. After I wrote my letter, I threw my bag out the window and I slid down the pole next to my window. I took off running in the woods. I haven't seen Annabella all day. It hurts me to abuse my sister, but I can't stand her. When I got home, I didn't smell food cooking. Annabella, get yourself down here and cook my food. I yelled for her. I didn't hear anything. Annabella. I yelled and ran up the stairs to her room. When I got in her room, it was empty, and there was a piece of paper on the bed. I read it and collapsed on the floor, sobbing. My baby sister left because of us. And who the hell is her mate and why did he reject her? I mind-linked Travis. Travis, we have a problem. What is it? Annabella left. What do you mean she left? She's gone, idiot. I'm on my way. I closed off my mind link and walked downstairs to tell my parents and sisters. When I told them, they were hurting. But Alice and Taylor took it the worst. Travis walked in then, and I gave him the letter. Who was her mate? I asked him. I don't know, he said. I just walked away and went to my room and cried. After hours of running and walking, I collapsed in the middle of a meadow. I then heard a growl. I turned around to see 4 large wolves growling and looking at me. I held my hands up in surrender. They then switched from wolf form to human form. "What do you want, rogue?" one of the attractive males said. I was just resting," I said, shaking. "On our land. I'm sorry, but we gotta take you to our alpha." One of them said, "No, that won't be necessary. I'm leaving," I said, and got up and ran, but not fast enough because I was tackled to the ground by one of them, and he pulled my hair to stand me up. I tried to get out of his hold, but he punched me in my stomach. I yelped in pain. "You unpleasant person," I said while in pain, and I received a kick in the stomach. "I'm pretty sure I got broken ribs now. Let's take you to Alpha and see how he deals with your smart mouth," he said while holding me by my hair. He started walking and dragging me along with him. We arrived at a mansion, and it looks familiar to my brother's and dad's mansion. He opened the door and dragged me upstairs. When we got to a mahogany door, he knocked on it. "Enter." A voice boomed. We entered, and there were 4 men standing. 3 had their backs facing me, and the one who faced me stared at me wide-eyed. "Bella," he said, using my nickname. The 3 men turned around and they stared too. "Annabella," they said in unison. I looked at them and nodded my head. They then started to shake and their eyes turned black. "Get your hands off my sister," they yelled in unison. I then realized the man who hit me was still holding my hair in a tight grip. He released me, and my brothers snatched me up and pulled me into a hug. "Can't breathe, guys," I said, gasping for air. They let go, and I ran over there to my dad. "Daddy, I missed you." I said, "I missed you too, baby girl." He said, "Why do you have all these scars on you?" I believe Aiden asked me. Well, I was abused by mom and stepdad and my sisters and brother in the pack," I said while shaking. My dad was rubbing my back, trying to soothe me. "What about the one on your face?" "It looks recent." "And why did you flinch when we hugged you?" Andres asked me. "He slapped me and kicked me in my stomach," I said. Their eyes turned black and they glared at the blonde-head dude who did it. Then my dad spoke. "How dare you put your filthy hands on my daughter? You had no right to hit my daughter. You caused her pain, and for that I will punish you." My dad's voice boomed, and it was so loud that I flinched. He rubbed my back to reassure me. The boy nodded and said, "Yes, Alpha." I looked at my brothers and they were staring at me. The boys who brought me in left. "Bella, have you got your wolf yet?" Andrew asked. "No." "I turn 16 next month," I said while shaking my head. I then felt tears prick my eyes, but the tears just fell. "Don't cry, Anna." "Why are you crying?" my dad said, questioning me. "The Moonbell pack said I was worthless, and a wolf without a wolf is a disgrace, and that I don't belong in a pack," I said, and then I cried uncontrollably. "You are not worthless, and you are not a disgrace. You are an alpha's daughter, so therefore you get your wolf when you turn 16. I can't believe I let you live with your mother and her husband, and they treated you like this," my dad said. I stopped crying and I yawned. I got up out of my dad's lap and went to Aiden and sat on his lap and cuddled up on him. He wrapped his arms around me. They started back talking amongst themselves. More like whispering. And I soon let the darkness take over me. I woke up in a big, plump, king-size bed. I looked around the room and noticed it was dark outside. I got up and jumped off the bed, but I didn't land on my feet. More like my butt. I searched for the light in the room and I turned it on. The room was pink and purple. I looked to my left and it had a 50 inches flat-screen TV on the wall. My desk was in the corner and it had an Apple laptop on it. I had a bookcase next to my desk. I looked to my right and saw my bed was surrounded by a round floor, and my name is on the wall in purple letters. This is like my dream room. I opened a door and walked into a big, huge closet, and it had millions of clothes and shoes. I had dresses and heels for days. I walked out of the closet and went into the bathroom. I had a private toilet, a round shower, and a jacuzzi tub. I also had a makeup set in the far corner of the bathroom. I walked out of the bathroom and sat on my bed. I decided to take a shower. I went inside my closet and picked out Joplin crochet top with some jean shorts and some black Converse. I then picked out a red-laced bra with matching panties. How the hell did they know my size? I went into the bathroom and took a 10-minute shower and washed my hair. After I got out of the shower, I put on my clothes and decided to do my hair. My hair is burgundy and my eyes are blue hazel with a tint of bright green. My brothers have eyes like mine and hair like mine too. I straightened my hair. Oh yeah, my hair is long, stopping in the middle of my back. After doing my hair, I looked for my bag with my money and I couldn't find it. I walked out of the room and found my way downstairs. When I got downstairs, I walked into the kitchen and everybody stared at me and started whispering. Who the hell is she? Why is she here? She looks like a woman of loose morals. Maybe she's with Aiden. The woman of loose morals. She smells of Aiden. I'm going to kick herself. As soon as I heard that comment, a blonde woman walked up to me. Who the hell are you? She asked me. I didn't say anything. Just looked at her. Cat got your tongue. Who are you, woman of loose morals? She asked again. I'm not a woman of loose morals, I said. She looked at her followers and then at me and she slapped me. I felt anger rise and punched her in her nose and heard a satisfying crack. Don't put your hands on me, you unpleasant person, I said to her with venom in my voice. Damn, Amber, you just got served, a guy said. I looked at him and that shut him up. Who got served? Aiden asked as he walked in with Andres and Andrew following him. Addie, that woman of loose morals, broke my nose, she said, pointing to me. I was walking towards her when strong arms came around my waist. I looked up, and it was Andres. Let me get her, I said, struggling against him. What did you do to her to cause her to flip out? Aiden asked her. I asked her who she was, and she just punched me, she said. She slapped me, but before she said, and I quote, I'm going to kick herself because she smells of Aiden, I said, explaining to them. My brother's eyes turned black and Andres released me. Aiden. Andres. And Andrew growled at her loudly, making her flinch. Our sister is not a woman of loose morals and don't put your hands on her or we won't stop her next time, you stupid blonde woman, Aiden said. But Addie, I'm your mate, how could you put that thing before me? She said while glaring at me. You are not my mate. You are a quick physical fling. You will not disrespect our sister, Aiden said, and she huffed and walked away. I just stood there, and my brothers turned to look at me and ran over to me, examining me. Are you okay? Andres asked. She didn't hurt you, did she? Andrew said. Have you had training before? Aiden asked out of nowhere. I shook my head no. How about you go change into some sweats and we can train you, he said. I looked at him and nodded. I went upstairs and put on some sweats with a tank top. I went back downstairs and my brothers walked out the door. We went to the backyard and I stood there looking at them. They were looking me over. Okay, so let's get started. Andres, go fight Anna and let's really see if our sister got our traits, Aiden said while smirking. Andres looked at me and smirked. I must have a determined look on my face. Andres got in fighting stance and I just stood there. He lunged at me and I went crashing to the ground and he straddled my waist. Come on. Fight back, Anna, Andres said while smirking. I don't want to fight, I said, struggling to get up, even though I'm not using my strength. I realized he wasn't going to get up. I used my strength and flipped us over. I was straddling him now and he was struggling under me. I told you I don't want to fight, I said and got up, starting to walk away. I could feel the anger raising and my eyes must have turned black with a red tint because my brothers stared at me. Well, you're going to fight whether you like it or not, Andres said, lunging at me. I sidestepped him and he swung at me but missed. I punched him square in the face and twisted his arm so that he was facing my brothers. Back off. I growled at him and pushed him towards my brothers. Okay. Andrew, it's your turn. Let's see if she can beat you, Aiden said while smirking. Andrew walked up to me and stood there, not getting into fighting stance. I backed up. He then lunged at me and pinned me on the ground. I flipped us over and got up. He threw punches at me left and right and missed but one. He punched me dead in the nose. I glared at him and felt my eyes turning back black with a red tint. He threw more punches but missed. I grabbed his shirt, flipped him over, and straddled his waist, punching from left to right. I got up and looked at him. He started shaking and changed into his wolf. He lunged at me and I kicked him in his muzzle. He whimpered and changed back. I grabbed him by his neck and threw him across the yard and my brothers looked at me in disbelief. Now am I done? I said while looking at them. Nope, you haven't fought me yet, Aiden said while smirking. I looked at him and motioned for him to come. He swung at me from left to right and I blocked each hit and then swung at him and hit him dead in the nose. Back down now, Aiden, I said. He smirked at me and shook his head. He lunged at me and pinned me, punching me in my side. I yelped in pain and anger just took over. I flipped us over and punched him from left to right. He threw me off. I got up swiftly and lunged at him and he sidestepped me. I growled out in frustration. He punched me in my nose and picked me up and threw me into a tree. Unpleasant person, I said while getting up. He changed into wolf and ran towards me. I jumped up and he lunged at me. I kicked him in his side and punched him in his muzzle. He backed away and changed into human form, lunging at me with punches from left to right. I couldn't beat him, so I kneed him where the sun don't shine, and he fell to the ground. He looked up at me and I kicked him in his stomach and walked away, but he tripped me, so I fell down. He straddled me and held my hands at the top of my head. See you, little sister, you can't beat me. I'm about to be alpha. I have to give it to you. You got strength, and you can fight. But you still need some training, Aiden said while still sitting on me. I growled loudly, and that made him look at me. Don't growl at your brothers, young lady, my dad said while walking outside. I was still being pinned down by Aiden. Daddy. I whined and gave him the best puppy dog look. All right, Aiden, get up off your sister now, he said. Aiden got up and I got up, but Aiden pushed me and I punched him in his nose and heard a satisfying crack. Dad, Anna just broke my nose, he said while holding his nose and pointing at me. Dad gave me a stern look. Anna, don't fight your brothers. Why does Andrew have a bloody face? Dad questioned, looking between all four of us. She did it, they said in unison, pointing at me. But I started, but I was cut off by Daddy. No buts, young lady. You are not supposed to be fighting your brothers. Go to your room, he said. But Dad, I said. I said now, he said using his alpha voice, and I flinched and turned around and walked away from them. This is totally unfair. I'm kicking theirself, I said while walking away. Aw, did the little princess get in trouble? Amber, the blonde woman, said. Back off, I said while walking away. Excuse me, she screeched. I said back the hell off before I fight you, I said while trying to walk away, but her two followers blocked my view. I growled loudly and it shook the house. Get out of my way, I said through clenched teeth. No, they said in unison. Then one of them slapped me. I just looked at her. Ah, you guys look. She's weak. There is no way she's Aiden. Andres. And Andrew's sister. One of them said. Then one of them punched me in my nose. You stupid blonde woman, I am about to fight you, I said as I snatched her out of my way and threw her into the nearest wall. I threw punches left to right at the other one. What the heck did you do? Amber yelled. I fought them for putting their hands on me, I said as I began walking away. She grabbed my hair and slammed me to the floor. I got up and punched her in her stomach twice before giving her an uppercut. She began to shake and changed into a brown wolf. She charged at me and I felt her bite my leg. I let out a piercing scream before punching her in her muzzle. I grabbed her by her wolf neck. Shift, I said, but it came out like a command and she shifted back. I threw her to the floor and walked upstairs to my room. I looked at my leg and I had a gash in my leg. I went into the bathroom and took a long hot shower. After my shower, I got in my bed and went to sleep. When I woke up, it was 2 p.m. I walked into my bathroom, brushed my teeth and put my hair in a messy bun. I walked into my closet and put on some shorts and a half shirt with my Ray-Bans and black Converse. I walked downstairs and saw my brothers in the kitchen talking. They stopped talking when they saw me and smirked. I hate them right now. They got me in trouble. I went to the refrigerator and got out some apple juice. It had Andres Jackson's name on it. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind his little sister drinking his apple juice. I turned around and smirked at them and put the jug to my mouth and drank it. The apple juice was snatched out of my hand before I could get halfway. I looked to see who snatched it, and it was a very angry Andres in front of me, glaring. Annabella, Jessica Jackson, I know you saw my name on that juice and you still drank it. I'm telling Dad on you, he said and turned around and began walking. Big baby, I said and walked behind him and pushed him, and he tumbled to the floor. Now why did you do that, Bella? Aiden said. I looked at him. I don't know, I said. I looked back at Andres and he was up in a flash and attacked me. Since I couldn't shift, they had better advantage of me. Andres shifted into his red wolf. I scrambled back, but he lunged at me and dragged me outside. Once we got outside, he started attacking me. I had kicked him a few times. I punched him in his muzzle. Got up and started running, and that made him angry. Andres clawed me across my back, and I screamed out in pain. I got really angry and my eyes turned fully red. When my eyes are red, I want blood, but when they are black with a tint of red. Back the hell off, because that's a warning, I got up and attacked him. I kicked him in his side. Shift, I said, but it still came out in a command that made him submit to me. When he shifted, his eyes were fully red too. This is not good. We want to kill each other right now. Now, Annabella, why would you do that? He said. I tilted my head to the side. Why did you claw my back, idiot? I asked him. Because you punched me, he said. You attacked me. What am I supposed to do? Let you attack me, I said. He lunged at me again, but in human form, and he was straddling my waist, punching me in my face. I flipped us over, and I had him straddled, punching him. I felt strong arms coming around me, pulling me off Andres. Annabella, what did I tell you? My dad asked. But Dad, Andres attacked me first. I just fought back in defense. I said. Where did you train? He asked me. I didn't train, it comes natural. I said. You will be turning 16 this weekend, and you will get your wolf and hopefully find your mate. He said. I looked at him and I could feel tears brimming at my eyes. Okay, I said as I walked into the house. Andres healed quick because he was back in the kitchen talking to my other brothers. They looked at me and I looked at them and ran upstairs. Once I was upstairs, I cried my eyes out. There was a knock on my door and all my brothers came in. I felt arms go around me and I just leaned into their chest and cried. After about 20 minutes, I stopped crying. Why are you crying? Aiden asked. Dad mentioned the word mate, I said, and they all started laughing. You cried because Dad said mate, Andres asked, and I nodded. Have you found your mate? Andrew asked, and I just looked at them and started crying again. My mate rejected me, I said as I cried. I heard loud growls. Who was he? Aiden asked. The future alpha of the Moonbell Pack. Travis Dunnington. I told them and they growled. That unpleasant person, Aiden said. I'm harming him. Andres said. Nobody hurts my baby sister. His self is mine. Andrew said. I looked at all them and I crawled under my covers. My brothers got in the bed with me. I was in the middle and we all fell asleep within the next 10 minutes. When I woke up, it was hot and I felt squished in between big, heavy bodies. I looked around and I saw my big brothers cuddled up. I tried to wiggle out of Aiden and Andres' grasp, but I felt my legs restrained too, and I looked down and saw Andrew on my legs sleeping. I did the best thing I could do, scream. I screamed and saw all of them jolt awake. What? Aiden asked. Are you okay? Andres asked. What happened? Andrew asked. I was laughing so hard that I started crying. Once I sobered up, I looked at them. You guys were squishing me, I said, looking at all three of them. Oh, okay. Aiden said. I'm going to shower now, I said, and got up and walked into the bathroom and took a 30-minute shower. I went into my closet and picked out my pink Adidas jogging outfit and my pink and gray Adidas. I put that on and straightened my hair out. I walked downstairs and my brothers were talking amongst themselves. When I was about to go sit on Aiden's lap, that woman Amber pushed me out the way and quickly sat on his lap. Stupid woman, I said, and walked over to Andres, but her other follower beat me to the spot. I went to Andrew's lap, but the other blonde follower sat there. This is really starting to make me angry. Adi, baby, why does she smell of you? Matter of fact. All three of you, Amber said while glaring at me. Because I'm their sister, you unpleasant woman, I said while glaring at her. No, you are not. You are ugly, fat, and a nerd. You can't even hold a fight. You are pathetic, Amber said. I felt tears threatening to spill over and put my head down. The tears fell and I heard 3 dangerous and deadly growls. When I looked up, Aiden, Andres, and Andrew's eyes were black with red. How dare you talk to our sister like that? Aiden said. But, Amber said before Andres cut her off. Shut up. You don't talk to my sister like that, you woman of loose morals. Andres said. You women need to leave her alone. Andrew said. I don't need you guys to take up for me, I said quietly. You are our baby sister and nobody disrespects you. Aiden growled and I flinched. Look at her. She is pathetic. She just sits there and cries. One of her followers said. I got fed up. I growled loudly. Dangerous. And deadly. The whole house shook and the women looked scared. You need to shut up, you woman of loose morals, I said while getting up. Once I got by Andres' follower, I grabbed her by her neck and squeezed it. She was clawing at my hands. Don't you ever disrespect me, you unpleasant person, I said and dropped her. The other blonde women got up and attacked me. I caught both of them by their necks. It goes for you two women too. The next time you disrespect me, yourself will be gone, I said and dropped them. My brothers looked at me and got up and came by my side to calm me down. It's okay, calm down, Aiden said, and I calmed down. Your birthday is tomorrow, what do you want, Andre said. An Aston Martin Rapide S, I said, and they looked at me shocked but came out of it. Aiden was already on the phone and talking and ordering the car. Okay, baby girl, your car will be here tomorrow, Aiden said. Okay. I suppose I transform into a wolf tomorrow, I said. Yes, you do. Andre said, okay, I said and walked to my dad's office. Come in, baby girl, he said before I knocked. Hi, Daddy. 3 of your pack members keep bothering me and calling me names. They made me cry today, I told my dad. His eyes changed to black with a hint of yellow and blue. Those are rare. Very rare. Aiden. Andres? And Andrew, get in this office now, he bellowed throughout the house. Aiden. Andres? And Andrew ran in here. They took in the sight of me sitting on Daddy's lap and sat in the chairs. Yes, Father, they said at the same time. I want Amber and her crew punished for making my baby girl angry and sad. He told them and they nodded. So what color do you think your wolf will be, baby girl? He asked me. I want it to be white, I said, and they all nodded. Baby girl, I have to talk to your brothers right now. Go on to the movie theater and watch some movies. My father said. Okay, Daddy, I said as I kissed him on his cheek and kissed my brothers on the cheeks and walked out the office. I went into the movie theater and it was huge and a million movies to choose from. They had movies that weren't even released yet. I chose Battle of the Year, the movie with Chris Brown. 30 minutes into the movie, I heard talking and looked towards the entrance, and Amber and her blonde followers were coming towards me. Well. Look what we have here. It looks like this unpleasant person is getting comfortable in our movie theater and in our pack house. I guess we need to teach her a lesson, Amber said. Leave me alone. I am not bothering you or your followers, so back off, I said. I don't think we will. One of the followers, Carrie, said. All of them surrounded me and Amber slapped me. I started to fight them all. I had Amber on the floor and Carrie comes and jumps on my back, so I let Amber go and fight Carrie. Marcy then hits me and pulls my hair. So I elbowed her in her stomach and continued to fight Carrie. We had been fighting for at least 10 minutes. It was 3 against 1, and I was getting hurt, but I still held up. Amber comes and tackles me to the ground and they started kicking me. I pulled Amber and Carrie by the ankles, making them fall, and I got up. I pinned Amber up to the wall by her neck. I told you not to mess with me anymore. Now your life is over, I said, and I felt my eyes go black with a tint of red and purple. What is going on? Get your hands off my mate, you unpleasant person, somebody said. Aw. Now it's 4 against 1. I dropped Amber. She was barely breathing. I turned around and I was slammed against the wall by a man with his hands around my neck. How dare you put your hands on my mate, he said as he held me by my neck. Darius, baby, she hurt me. She tried to kill me, Amber said with fake tears. Why is my mate laying on the floor in blood? 2 other men said as they walked towards me. Evan, she hurt us and tried to kill us, Carrie said with fake tears. The men, Evan and Ethan, came towards me. How dare you hurt our mates? What is your problem? You are a rouge. You don't belong in this pack. You come and put your hands on my mate, Evan said. I started laughing. Shut up, Ethan yelled in my face, and it caused me to flinch and bring back old memories of my old pack. Darius dropped me to the floor. Evan slapped me in my face and Ethan kicked me. I slowly got up and laughed again. You 6 are going to regret this, I said while spitting blood out my mouth. Darius punched me in my stomach while Ethan and Evan held me up. He then punched me in my face one good time and blood splattered from my nose and mouth. Ethan and Evan dropped me on the floor. You get what you deserved, they said and got their mates and left. I can take a hit, I mumbled while laying on the floor in a ball. I couldn't hold the tears in anymore. I just let them spill over. I then heard footsteps and saw my 3 brothers walking over to me, where I was in a pool of blood. What the heck? Aiden roared. Who did this? Andres asked. Their self is mine, Andrew said. I started to look at them and wiping blood from my mouth at the same time. Guess what I said looking at them? What they asked in unison. I got attacked by 6 of your pack members. 3 boys and 3 girls. I said while getting up. And they are going to suffer one by one. I said and continued to walk but fell. I was weak from the blood loss. Andres picked me up and took me to my room. Who did this? Andres asked. Amber. Carrie. Marcy. Darius. Ethan. And Evan. I said while cleaning myself up. I was healed already and changed my clothes and put my hair in a messy bun. Okay, he said and walked out. I walked out behind him and went downstairs to where my brothers were standing, growling dangerously at people. I came into view and the boys who beat me eyes widened. See, there was one thing I forgot to mention. These 3 Aiden, Andres, and Andrew are my brothers, and I'm their little sister. Your little mates over there knew that, I said. So what made you all attack our sister? Aiden said. Who attacked my baby girl? My father yelled in his alpha command. I pointed to those 6 and his eyes turned purple. How dare you attack my little girl? Your punishment is severe, my father said, and I smirked and looked at the 6 and then my brothers. They had the same smirk I had. Right there in front of us, they started to suffer slowly but painfully. I watched in amusement and then walked to my room and jumped in the shower. Today was a long day, and after I got out the shower, I put on my pajamas and went to sleep. Should we wake her? A voice whispered, No, she won't like that. Another voice whispered, So it's her birthday. Another one whispered, Oh my God, it's my freaking birthday. I screamed and jumped up and started jumping on the bed. Well, good morning to you too, sleepyhead. Aiden said, Happy birthday, Annabella. Andres and Andrew screamed and tackled me. All right, get up off her, Aiden said as he pulled them off me. Get out, I got to shower, I said and pushed all 3 of them out. I hopped in the shower for 30 minutes. Once I got out the shower, I brushed my teeth and went into my closet. I put on a laced set and searched for clothes to wear. I put on True Religion jeans with a True Religion shirt with some white Air Force Ones. I went into the bathroom and applied light makeup and straightened my hair. I walked out the room and ran downstairs. It's my freaking birthday, people, I yelled as I walked in the kitchen. Your little sister is wild, man. One of their friends said, Stupid boy, say what I said as I walked up to him. Anna, leave Chris alone, Aiden said as he walked up to me. He called me wild. I said, So take it as a compliment, he said, and handed me over to Andres, who was sitting down. Where are my presents, people? I yelled. Oi language, Bella, my dad said as he came into the kitchen. Alpha, they said as they bowed except me, and they all looked at me. I feel power coming off him, but I shouldn't bow down to nobody, I said. It must be your wolf, my dad said, and I shrugged and went into the fridge and got Andrew's Sprite and started chugging it. Annabella, that's mine, he said, and I looked at him and the bottle that was empty. Not anymore, I said as I threw it at him. Dad, he yelled. Annabella, you know better. Now come on, we have a surprise for you, my dad said and grabbed my hand and dragged me outside and somebody covered my eyes. On the count of 3. E. R. Sen. Andres yelled and uncovered my eyes and my Aston Martin Virage was in front of me. Ah, my car. It's a beauty. I'm going to name it Beauty. Thank you so much, I said as I tackled them in a hug. Okay, let's go, Bella. You are going shopping for your party dress with some of the she-wolves here, Aiden said as he broke out of my family hug. Whatever. What time? I asked. Now, Andres said, and 3 she-wolves came by me. Hi, my name is Brittany and we're going to be best friends, the one with the blonde hair said. Hi, I'm Chloe and we're going to be best friends, a brunette said. Hi, I'm Victoria and we're going to be best friends, a strawberry blonde said. Hi, I'm Annabella, but you can call me Anna. I don't like to shop. I don't wear dresses. And I don't do heels, I said. We are definitely made to be best friends, Chloe said as she hooked her arm with mine. Go take her and watch after her, Aiden said, and we all got in a Mercedes. It took 30 minutes to get to the mall. Once we got there, Victoria and Brittany pulled Chloe and I towards a dress store. They threw a bunch of dresses towards me. The first 9 were ugly. Let's see if this one is it. Oh my God, you are gorgeous. That's the dress and the heels. Let's go, Victoria said. I went into the dressing room and put my clothes back on and walked out. We were at the mall for 4 hours. When we got to the house, they ran me upstairs and started commanding me. Shower now, Brittany said. I got in the shower and washed my hair and bathed. Once I got out, I was wrapped up in a towel and sat down in a chair. How should we do her hair? Victoria asked. Curls, but not tight, Brittany said. What about makeup? Victoria asked. Fierce and hot, Brittany said. They did everything within 40 minutes. Time to dress. Here, put these on, Victoria said, handing me red-laced undergarments, and I put it on, then my dress. Shoes, Brittany said. I put on some black red bottoms and stood up. Nice job, girls, Chloe said as she came in with her dress and shoes on. All right, it's time for the entrance, girls, Victoria said as she and Brittany put on their shoes. They stood up and we hooked arms and walked downstairs. Thank you all for coming now. We introduced the birthday girl and her 3 best friends, Aiden said, and we walked downstairs. We got lustful stares from all the male wolves except my brothers. Andres and Andrew squashed us in a hug. Our little girls are growing up, Andres said as he and Andrew wiped fake tears. All right, enough of this. Annabella, you shift at 12 nolam. Right now it's 11:30 p.m. You have 30 minutes, Aiden said, and he kissed my head and gave a high five to the girls. Nice job, girls. You got Chloe and Anna in a dress and heels. We owe you one, he said and walked away. Let's go party, girls, Brittany said and dragged us outside. We got drinks and sat there for about 15 minutes. All right, let's go, girls. We have to get her ready, Aiden said as he came over there. Anna, since you're an alpha's child, you shift with your clothes on but take your dress off just in case. You shift back with your clothes on. You have 5 minutes, Andres said. I took my dress off and left my corset on. Next thing you know, my bones began to pop and pain throughout my body. I screamed and fell down and stood up and was on all fours. I heard people gasp and bow. She's the queen, I heard whispers. Yes, we are the wolf queen of all wolves. Nobody will disrespect us, my wolf said. We're a queen. A rejected queen. What's your name? I said, asked my wolf. We have another maid out there. My name is Isabella, she said. If I may ask, what color is our wolf? I asked her. It's white. Our mate will be our king, and he shall be full of power, she said. Why do I feel as if I'm not only a wolf? I asked her. You're not only wolf, you are also part vampire, she said. I'm a hybrid and my vampire haven't come yet, has she? I asked her. No, but she will be here very soon, she said. Oh, okay. Am I queen of vampires too? I asked her. You have to ask her, she said and sighed. What's wrong? I asked her. We need to rest. Shift back. Think human, she said. Okay, I said and shifted back and put on my dress. Annabella, why didn't you tell us you are the wolf queen? Aiden asked. I didn't know, I said and began to walk and people bow down at me. You need rest, Andres said and looked at Andrew. Sleep, Andrew said, and darkness overcame me. I woke up this morning and remembered everything from last night. Then Andrew put me to sleep. How is that possible? Good morning, Annabella, my wolf said. Good morning, Isabella, I said. You have questions this morning, she said. Yes. How did Andrew put me to sleep? I asked her, and she sighed. Your brothers aren't normal wolves neither. Go talk to them, she said and closed off. I got in the shower. After 30 minutes, I got out and brushed my teeth. I went inside my closet, put on a black laced set, and put on a black skirt and blue see-through flow shirt. I put on my blue Toms. I went into the bathroom and did my makeup light and straightened my hair. I walked out and looked in my wall-length mirror and gasped. I had long brown hair that stopped at my butt and curves in all the right places. My eyes were bright blue now with a purple ring around them, and my chest is a D cup now. I'm more attractive than before. I walked out of my room and went downstairs, and everybody was in the kitchen and bowed. I was really looking for my brothers and didn't see them. Have anybody seen my brothers? I asked them. Yes, Queen. They're in a meeting with Alpha, one of the boys said and bowed. Thank you, I said and walked to the meeting room. I walked inside and everybody stopped and looked at me. I want answers now, I said and sat down at the head of the table. What do you want to know? Dad asked. How the hell did Andrew put me to sleep? What the heck are you guys? I asked. Well, I'm half warlock, wolf, and vampire, Actually, we all are, except for Dad. Andrew said. Technically. Andrew. You are not half of everything. Have you realized half is 50/50? You're 25 part vampire, 25 part wolf, and 50 part warlock. That's why he is stronger in you than your other sides. Dope. Andres explained, being a math whiz. Well, my wolf said, I'm not only wolf. I said, it's true you are half vampire and wolf. Dad said, who the hell is the vampire? I asked. Dad is you, idiot. Andres said, my wolf was about to come out. Don't call my human an idiot. She is not an idiot. She wants to find answers. Now obey her, Isabella said and gave me back my body. So how you like my wolf? She's nice, isn't she? I said, smirking at them. Well, Dad is a vampire. Aiden said. Dad, how the hell are you alpha of this pack? I asked him. Easy, my daughter is the wolf and vampire queen. So I had a right when you were born. He said, so it's true. I've got another soulmate, and she said it's supposed to be a wolf that's powerful and my protector vampire. I said, yes, it's true. Have you got your vampire yet? He asked. No, but she should be here within a day or two. I said, we are inviting some alphas here. One is a powerful alpha of the largest, deadliest, and strongest packs in the world besides ours. The others just are strong. Aiden said. Annabella, what's the name of the pack you came from? Andres asked. The Moonbell Pack. I said. Well, they are coming too. Andrew said. They will not touch my baby girl. My dad said, don't worry. We got a surprise for them. Andres said, Brittany, Victoria, and Chloe come in. Aiden said, and they walked in and bowed. Alpha and Queen, they said and bowed. Nonsense, you guys are my best friends, stop it with the bowing, I said as I got up. I can't believe we're best friends with the Queen. Your hair has gotten longer. Your chest is bigger. And my God, you got curves in the right places. Victoria said. The packs are coming this afternoon. It is 9:15 a.m. You girls have 2 hours to get ready. Aiden said, smirking. Come on, girls, let's go. Victoria and Brittany said as they pulled Chloe and me out the room. We went upstairs to my room and picked out dresses. Victoria's is strapless, short and blue. Brittany's is strapless, short and orange. Chloe's is strapless, short and yellow. And mine is strapless, short, tight, and pink. We put on our dresses and shoes, and Victoria and Brittany did our hair and makeup. All of our hair was straightened. We looked at each other. We look attractive, and we finished on time. 12:00 p.m. That's a freaking record. Victoria said. Come on, let's go downstairs. Brittany said, and we walked out the room and went downstairs. About time you girls got down here. The packs should be here in a couple minutes. Aiden said. All right, girls, we have a few rules. Andre said. Rule has shown, you four are to stay near us at all times. Andrew said. Rule no flirting. Aiden said. Rule #3, do not go near the alphas. The only alpha you would be near is me and Aiden. My father said as his voice boomed. All right, Dad. I said. The first pack is here. Come, girls, let's go outside to meet them. Aiden said, and we walked outside. I'm Alpha Jack of the Dark Moon Pack. This is future Alpha Aiden and his future Beta Andres. My dad said, I'm Alpha Tristan of the Clear Moon Pack, and this is my Beta Chris. He said and shook my dad's hand. Jacob, show Alpha Tristan and his pack where they will be staying. Aiden commanded, and Jacob took Alpha Tristan and his pack into one of the many mansions on his land. Okay, guys, the next pack is here. Andre said, I'm Alpha Jack of the Dark Moon Pack. This is future Alpha Aiden and his future Beta Andres. My dad said, I'm Alpha Troy of the Full Moon Pack and my Beta Luke. He said as he shook my dad's hand. Chris, show Alpha Troy and his pack where they will stay. Aiden said, and they walked off. Oh my God, my feet are killing me. Can we take a break? I asked. No, now shush, the other pack has arrived. My dad said, I'm Alpha Jack of the Dark Moon Pack. This is future Alpha Aiden and his future Beta Andres. My dad said, I'm Alpha Kyle of the Darkness Pack and Beta Locus. He said as he shook my dad's hand. Gale, show Alpha Kyle and his pack where they will be staying. Aiden said, and they went off to the mansions. The other pack showed up not too long after. I'm Alpha Jack of the Dark Moon Pack. This is future Alpha Aiden and his future Beta Andres. My dad said, I'm Alpha Travis of the Moonbell Pack and Beta Jamie. He said, shaking my dad's hand, and my brothers were shaking with anger. I'm glad we are behind them. Jackson, show them where they will be staying. Aiden said, not caring. The last pack is running late, so we could sit down. Andres said, and Chloe and I kicked off our heels. We rested for about 5 minutes. Alpha, the other pack is here. James said, shoes back on, girl, and let's go. My dad said and walked out. I'm Alpha Jack of the Dark Moon Pack. This is future Alpha Aiden and his future Beta Andres. My dad said, Alpha Carlos of the Dark Knight Pack and Beta Alex. He said as he shook my dad's hand. You guys will be staying in our mansion, which is for Alpha and his family. No worries, we have plenty of rooms. My dad said. They followed us in the house and Jackson showed them their rooms. There will be a bonfire tonight. Annabella, you will be introduced as queen and hopefully find your mate. My dad said, okay. I said, shopping. Brittany and Victoria yelled in unison. Chloe and I groaned but got dragged out the door. 3.5 hours at the mall and I'm tired. We went upstairs and got ready. After showers and other things, we got dressed. I had on a long one-strapped peach dress with diamonds on the strap and across my chest, and the girls' dresses were similar, but theirs was strapless. Let's go, girls, I said and walked out the room. We walked downstairs and my brothers boxed us in and we walked outside towards the stage. Thank you all for coming to the welcoming ceremony of your queen. She came to us about a month ago because of her abusive pack. They mistreated my baby girl, and now she's queen. She turned 16 yesterday and shifted for the very first time. Forget all the talk. Here's my daughter, Annabella Jackson, my father said, and I walked onto the stage and he pulled me into a bone-crushing hug. Well, I'm Annabella Marius, but my original last name is Jackson, as my father announced. I came from abuse, and basically my old pack called me a disgrace because I didn't have my wolf yet. I'm an alpha's child and a queen. I was rejected by my mate. So you have a mate-less queen unless I find my other mate tonight, then you will have a queen that's not mate-less. So let's party, I said and walked off. Great speech, Anna, my brothers said in unison. Whatever, let's party, I said and walked away. I walked through the crowd and people bowed. I bumped into somebody and it sent sparks flying. He turned around. The most powerful alpha in the world is my king, Alpha Carlos. Mate, he said. Mate. I said, my queen, you are beautiful, he said as he pulled me into a hug. My king, you are handsome, I said. Who's the pack that hurt you, Anna? He asked. The Moonbell Pack and siblings, plus my mother and stepfather, I said. Are they here? He asked. Yes, they are, I said. You are safe with me, baby. Your mate is the most powerful alpha in the world, he said. I know, but you have to meet my father. Brothers. And 3 best friends, I said. All right, babe, let's go, he said and grabbed my hand and we walked towards my crew, but a hand stopped me. I turned around and saw Travis. I shook his hand off me. Don't touch me, I growled and my wolf raised. What the heck are you doing? He growled at me. Don't growl at my mate, Carlos said. Don't touch my mate, he said. I am not your mate. You rejected me. I feel nothing for you. Back off, I said, and he touched me again and I growled, but it was loud and powerful. I don't like to be tested, Alpha Travis. Anna told you to back off, but you didn't listen. Now I'm speaking. Stand down, Alpha, Isabella commanded. Yes, Queen, he said and bowed. Now come on, babe, Carlos said, and we walked up to my father. Dad, this is my mate, I said, and my brothers growled. Don't growl at him, idiots, I said. Well done, Alpha Carlos is going to take good care of my daughter. Anna, you should tell him. My dad said, let's go talk, I said to him, and we walked into the house and went into the secluded meeting room. What is this about, babe? He asked. My dad, Alpha Jack, is a vampire. I'm a hybrid. I'm a vampire and wolf queen, I said to him. Babe, I already knew that. Your brothers and your father smell different. Have you got your vampire yet? He asked as he wrapped his arms around my waist. No, not yet, I said. All right, babe. I want you to stay with me at my mansion, he said, and I turned around. You do know we are moving to the castle soon, I said. Yeah, I know. What exactly are your brothers, he asked me. My brothers are half warlock, vampire, and wolf, I said. No wonder this pack is dangerous, but not more than my pack. He said. You want to meet my mom, I asked. No, she abused you, he said and frowned. I can punish her now, I said, and he sighed. All right, let's go, he said and pulled me outside. We walked towards my old pack, and my brother and sisters had lone looks on their faces. Hello, mother and stepfather, I sneered. Queen. Alpha, they said and bowed. Enough. Mother, this is my mate, Alpha Carlos, I said. Annabella, I heard, and turned around to see my sisters and brother. They pulled me in a bone-crushing hug. Let me go, I growled, and they let go of me. We are so sorry, they said in unison. I know that's why I'm forgiving you guys, but for you, mother. You are cruel. And you, stepfather. You better be glad my father didn't snap your neck yet, I said. Yet it might be now, my dad said as he stepped beside me. Hello, Jack, he sneered. All packs clear out except the Moonbell pack and the Dark Knight pack. I yelled out in a command and they cleared out. No, baby. My pack out. He yelled in Alpha command and they scrambled. Now where were we, oh father? I said. Did you hit my daughter? My dad hissed. Are you a vampire? James asked. Why, yes. Yes, I am. My dad said. This is illegal. You can't be Alpha of this pack. James said. Yes, I can. My daughter and her mate is my queen and king. Yes, she is a hybrid, and so is her mate. Now answer my question. My dad said. Yes, I hit her and her mother did too. James said, and my dad snapped his and my mother's neck, and the pack tried to attack him. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The Dark Knight and Dark Moon pack front and center now. I yelled in command and they came right away. Luna. Alpha. Queen and king, they said and bowed. You want to try that again, Alpha Travis? Your pack will be demolished. Alice. Taylor. And Jamie, you are not in this pack. You are in my father's pack. Do you understand? I commanded. Yes, my queen, they said and bowed. You are going to be a great Luna and queen babe, Carlos said and kissed my temple. And you are going to be a great king, I said and looked at Travis, who had a smug look. You can't take them out of my pack, he growled at the queen. I felt Isabella take over. Listen here, Alpha Travis, this is the last time you disrespect my human. I am in control now. You tried to attack her father. I suggest you back down. Bow down, Isabella commanded, and he bowed down. My apologies, Queen, Travis said, and I felt in control of my body again. Travis, you tried to attack my father. If you even think about attacking my father, your pack, and you will be slaughtered. Do you understand? I asked, commanded. Yes, my queen, he said. Are you ready? Carlos said. Yeah, let's go, I said, and he grabbed my hand and began to walk. My pack, let's go, he said in Alpha command. That's attractive when you do that, I said to him as we walked in my room. Yeah, I have my own floor. What this? He said and licked my ear, and it made me shiver, and I reacted. Don't do that, I said. I love your reaction, he said and did it again. I said don't do it again. I snapped and he growled loudly and the door slammed shut. What are you? I asked him. I am a warlock and wolf. He growled and slammed me against the wall with one look. You made mate mad, my wolf said. Shut it, wolf, I said. I am your hybrid, she said. What's your name? I asked. Canistia, she said. It's too hard, so I'm going to call you Can, I said and closed off my mind. I didn't mean to, I said before he cut me off. Don't talk. I will engage in physical intimacy with you now, he said. I'm a virgin, I snapped. I have many ways to engage in physical intimacy with you, he said as he lifted up my dress and began to explore my sensitive area. I reacted, and he provided pleasure, causing me to experience a strong release. He put me down and carried me to the bed. Sleep, my beautiful queen, he said, and I was out. Last night was intense. My father killed my mother and stepfather. I really didn't care. Plus, Travis tried to attack my father. He would have died on spot. I met my second chance mate. I actually made him angry last night, and he forced physical pleasure. I got my vampire too. So now I'm a full hybrid. I felt somebody shift and pull me closer. I sighed. Good morning, babe, Carlos said and kissed the side of my head. Morning, I said and tried to get up. Lay here with me, he said. I have to pee, I said and got up and used the bathroom. I might as well get in the shower. I took a 30-minute shower and brushed my teeth. I walked out the bathroom in my towel. Nice view, babe, he said and walked towards me. Oh no, you don't. Carlos, go, I need to get dressed, I said as I backed away and he growled. No, I want some physical affection, he said. We have a meeting with my father and brothers plus my sisters, oh, and my best friends, I said as I went into the closet and closed the door. My wolf doesn't like that, babe, he said as he walked in the closet and I just finished putting on my laced undergarments. His eyes ran up and down my body. Baby, you are beautiful, he said. I know. You got style right, baby. Pick me out something to wear, please, I said and pouted my lip and he growled and went into my clothes. He picked out a pink-fitted skirt with a half shirt that says, I'm his. Nice, I said and put it on. I looked down at my bare feet and back at him. Here, babe, he said and handed me some red-bottom heels. I groaned. Really, Carlos? I don't like heels, I said and threw them and he growled. You are going to wear heels and dresses. My mate will not be wearing casual shoes 24/7, he said and walked out the closet to go do his business. I put the heels on and walked out the closet. I knew he was in the shower, so I went into the bathroom and started doing my hair and makeup. He looked out the shower curtain. Babe, what are you doing? He asked. My hair and makeup, I said as I finished my makeup and I put my hair in a neat bun and walked out. He walked out in a towel and he had an 8-pack along with a V. Glad to have him as my mate. He went into my closet and got dressed. He came out in some cargo shorts, a Ralph Lauren polo shirt, and black Vans. Alpha got style, like what you see, babe, he said. Nah, I've seen better, I said and got up and walked away and he growled. Don't do that, babe. My wolf doesn't like that, he said and grabbed my hand to stop me from walking. You're the best I've seen, Carlos, I said and kissed his cheek. And you are too, he said and kissed my lips and it turned to a full-blown session of affection. Come on, we have a meeting, I said and began to walk and he playfully touched my backside. Nice rounded backside. It's all mine, he said and grabbed my hand. We walked into the meeting room and they bowed. Queen and king. They said, Stop that. I told you guys not to do it, I said, face-palming myself. Did you just face-palm yourself? Carlos asked. I started walking back to the pack house when someone pinned me to a tree. I saw a man standing in front of me. You are very beautiful, my queen, he said and touched the side of my face. Don't touch me, I said and Khan was on high alert. My queen, he said. Quit calling me your queen. I don't even know you, I said. My name is Vince, and you, my love, is beautiful, he said as he came closer. Can you back up? I asked and felt a protection shield come around me. Mate. We need mate. Now, Can yelled and blocked me. Carlos, help. I screamed through MindLink. I'm coming, baby, he said and blocked me. You look scared. When I marry you, I can't wait to engage in physical intimacy with you, Vince said and pinned me to the tree by my arms. I was struggling to get away. Get away from me, I hissed at him. I used all my strength to push him off and he flew into the tree. I started to run and the sight of a big black wolf stopped me. I knew it was Carlos. I ran to him, but I was knocked over by Vince. He's strong. I felt weight knocked off me and Carlos's big wolf was over me, growling at Vince. Vince ran away and Carlos turned his big wolf head towards me and shook it. I'm still mad at him. I got up and started walking away. Oh, so you're still mad? I just saved you and you want to be ungrateful, Carlos said as he pulled me to a stop. That's what you're supposed to do, you unpleasant person. I'm not ungrateful, I just don't like you right now, I said and kept walking. Really, Annabella? Stop now, Carlos said using his alpha command, but it don't work on me. Unpleasant person, I said and kept walking until I reached the backyard only to be pulled into a hug by all my brothers. Are you okay? They questioned. Yeah. Except I have an unpleasant person following me, I said. Annabella, watch your mouth. My dad commanded and my hybrids submitted to him. Sorry, Daddy. I said as I walked closer to him. Annabella, don't walk away from me. Carlos said using his king command, and I froze in place. Sorry. I squeaked out. Don't use command on my sister. Aiden said, I can do whatever I please, this is my mate. Carlos said, Can I move now? I asked in a quiet voice. No. Carlos growled, using his command again, and I flinched and started crying. Look at what you did to our sister. If you wasn't her mate, I would fight you. Matter of fact, I can fight you. Andres said, hissing at Carlos. Andres, calm down. She's okay, the power just scared her. Aiden said, but Andres was still hissing at Carlos, and he growled loudly, and it knocked me over. Carlos looked at me and his eyes softened. Sorry, baby. He apologized. It's okay, I said, getting up and running to my dad. Come on, baby girl. We can avoid them for the remaining of the day, he said, and I looked at him. Okay. Daddy, a vampire attacked me in the woods, I said, and his head snapped towards me. What, did you get a name? He asked. Yes, his name is Vince, I said, and he looked into thought. Baby, he didn't mean to attack you. That's your protector, and he is attracted to Canistia. That was her lover, he said. Oh, so shall I call him now? I asked him, and he nodded his head a yes. Vince. I called out and felt a swift of wind. Anna, you called me. Is there an emergency? Vince said while holding my hand. No, I told her to call you, my dad said, and Vince looked to him and bowed. My king, he said. Rise. You need to meet her mate, my dad said. Carlos. I yelled, and he came running in. What, baby, are you okay? He asked, looking for bruises. She's fine, but you need to meet her protector, my dad said, and Carlos turned towards Vince and snarled at him. Don't snarl at me, pup. Vince hissed, and I hissed at him. I am sorry, my queen. I apologize, my king, Vince said, kneeling. Carlos, this is Vince. Vince, this is my mate Carlos, I said, introducing them. Okay, Carlos said, glaring at Vince. Excuse my language, Dad. Carlos, you need to get your act together. I growled at him. Don't talk to me like that. I am your king and mate, you will respect me. Carlos growled at me, and my dad and Vince hissed at him, and my brothers growled, showing eyes of their powerful warlocks. Whatever. Let's get started, I said, agitated. Vince. How did you find my daughter? My dad asked Vince. I followed her scent, sir. It's very strong, Vince said as his eyes turned bloodshot red. Vince, are you thirsty? I asked him. Yes, my queen. I haven't fed since I pricked your wrist, Vince said, ashamed. Very well. You may drink from me. Come. Canistia demanded through me, and Carlos growled. I looked at him, and it silenced him, and everybody gasped. Drink. Canistia commanded, and he did. After a few gulps, I stopped him. Thank you, my queen, Vince said as he cleaned my wound. I felt Canistia give me my body back, and I looked at Carlos, and he walked out the room. Hold on, Dad, I said, and ran after him. Carlos, please don't walk away, I yelled. I used my vampire speed to sneak upon him. He turned and slammed me against the wall by my neck, and I cried out in pain. His eyes were glowing gold and blue. Thaddeus, I whispered, and he smirked. Don't follow me, mate. Do you understand me? He commanded as he squeezed my neck tighter. I nodded frantically, and he threw me to the ground so hard I hit my head. I whimpered and picked myself up. I ran and ran until I found my brothers with their friends and ran into their arms. What's wrong, Anna? Andrew asked. What happened? Andres asked. Who the heck made you cry? Aiden asked. Leave. All three of them commanded their friends. Andrew touched my back, and I cried out in pain. I felt my shirt being lifted up, and they growled loudly while Andrew hissed. Did Carlos Wolf do this to you? Andrew hissed. Yes, I said as I lifted my head and looked at him. He choked you too. Andrew hissed loudly. No, he slammed me into the wall by my neck and threw me to the ground. I said, crying. Is this dry blood? Aiden questioned, and Andrew smelled my hair and nodded his head. I didn't mean to make him so mad. I only let my protector drink from me, I said, sobbing. He had no right to put his hands on my little sister. Andres growled loudly. Come. Let's get her to Dad, Andrew said as Aiden picked me up and used his vampire speed and got us to Dad's office. What happened to my princess? My dad hissed loudly, and I looked at Vince, and his eyes turned a dark blue. Thaddeus. He hissed, and my dad hissed. He dares to put his hands on my princess. My dad hissed loudly and they ran out the room in vampire speed with me with them. How dare you put your filthy hands on my princess? My dad hissed at Carlos, who was standing there staring at me with his regular sky-blue eyes in disbelief. What are you talking about? Carlos asked. My daughter has bruises on her back, a hand mark around her neck, and dry blood on the side of her head. So don't you try and act like you didn't hit her. My dad hissed. Annabella, did my wolf hit you? Carlos asked me as he looked at me, and I nodded my head. Shoot. I knew this would happen when I gained my powers. I'm sorry, Annabella. Thaddeus wants to speak with you all, he said, and his eyes turned gold and blue, and Thaddeus looked at me and smirked. Annabella. Come, Thaddeus commanded, and my feet started moving. Daddy. I screamed out. You better not touch my daughter. My dad hissed. You don't tell me what to do with my queen. Thaddeus growled and grabbed my arm tightly. Ouch, I whimpered. Silence, mate. You ran to your brothers. Father. And vampire protector. Are you unwise? No queen of mine will disrespect me. Do you understand me? Thaddeus asked as he threw me to the ground, and I saw my dad and brothers being blocked by an invisible force. Fight him until your sister and brother get here. Khan commanded me. I got back off the ground and threw him against a tree with my telekinesis. He came charging at me and I started throwing fireballs at him and they just melted off. He threw his hand up and I went flying into a tree and I went tumbling down the tree. I screamed in agony as I hit the ground. Fight, Khan said. I can't, I said. Fight, she screamed. He came over to me smirking and kicked me in my stomach and picked me up by my hair. Mate, did you think you could beat me? Thaddeus asked with a smirk on his face, and I felt anger and power boil and I pushed Pain towards him and he went crumpling down. They're here, Khan said. I stopped pushing Pain and fell down to the floor, drained. I felt Thaddeus pick me up and stand me. He looked me dead in the eyes and slapped me. I fell to the ground crying, holding my face. Leave my sister alone. I heard Taylor's voice and Thaddeus flew away from me. T. Taylor. I said. It's me, Bells. Your mate is abusive, she said. That's his wolf. Carlos is a total sweetheart, I said as she helped me up. I saw Jamie running towards me. Belly, are you okay? What did he do? I can fight him, Jamie said frantically. I'm okay, I said, and Taylor put her hand on the side of my face, and her eyes turned and glowed yellow, and Jamie did the same, but only with my back. They just healed me. Thanks, guys. You're were-witches, I said, and they nodded, smiling. Next thing I know, Thaddeus had me in his arms. I looked up, and it was Carlos. Please don't let your wolf out around me. I'm scared of him, I said softly, and his eyes softened, and he nodded and kissed my forehead. He said he was taming you, but I was fighting against him. It pained me to watch you get tossed around by him, and he is strong, Carlos said with sad eyes. I laid in the bed thinking, and I looked at the clock. It wasn't even 3:30 p.m. yet, so I'm guessing everything happened between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. I got out of bed and looked in the mirror. I am thankful for Taylor and Jamie's healing gift. I got in the shower and sat there until the water ran cold. I got out and walked into my closet and pulled out an Adidas jogging suit and a sports bra and panties. I threw my clothes on and walked into the bathroom and put my hair in a messy bun. I slid on my Adidas slippers and walked downstairs. Once I got downstairs, my brothers and dad was nowhere to be found. I found some pack members conversing quietly until they saw me. Do you guys know where my dad and brothers are? I asked, and they just looked at me, not saying anything. Does anybody know where my dad and brothers are? Answer the question, I said, getting impatient. Yeah. They are in the boardroom having a meeting with the other alphas, one of the males said, and I nodded my head and walked to the boardroom. I heard them talking, and I guess they sensed my presence and stopped talking. Come in, princess, my dad said, and I walked in and everybody's eyes were on me. I sat down in a chair next to Aiden, only for him to pull me on his lap. Hey, little sister. What's going on? Aiden asked as he kissed my forehead, and I looked at him and shrugged my shoulders, not knowing what to say. He stared me in my eyes, and I slightly felt hypnotized. He furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Dad. Dad came over and picked me up off Aiden's lap and took me to the couch and laid me down. What's wrong, princess? Tell me before I do the same thing Aiden did, he said, rubbing my hair, and I shook my head. Aiden, what did you see? My dad asked Aiden. She's scared, Dad, of everything now. She will only let us touch her. She's literally shaking inside but not showing it outside, Aiden said as he looked at me with sympathy. Andres, take her to her room and lay her down. Put her to sleep. My dad commanded Andres. Andres came over and picked me up. He took me to my room and laid me down. I'm sorry, Annabella. I love you. Sleep. Andres commanded, and I felt my body consume darkness. Dream hello, my sweet queen. I finally got you here. A voice said. Who are you? I asked into the darkness. Who am I? I am your king, the voice said, and it sounded like it was behind me, so I turned around and froze when I saw who it was. T. Thaddeus. I stuttered, and he smiled, a sinister smile, and I took steps back. Hello, baby girl. I am truly sorry for hurting you, but you have to be tamed, Thaddeus said, and all of a sudden I felt bold and narrowed my eyes at him. Tamed. Unpleasant person. I am tamed. How dare you put your hands on me and say I have to be tamed? Are you crazy? I yelled out at him. This is what I'm talking about, Annabella. You aren't tamed, he said as he grabbed me by my arm and started dragging me in another direction. Let me go. You have done enough damage to me, I said, struggling against him as he dragged me towards the bedroom and he threw me on the bed. All of a sudden my confidence went down. T. Thaddeus, what are you doing? Put your clothes back on, I said, stuttering through my question, and he threw a smirk my way. What am I doing? I am about to engage in physical intimacy with you, he said as he lifted up my dress and took off my panties. No, Thaddeus, I'm sorry, please. All of my cries were soon cut off as he provided intimate pleasure. He said I was not to climax until he said so. He continued to provide pleasure and said, You're so tight, baby. He continued to provide pleasure until I was pleading for him to let me climax. Baby, have you learned your lesson? He asked. Yes. Please let me climax. I yelled out in frustration, and he looked up at me and continued to provide pleasure. Climax for me, baby girl, he said as he continued, and I screamed out as I climaxed. He kissed my lips, deepening the kiss, and said, You are tamed now by me, baby girl, he said as he kissed my lips. Dream over, I woke up, drenched in sweat, and everybody was sitting around covering their noses. I looked at everyone's expression and burst out laughing. A full-blown laughter. I heard them growl as they glared at me, and my dad was smiling. Anna, this is not funny. We're your brothers, and you're aroused by some intense dream you had with Thaddeus as he tamed you, Aiden said while glaring at me. Oh, guys, get over it. I'm going to shower now, I said, but before I went into the shower, I noticed it was cloudy outside. What day is it? I asked them, and Andres looked at me. It is Monday, baby sister. You were asleep since Saturday, he said and looked at me with worried eyes, and I shrugged and got into the shower. I took a long hot shower and got out and brushed my teeth. I walked out and into my closet, getting out a pink jogging suit and undergarments. I walked into my room to see my dad and brothers having a conversation. I wonder if they can do a ponytail. I walked over and sat in the middle, and they all looked at me. Dad, can you put my hair in a ponytail? I asked while scooting in between his legs and handed him my comb, brush, and hair bow. He combed my hair and brushed and put it in a neat bun. I looked at him and he laughed and waved me off. I can braid, Anna, Andre said as he looked at me, and everybody looked at him and he shrugged. I guess I can flat iron hair, Aiden said, shrugging his shoulders. I guess I can curl hair into all different styles, Andrew said while looking at me sheepishly. What is this confession that I can do hair time? It's okay, guys, I said and kissed their cheeks, and we all walked downstairs. Dad, where is Carlos? I asked as we sat down at the kitchen table and started grabbing things to eat. Carlos is out dealing with his pack in one of Pack mansions, he said and continued eating, and all of a sudden a thirst came up my throat and I started drinking my orange juice in one gulp, but it was still there. I looked at Dad and he looked at me. He got up and went to the fridge and got a blood bag and poured it into a cup and handed it to me. I drank it and the thirst was gone. Dad, what Pack mansion is he in? I asked him as I took our dishes to the sink. The second to the largest one. It should be either behind ours or next door, he said, and I got up and walked to the door screaming, I love you, as I walked out to the mansion next to ours. I walked to the door and walked in. It was guys playing the game in the living room, and they sensed my presence and put the controllers down and turned around. Who the heck are you? A screeching voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Carlos's mate, and who are you? I asked, confused. You're not his mate. I am his mate, you woman of loose morals. The woman yelled out at me and slapped me. All right, this is your last time putting your hands on anybody, I said as I caused her body to feel heat and walked off. Luna. Queen, they said as they bowed, and I waved them off for that. Just call me Annabella, or you could give me nicknames if you want to, I said as I walked down the hallway to the office. I knocked on the door. Enter, Carlos said, and I walked in to see him sitting at his desk with his high-rank people, I'm guessing. Carlos, I said as I walked over to them, and he lifted his head up. Baby, I missed you, he said as he looked me up and down and shook his head. Baby, you don't listen at all, do you? He asked while laughing. Nope. And introduce me to these three, I said as I pecked his lips and sat on his lap. This is Annabella. Annabella, these are my high ranks, he said, simply waving it off. This is Alex the beta. Axel, which is third in command. And Calvin the fighter enforcer, he said as he pointed each other out. Nice to meet you guys. You can call me Anna or Bella, I said as I waved at them. Carlos. Where have you been? I have been looking for you, I said as I turned towards him, and he laughed. I've been here dealing with these three fools, he said, laughing. I'm pretty sure you're the fool here, and I'm done wearing heels, I said to him, and he shook his head. Nope, no queen of mine will be wearing sneakers and jeans. You have to be classy, Carlos said as he pointed at my clothing. Classy? So, are you calling me not refined? I asked him, cocking an eyebrow. No, you're classy in your own way. I just want you classy in my way, he said, smoothing out my eyebrows with his thumbs. I'll take being classy in my way any day, I said as I got off his lap. Carlos, you have your hands filled with Bella, Alex said as he suppressed a smile. Yeah. She's feisty, Axel said, chuckling. She's classy in her way, but not in yours. Carlos, you can't run this woman, Calvin said, shaking his head. Right. Tell him again. I don't know who he thought he was. But you can't tell what and what not to wear, I said, being sassy. She's sassing you, Carlos. He has it hard, Alex said, laughing. Well, that's what Carlos gets for trying to tell me what to do, I said, and walked out the door into my house. Father, I'm back. Aiden. Can you get my Pop-Tarts down? I asked Aiden after trying to reach for them. Of course, little sister, only if I can get one, Aiden said as he got up to get them, and I shook my head and gave him a wild berry Pop-Tart. Anna, Dad wants you in his office, Andres said as he took one of my Pop-Tarts. Hey. That's mine, Andres, I whined, pouting my lips. Oh, come on, Anna, I will buy you some more when we go to the store, Andres said as he kissed my cheek and whisked me off towards Dad's office. Hey, Dad. What's up? I asked as I sat in the chair eating my Pop-Tart. Bella, are you okay? He asked me with a concerned look. Yes, Dad. Why wouldn't I be? I asked, cocking my head to the side. You have a handprint on the side of your face, he said as he turned the right side of my face towards him, and I remembered getting slapped by the woman, and I nodded my head in understanding. Oh, I handled it, Dad. What did you want? I asked. We have to plan to move into your mansion, but I also want to keep these mansions, he said as he pulled out the blueprints of my mansion. Dad, we can move into my mansion whenever. Anyway, I have to go. Later, Dad, I said, and walked towards the movie theater. I walked into the movie theater and started watching Frozen. It was 30 minutes through the movie when somebody sat down beside me, but I ignored them. What's your name? The voice asked. Why? I asked, keeping my eyes on the screen. Because I want to know. My name is David, he said as he took my hand and kissed it, and I snatched it back. Whoever you are, leave me alone, I said as I felt my eyes go red. Baby, you don't scare me, he said, and got up and threw me to the floor. I crawled back, but he grabbed my hair and wrapped it tightly around his hand and slammed my head against the ground, and I screamed out in pain. Carlos. I'm being attacked. I yelled through Mind Link, but it was blocked. As I was yelling through the Mind Link, I was being punched repeatedly. But I was fighting back. Vince. Help me, please. I yelled through our connection. Where are you? Never mind. I got your scent, he said, and cut off the Mind Link. I finally heard commotion and the door slamming open as David kicked me in my side. I felt myself being lifted into the arms of Vince. Anna, can you hear me? Stay with me, baby girl, Vince said, but I was met with darkness. Oh, my moon goddess, shut up. Where am I? I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't. Oh, the David person attacked me. Annabella. Baby, please wake up. I heard Carlos sob. Well, maybe if you had answered MindLink, then I would not be in this situation. Carlos. Why did you block Annabella? I heard Andres ask. I can imagine him glaring at him. Like deathly glares. I didn't have Anna blocked. Carlos stuttered. Yes, you did. I was literally screaming your name. Yes, you did, Carlos. She was screaming your name. Aiden fired back. He was having physical relations with that blonde woman from our pack, Mandy. Andrew sneered. No. 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 That can't be true. He wouldn't cheat on me. Please tell me he didn't. I'm his mate, for goodness sake. Why, Moon Goddess, it's true, Annabella. He cheated on you while you were being severely harmed. Aiden said. How can you hear her? Carlos asked. We are all connected to her. You would have been if you didn't cheat. Andres said. By this time I was screaming and crying. More like sobbing. The Moon Goddess gave me an unfaithful man. I hate him. That's not the worst thing, Carlos. The reason why you can't hear her is because you mated Mandy last night and she's probably pregnant. Hence it was a full moon. Andrew barked out at him beyond pissed. I finally opened my eyes and looked at Carlos, shaking my head. I'm ready to go home, I said as a few tears fell out my eyes. Okay, baby girl, let me get your release forms, Aiden said, and I nodded, keeping my head down. Anna, baby, I cut Carlos off, throwing my hand up. It's okay, really. Maybe, I stopped talking as tears fell down my face. I am loved you. I don't know what to do. I hope you have a great life with Mandy, I whispered quietly as tears fell. Let's go, baby girl, Aiden said as he picked me up bridal style. Aiden. Is Jamie and Taylor at home? I asked him quietly. Yeah. They are there, he said, nodding his head as he put me down by the stairs. Annabella, I heard Taylor and Jamie scream, running towards me and pulling me into a hug. I just broke down. He cheated on me. I cried and saw my dad come into my sight. It's okay, baby girl. Let's go, my dad said, walking me to my room. Get some sleep, baby girl. I love you, he said, and I cried myself to sleep that night. Waking up with the most excruciating headache ever is not the best thing. I slowly got out of my bed and stood in the full-length mirror. My once blue hazel eyes that were full of life and happiness are dull at this very moment. I don't know whether I should be sorry for myself or just live on with my life, hoping for a better mate. I walked into the bathroom and took a long hot shower, trying to soothe my thoughts. I got out, brushed my teeth, and put my hair in a sloppy bun. I went into my closet and put on a pink jogging suit and Nike sliders. I grabbed my phone and car keys and walked downstairs. Anna. Where are you going? Aiden asked as he looked at me from the dining room table. I shrugged. I have no idea. I just need to clear my mind. Too much has happened in the last days, I said while concentrating on the floor. Okay, baby girl, just be careful, my dad said, and I walked out and got in my car. Maybe I can go to my Nana's house. I started the car and quietly drove to my destination. Once I got to my Nana's house, it looked like she was having a family get-together. I got out the car and put my alarm on. I walked towards the house and knocked on the door. It's open, I heard my Nana yell. I walked in and all eyes were on me, and they looked surprised. My cousin Joe was the first one to get up and grab my face. Annabella, is that you? Is it really you? Joe asked while examining my face. Yes, it's me, Joe, I said while moving my head back and taking his hands off my face. Grandma. Your Bella is here, Joe yelled out, and Grandma came running in vampire speed and crushed me in a hug. My grandma is a hybrid. She's a witch and vampire. Bella. What's wrong? I sensed you coming, and I know something is wrong because I feel sadness and anger coming off you, she said while grabbing my face gently. She looked into my eyes and it felt like I was traveling, but she was looking into what has happened lately. She gasped once she's finished and put her hand over her mouth while silent tears fell down her eyes. My grandbaby has been hurt so many times. Why didn't you call Bella? You've been through hardship. My God. Come, we need to talk with the family and let them know, she said and pulled me towards the living room where everybody else was. Bells, I heard a little baby squeal and my legs being hugged by little people. I looked down and it was my baby cousins, Isabel and Isaac. Belle and Isa. My babies, I said as I picked them up, and they giggled and placed kisses all over my face. Okay, get these little ones off me. I screamed out, but it was muffled and I felt them get picked up. My Bella has been hurt throughout this year of her transformation. But it's her place to tell you if you want to know. What I am about to tell you all is about to shock you. Annabella is the queen of all creatures. How I have no idea. Why are you here, Annabella? My Nana asked, looking at me with purple and blue eyes. But then I realized it's Grandma talking. Her witch. Grandma, I don't know what to do now. I've been cheated on by my soulmate. Abused. Outcast. And almost sexually harmed. I don't know if I can go on, I said as tears fell down my face. Annabella, you will forgive your mate. For he has been seduced by that witch in your father's pack. You will become stronger and face some challenges. But you will beat them. Breathe, darling. It's right around the corner. Anger and sadness is a terrible combination. So let it go and deal with it. Accept the fact that creatures are going to hate because they want to be you. They follow you and you lead them. You will be a wonderful Queen Annabella, Grandma said and changed back to my Nana. I thank you for such a great word. Now I know what to do. You all are welcome to come visit my palace anytime. You're my family, and I will cherish and accept every moment of hurt that has been brought upon me. I am a queen and I need to be treated like one. I can't let those of low standing determine my future because I determine my own future. The past is the past. The present is right now and some changes are about to happen. Keep in contact and I will see you guys later, I said and walked out the door and got in my car. I breathed in and out and smiled. My hazel green eyes are now shining with brilliant blue and hazel. A sign that my hybrid is now awakened and she wants to play. Arriving back at the house, all eyes were on me. I'm assuming that somebody notified my father and brothers that I have arrived because they were waiting for me. Annabella. What have you done? My father asked while unfolding his arms. Oh. Nothing, Dad. I had a chat with my grandmother, I said while walking inside the house and going towards the conference room. Bella, are you sure because your hybrid is about to make an appearance any second now? Aiden said as he took a seat opposite of me. I'm positive. Well, she wants to play, I said, and as soon as that came out of my mouth, she took over my body fully. Hello, Father. How are you? I said. Well, Canistia said through me. Give my daughter here body back, Canistia. I don't have time to fool with you, my father said as his vampire was making an appearance. I don't think I will. See you later, father and brothers, Canistia said through me and walked out the door. Khan. What are you about to do? I asked her, and she laughed menacingly. Oh, nothing, my dear human. I'm going to pay our maid a visit, she said and blocked me out. All I could do is watch through my eyes. She walked towards Carlos's pack mansion and the door flew open and she walked in. She was flawless with it and got curious eyes. Everybody bowed down with the power radiating off her, and I chuckled. Where's Carlos? She demanded, and everybody pointed towards the stairs and she smirked and walked towards his office. Once she got to his office, the door flew open and he was at his desk with that witch that's in my father's pack on his lap. Carlos. How are you, mate? She asked him as she stood in front of them. Mate. He's not your mate, Mandy said as she glared at me, and I laughed in my head while Canistia laughed menacingly and looked towards Mandy. Witch. I suggest you respect me, Canistia said and looked away from Mandy to Carlos. I don't have to respect you. You are nobody here, Mandy said, and Canistia threw her hand up and Mandy went flying towards the wall while struggling to breath. You dare influence and seduce my mate. I am your queen, and you will respect me, Canistia said and threw her to the ground. Snap out of this influence, Carlos. Let Thaddeus take over. Can commanded Carlos's body and he looked up and his eyes were glowing bright gold and blue. My queen, how have you been? Thaddeus asked Canistia as she smiled at him. I've been well. Why did you let this happen? My human was hurt, and did you know her grandmother is a witch and vampire? A powerful one at that. Don't let this happen again, Canistia said and Thaddeus laughed. You worry too much. My queen, I had everything under control. Now for you, Mandy. Yudi, Thaddeus said and looked at Mandy and stopped her hurt and broke her neck. Give my bells back her body. Thaddeus commanded Khan and she obeyed. Once I got my control back, I backed away from Thaddeus slowly and he smiled. You should be scared. But I am not going to hurt you, my bells. Calm down and come here, he commanded and my feet started moving. I've missed you, Bells, he said as he pulled me in a hug and smelled my hair. Thaddeus. I'm sorry that I caused so much trouble. I said, taking in his scent, well, Carlos's scent. It's okay, Bells, I'm giving my human back control. I'll speak with you later, baby, he said, and with that he gave Carlos his control. Annabella. I'm sorry, Carlos said while kissing me all over my face. I forgive you, I said as I looked up, and he smiled down at me and pecked my lips. Annabella. Can I mark you? Carlos asked me, and I nodded my head a yes. He smiled and kissed me full on. He kissed me down my neck and found the spot for his mark. He bit down on the spot. I screamed, and then he gently soothed the area. He pecked my lips and led me out the office. We went back over to my dad's house and went to his conference room where everybody was. Carlos. How are you? My dad asked as we sat down. I'm good, sir. Sorry for all the trouble, Carlos said, and my dad nodded understanding. You marked her, Andres mentioned as he looked at my neck, and Carlos nodded, not knowing what to say. It's all right, man. You're her mate. But I still would have kicked your ass for hurting my sister. Andres hissed the last part, and I laughed. So, Jack, when were you going to tell me that you are part warlock? Carlos questioned my dad, and he cocked an eyebrow at him and laughed. It should be obvious. But whenever my warlock wants to come out, that's when you were going to know, my dad said and left out the conference room. I'm sleepy. Good night, guys, I love you, I said and went upstairs to my room with Carlos following. I put on Carlos' shirt and got in the bed. Good night, Carlos, I said as I drifted off to sleep. Good night, mate. I love you, was the last thing I heard Carlos say before darkness took over. Waking up in content was just perfect. I turned in Carlos's arms and he was still asleep. I studied, he features slowly and touched his dimple, and he stirred, but I didn't see his eyes, but he grabbed my wrist and held them down. Good morning, my queen, he said and pecked my lips. Morning, Carlos, I said and got out of bed and headed towards my bathroom. I did my usual hygiene routine and walked into my closet trying to find something to wear. I slip on some skinny jeans and a plain white V-neck shirt. I slid on some ankle socks and put on my Nikes. I walked out of the closet and walked downstairs into the kitchen. Good morning, Anna, everybody said at once, and I looked at them weirdly. Morning, I said awkwardly and proceeded to get some breakfast. Sit down, Anna, breakfast isn't done yet. My father said, reading a newspaper like it's the most interesting thing in the world. Indeed, it is, Anna. Your grandmother is coming over today, and she's bringing my brothers and sisters, he said as pancakes were placed in the center of the table. I quickly grabbed 3 pancakes and drowned them in syrup. I started eating them and saw somebody enter the kitchen out the side of my eye. Next thing you know, I'm being picked up and sat on somebody's lap. You better be important, I said as I stopped eating my pancakes. Of course I'm important. I am the uncle of the queen, the person said, and I looked at Dad and he shrugged. Well, who are you? I asked, completely clueless. The vampire uncle that's about to bite your neck, the person said, and my eyes widened. Daddy, help me, I said, trying to scramble out of the person's lap. Gail, let her go. You will not be biting my daughter and your niece's neck, my dad said, looking at Gail, and his eyes started glowing. I got up and turned around and hit Uncle Gail very hard. Uncle Gail, why would you do something like that? I asked, as I pushed pain towards him and he crumbled to the ground. Annabella, that is enough. You will not use your powers on family. Do you understand me? My grandmother reprimanded me. Yes, grandmother. I'm very sorry, Uncle Gail, I said and helped him up. Damn, Jack. You got some powerful kids. I'm surprised her brothers didn't jump to rescue, Gail said as he ate pancakes. Well, maybe it's because my brothers aren't in the kitchen. They're sleeping at this moment, I said and walked out towards my room. Once I got to my room, I took off my shoes and laid on my bed and went to sleep. A nap wouldn't hurt them. When I woke up from my nap, which was quite restless, the house was a little bit too quiet. I went into my bathroom, brushed my teeth, and washed my face. I put my shoes on and walked out the room. Where the hell is everybody? The house is never this quiet. Focus on your hearing, Canistia said. Once I got downstairs, nobody was down there. So I stood there and concentrated on my hearing like Canistia said, and I heard a bunch of commands and yelling. We need to keep them away from the pack houses. I heard my father yell. They're after Annabella. They want to kill her. I heard Aiden yell. Nobody is attacking my mate. I heard Carlos yell. We have more coming, and they're coming fast. I heard my Uncle Gail yell. That's it. I slammed the door open and ran out. The pack is getting attacked by witches and rouges. We need to use our full power," Canistia said and blocked me out. I ran out into the clearing where everybody was fighting, and rouges and witches started coming towards me. Instead of fighting like everybody else, I set them on fire, each and every one. I saw Aiden getting attacked by 2 rouges and ran over to help him. I used my telekinesis and knocked the wolves off him and set them to fire. "No. Annabella, you're not supposed to be here," I heard my father yell, and my hybrid took over my body. "It's not Annabella, father. If they want to kill me, they will come to me instead of killing my family," Canistia hissed, and I laughed. I can't even hiss at my own father, and this is her father too. The fight was still going on, and I felt my power coming, and Canistia froze the enemies and burned them alive. She left one witch alive, though. She walked towards her and grabbed her neck. "Witch, why are you attacking my family?" she hissed. If isn't the almighty queen of all, well, you're going to die with your family. So be ready, because they're coming," the witch said, and Canistia laughed. "You dare attack me or my family, you must have a death wish," Canistia said. "No, but you do have a death wish," the witch said. "I'm not going to handle you. My human is going to handle you," Canistia said, and I felt the switch over. "I don't talk," I said, and snapped her neck and set her on fire. Now, if you all think this was a smart thing of keeping the attack from me, then it wasn't. You all could have died. Whoever is coming will have a rude awakening. I am the queen of all, and I expect to be told everything. Family, mate, or not, it doesn't matter when it comes to an attack. I will not have my family or packs out here fighting without me. Do you understand me? I said, but the command was all in it. Yes, queen, they said, and bowed. This is some nonsense. They must want to die. I mumbled to myself, walking away. I went inside the house and sat in the library. Niece, you need to calm down, baby girl. Your eyes are freaking blazing, I heard my Uncle Gale say, and I turned around and saw the family standing there. Annabella. What the hell did he say? I heard my grandmother hiss, and my eyes went over to her. Anna, I really don't want to put you to sleep. So calm the hell down. My father's feral side was about to come out, and I squinted my eyes at him, and he hissed loudly. Annabelle, you may be queen, but you are my daughter first. Do you understand me? My father's feral side said, hissing at me, and my eyes widened when I realized I messed up. Yes, father. Sorry, I said and stood up. Come. We need to have a meeting, he said, and I followed him into the conference room where the alphas and betas were. I walked over to Carlos and sat in his lap and nuzzled my face in his neck. I missed you, baby, he said and kissed my hair. I missed you too, I said and sat up. Our main priority is to protect Annabella. And being the queen's family, we are automatically targets. She may be queen, but family comes first, and she will not be treated as a queen when in war. My father's feral side said, and Canistia hissed at him, and I felt her coming through slowly, and she showed herself in my eyes because they were flickering. They're flickering between brilliant blue and hazel. You will respect Annabella because she just helped you. And you will treat us as in queen. Because we are one. She hissed, and my hands started burning. Baby, calm down, Carlos said in my ear, but Canistia wasn't listening. Calm down, mate. I heard Thaddeus growl through him. Now all of this nonsense you are talking is not caused for. You all will respect my queen. If not, then you have to deal with me. Am I understood? Thaddeus said, using his king command. Yes, king, they said and bowed. Well done. Meeting dismissed. Let's go, my queen, Thaddeus said. You have to control your anger, my sweet Bella. Do you want to burn them alive? You need to rest. You're drained from using your full powers, he said and looked in my eyes. Sleep, mi corazón. He commanded my body, and I fell asleep in his arms. Being put to sleep by a powerful warlock is not what you want. I sat up in the bed, rubbing my temples, hoping the aching feeling will go away. I went into the bathroom and did my usual hygiene routine and got dressed. I went back inside the bathroom and put my hair in a neat bun and walked out the room and downstairs. Good morning, niece, Uncle Gale said, and I looked at him and cocked my head. What is doing up this early? What are you doing up this early? I asked him as I sat at the island, and he chuckled. Can I not wake up early, niece? He questioned, raising an eyebrow, and I shrugged. She's right, Gale. What are you doing up this early? My dad asked, coming into the kitchen. Will you all stop questioning the boy, Leave him alone and sit down and wait for breakfast. My grandma said, appearing out of thin air, and it was kind of creepy. Grandmother, can you not appear out of thin air? That is just downright creepy. I said, looking at her. That's normal for her, Bella. My dad said, reading the newspaper, and I shrugged. Where's Carlos? I questioned, and Canistia perked up at that question. Where is our mate? He's blocking us right now. Shall we go find him? Canistia asked, and a sinister smile found its way on my face. Don't answer that question. I have some things to do. I will see you guys later, I said, getting up from the table and walking out the front door. Something seems off around here today. There's usually the whole pack playing outside and whatnot. I turned around and walked back into the house. Dad, did you confine everybody to their houses today? I yelled out as I walked into the kitchen. No, I didn't. Why, what's wrong? He asked, putting his fork down. Nobody is here. That's quite ironic how everybody was fighting yesterday, and today is just completely empty, I said, and I checked today's date and remembered. Never mind, I forgot that we were moving in the castle today, I said, and everybody laughed at me, shaking their heads. So when are we going to the castle? I asked my dad. Right now. So let's go, my dad said, and I walked outside to the car and got in. The ride to the castle was like an hour or two away. I had my sister and brothers in the car with me, and they were in the back, playing around and stuff. Guys, stop, you're moving too much, I turned around and said to them, and they rolled their eyes at me. Oh, come on, Anna, have some fun for once in a lifetime, Andres said, and I looked at him. I will later on when we get to the castle. We can have a pool party. I'm still a teenager, so yeah, that's what we will do, I said, and they nodded in agreement. I call the grill, Aiden yelled out, and I looked at him. Aiden, Daddy is going to cook, I said, and my dad looked at me. I don't think so, Bella. Let your brother cook. I need to handle some business, he said, and I nodded. So, what shall I put on the grill? Aiden asked us, and I shrugged. Hot dogs, hamburgers, ribs, and everything else, Andres said, and Aiden looked at him. Are you helping or something? Aiden asked Andres. No. But you're going to cook it, Andres said, and I shook my head at him. You guys are something else, I said, and leaned my head back against the seat and unblocking Carlos. Baby, you haven't been answering me all day, he said, and I laughed at that. Well, maybe you should have told me that you were going to the castle earlier, I said, matter of fact. I completely forgot today was moving day, baby, he said, chuckling. I did too. Anyway, we are throwing a pool party when I get there, so be ready, I said, and closed off my mind before he could protest. This is going to be a very long drive. Anna, wake up, we're at the castle, I heard Aiden say, and my eyelids fluttered open and I blinked rapidly before getting used to the brightness. I hopped out the SUV and stretched and headed inside the castle. I was pulled into a bear hug by 3 females. Annabella, it's been forever, honey, Chloe said, and I nodded as they let me go. Yeah, it has been forever, girls. That's why your best friend is throwing a pool party before getting down to serious business, I said, and the girls squealed and ran away, planning things, and started setting up. Well, if it isn't my little Luna. Alex, Carlos's beta said, and I looked at him. Well, if it isn't my huge beta, I said, and he nodded before putting his arm around my shoulders. So what's going on, Luna? Why are we having a pool party? He asked as we walked towards the backyard. Today is officially my last day as a teenager, so I decided to throw a pool party before tomorrow hits because I will officially become queen, I said, and he nodded as we walked out the door. Alex, what have I told you about being too close to my mate? Carlos said, taking me from Alex, and he raised his hands in surrender, and I laughed. I mean no harm, Alpha Carlos, Alex said, and bowed playfully, and I shook my head at him, smiling. Just because you're my best friend doesn't mean you get close to my mate, man. Well, perhaps you're the only one besides her father, brothers, and vampire protector that can get close to her. I'm trusting you with my mate, Alex. If she comes back harmed, I'm killing you, Carlos said, and his eyes began to flicker. Yes, Alpha King Carlos, Alex said, and I looked at him and shrugged. Anyway, I missed you, princess, Carlos said, and begins kissing all over my face, and I playfully pushed him away, and he snuck in a peck on my lips. Tomorrow we will officially be crowned king and queen. Shall we get this party started, baby? He said, and I nodded, and as if on cue, the music started to play. The party was in full swing mode, and I was lying on a lawn chair relaxing. I'm too tired, I have danced way too much, and I even got into the pool with the girls. Are you tired, my queen? I heard Vince ask me, and I looked at him. Yeah, I bluntly said, and he nodded and went off in vampire speed, About a few minutes later, he came back with Carlos. "Baby, let's get you to bed. You can't even last the whole party," Carlos said, picking me up bridal style and taking me inside the house. He went up a set upstairs and stopped at some double doors, opening them. He set me on the bed and took off my shirt and pants, putting his shirt on me, and I crawled into the covers and closed my eyes. "Good night, mi corazón," he said, kissing my forehead, and I mumbled a good night back and fell into a deep slumber. Today is the day I officially become queen. I'm a bit young for this, though, but my mate is 23, so I'm pretty sure we can handle it. Hell, I was practically born to be queen, but I don't want to overuse my power by using it on certain people when they piss me off. "Are you up, Annabella?" Alice yelled through the door, and I mumbled a, "Yeah," and got up out of bed. As soon as I stepped foot into the bathroom, Alice walked in along with Brittany, Chloe, and Victoria, and they had bright smiles on their faces. I proceeded with my morning routine and finished within 30 minutes. I walked out the bathroom in a towel as they requested. "Okay. So the ceremony starts at 1. We have about 2 hours to get you ready," Victoria said, and I rolled my eyes and put on the bra set that they laid out. I sat down in the chair they had in the room, and Brittany started doing my hair. About 45 minutes later, my hair was finished and Alice was applying makeup to my face. Finally finished getting pampered, Chloe helped me in this big dress, but it was gorgeous and helped me into the ballet flats. "Who's going to see my shoes under this dress anyway? So after the ceremony, or after you're crowned queen, you change your dress, so we will escort you to your room," Alice explained as they put finishing touches on me. I looked at their attire and didn't even realize they were ready to go. I looked into the wall-length mirror, and my God, did I look like a vintage princess, but I was beautiful. "It's time," Chloe said in a bored voice, and I laughed and proceeded to walk in front of the girls. I met Carlos at the top of the stairs and smiled brightly at him as he took in my appearance. "Hey, baby," he said, and kissed my cheek because Alice shouted not to mess up her masterpiece. "May I, my queen," he said, and I smiled brightly and nodded, putting my hand on top of his. "May we welcome Princess Annabella and her Prince Carlos," somebody announced, and we walked down the stairs and took our seats. We did the normal ceremony crowing thing, and I hardly paid attention to anything. For the moment of crowning, "Prince Carlos, please," steps forward, the person who I don't know said, and crowned Carlos. "Princess Annabella, please steps forward to receive your crowning," they said, and I was crowned, and I smiled brightly as I felt new power overcomes me. The crowning lasted for about 2 hours, even though I zoned throughout the ceremony, and I think my grandmother caught me, which means trouble. "I now pronounce Queen Annabella and King Carlos," the person said, and I smiled brightly and waved at everybody. The girls, just like they said, came and whisked me away to change my dress or whatever. After putting on the dress, which was yet a Cinderella dress but for the ball, as the girls said, they fixed the curls that have falling and wiped sweat off my face. I stood up and slid on my ballet flats once again. I looked in the mirror once again, and I looked like I was celebrating for a quinceañera. The dress was pretty, though. Big, white, and puffy, but it had a lot of beading, which I loved. I walked downstairs and was greeted at the stairs by Carlos. "The first dance for the king and queen," the person said, and we walked to the middle of the floor and started dancing. "You in this big dress, Annabella," Carlos said, smirking, and I looked up at him and chuckled. "That's the same thing I was thinking," I said to him, and he shook his head, looking around the room. Everybody decided to join in and started dancing with their mates and whatnot. "I love you, mate," Carlos said, looking deeply into my eyes. "I love you too," I said, and leaned up and pecked his lips. I looked over to where my brothers and father were standing in the corner, conversing. My sister wanted to dance with Carlos, so I let her and turned my attention towards my father and brothers, but Vince blocked my view, smiling brightly in my face. "My queen, may I have this dance?" he asked, bowing, and I nodded, and we began dancing. "Anna, you must be ready for the war that is coming for us. I know you're strong, but you will need all the energy you can get for this war. I know you will be a great queen," he said, and kissed my cheek. Walking away, I walked towards my brothers and father. "Why aren't you dancing?" Anna Jamie questioned. "My feet hurt and I'm tired of dancing." "I've been dancing nonstop," I said, and they nodded, understanding. "We have a lot of things to do tomorrow, guys. So be in the conference room no later than 11:30 inches the morning. I'm calling it a night. Good night, guys," I said, and proceeded to walk up the stairs when I was joined by Carlos. "You tired, baby girl?" he said, taking my hand and leading me up the stairs, and I nodded. We went into the room and he helped me out the dress and I put on my pajamas. I climbed into bed with Carlos and fell into a dreamless sleep. So it's been 2 weeks since we actually started being king and queen, and it's so freaking stressful. On top of all of that, Carlos has been asking to mate with me fully, and he must not understand that I am not even ready for that. He gets so angry when I tell him no, and it literally scares the hell out of me. Today we have a meeting with the betas and alphas of every pack in America. As I'm walking down the hallway, a man appeared in front of me out of nowhere, just checking me out. My force automatically went up, and I guess he felt it, and he still stepped through. "You are going to be mine, my sweet Bella," he said, and pecked my lips and eyes widened. "Who are you?" I asked shakily. "I am Malcolm, and you are very beautiful. I will make you mine," he said, grabbing my waist, and I scrambled back in vampire speed, and my fangs came out, and he chuckled, shaking his head. "Your reactions to harm me will not happen. You belong to me, and I get what I want," he yelled, and his eyes turned a brilliant blue, and Canistia backed the hell up and left me on my own. It's like she's scared of him, and after trying to connect with her, I gave up because she totally blocked me out. "I will be back to conquer you, my queen," he said, and disappeared in thin air. I stood there, shocked and freaking scared. "He's very dangerous, Annabella," Canistia said, and I scoffed because now she decides to help me. "Yes, I know that by the looks of it, Can," I said to her, and she blocked me out once again. "Annabella, come on. The meeting is about to start, and Carlos is really angry that you are not there," Chloe said, and I walked with her to the boardroom and took a seat on the right side of Carlos, and the meeting started. Supposedly, somebody decided to declare war on us and have been gathering rouge vampires and wolves. I mean, if they are coming towards us with war, then they better be well trained and prepared for a fight, because they are bound to get killed. The meeting finally ended and everybody left, and it was just Carlos and I in the room, and his nostrils flared and his eyes glowered, and he snapped his head towards me. I stood up and was about to walk out the room until he snatched me back by my arm. "Who have you been with, mate?" he asked, sniffing around my neck. "I haven't been with nobody," I said, clearly confused on where he is taking this to. "Don't lie to me, mate, I can smell a male on you," he said, and that's when I knew this was actually Carlos and Thaddeus talking to me, because one eye is gray and the other is bright green. "I wasn't with anybody," I said, and tried to take his hand off my arm, and then I realized who he might smell on me, that Malcolm man that trapped me in the hall. "Who the heck is Malcolm?" he yelled out, and my eyes widened. "Nobody," I stuttered, backing up. "You having intimacy with somebody else, Annabella?" he questioned, and I shook my head frantically. "Then who is Malcolm?" he asked, both eyes now glowing brightly, which mean this man is pissed. "I don't know who he is," I answered him. "Then why the heck do I smell him on you?" he questioned, coming closer to me. And I took a chance and walked towards the door, only to be slammed against the wall by my neck, and I gasped for air. "Don't turn away from me when I'm talking to you, mate," he said, squeezing my neck, and dropped me to the hard stone floor, making me wince in pain. I don't know who Malcolm is," I stammered, backing away from him, and he used his telekinesis to pick me up and threw me into another stone wall. "I'm telling the truth," I screamed out at him as I slammed into the stone wall, tumbling to the ground. "I'm going to ask you again, who the heck is Malcolm?" he questioned as I got up from the ground. I held my hands out in front of me, shaking my head. "I'm going to mate you right now," he said with a sinister smile on his face, and pushed me down to the ground and started tearing at my clothing, preparing to force intimacy. And I screamed out in fear and pain. "No, I'm not ready," I cried out, and he started taking off his pants, and I took that chance to scramble away from him and used my telekinesis to send him flying into a wall and put up my force. He got up, smirking evilly as he walked through my force, and backhand slapped me with so much force I flew backwards into a wall, and my back hit it. He came up to me and grabbed me by my neck, squeezing it, and slammed into the wall once again. "Vince," I gasped, and I saw the door open, and Vince's eyes widened, and he rushed over and threw Carlos off me as I coughed for air. He picked me up as my dad and brothers stood at the door, shocked at the situation. My vision started blurring, and then I heard people calling my name, and I blacked out. Where the heck am I? I got up from the plush king bed I was laying on and walked out the room to see a woman figure looking out into the moonlight. "Good evening, Annabella," she said as she turned around. "I'm Canistia, or Khan as you like to call me," she said, and I cocked my head looking at her. "Why am I here?" I asked her, walking towards her. "Your mate is not your real mate," she said, and my eyes widened at that. "What do you mean?" I asked, stammering. "Carlos is not your mate, Annabella." "Do you remember the man we ran into in the hallway?" she asked, and I remembered Malcolm and nodded. "Somebody has captured our mate, but he somehow escaped. That's not the real Carlos, because Thaddeus and Carlos would never force you into mating with them and abuse you like this imposter is. The man we ran into is the real Carlos, and he shall arrive when you have awakened. Trust me when I say when the real Carlos Thaddeus is angry, you don't want to be near them. Every person that walks near them burn alive. Now that your body has healed, wake up and meet your real mate. The fake one will still be there, but he is soon to be dead when you go back to the house. The mark on your neck is gone. She said and went back to the window, but looked back at me with her bright eyes smiling. Awaken, Annabella, she commanded. My body jerked and I blinked, my eyes rapidly as bright light blinded me. I felt somebody grab my hand and I looked to the side to see Carlos and I jerked my hand away. Baby girl, it's me. I'm the real Carlos, he said, reaching for my hand, and I looked at his eyes and they were piercing gray with green bluish specks in them. Look at what this imposter has done to my queen. I'm sorry, Bella, I couldn't protect you, but now I am, he said, kissing my hand. Why are you just now showing up? I asked him, and he looked up at me. I was captured, love. I escaped the day you saw me. The day you put up your protective shield and I walked through it, he said, moving some of my hair out of my eyes. Have that imposter hit you before? He asked, looking into my eyes. A few days after I met him, I met up with my vampire protector, and I let him feed from me, and he got angry and slammed me against the wall, and he beat me, and I didn't know why. He just kept on hitting me, and he'll get angry when I tell him I don't want to mate with him, I explained, and his eyes started flickering from gray to green bluish eye color. I'll be back, love. Stay away from him, he said, and kissed my forehead and disappeared, and the door opened and in walked my brothers. Dad. And Vince. How are you feeling? Dad asked me, and I narrowed my eyes at him. Did you know he was an imposter? I asked him, and they all looked down. So all of you know, and nobody bothered to tell me, I said, and shook my head. Your real mate asked us not to, knowing you would go out looking for him. We kept quiet and let him work in the background. That day you came into the boardroom, we smelt his scent on you, which notified that he was here. Why do you think the imposter have been waiting to mate with you? He wants to take over, and he is power-hungry, baby girl, Dad said, and I nodded in understanding. We will leave so he could come in and see you, Vince said, and they all left, and in walked the imposter, smiling. How are you, baby? He asked, and I cringed at that and looked at him. Healed. What do you want? I asked him, and his eyes began to flicker. I want you to mate with me, he said, getting on the bed, and I got up and stood at the side of the bed. I'm not mating with you. How many times do I have to say it? I spat, narrowing my eyes, and his eyes flickered to the bright blue, and a sinister smile slowly made its way on his face. Come, mate, he commanded, and my legs began to move on their own, until I was in front of him, and he grabbed me by my arm. You're going to mate with us and do not disrespect us, he yelled in my face, and I flinched as my eyes widened, and I put my hand on his and burned him, and he let go, and I backed away from him as he regained his posture and came towards me and snatched me to him by my hair. I suggest you let my mate go, Carlos, my real mate said, and I looked towards him and I looked at the imposter, and he slowly turned back into his normal self. Come to me, Bella, Carlos commanded, and I walked over to him only to be grabbed by my arm. I looked at Carlos, and his eyes flickered to the green-bluish color, and he stalked towards us and snatched me away from the imposter and pushed me behind him. His power was radiating off him, and boy, was he powerful. They started fighting after a while, and Carlos slowly burned his body alive and turned towards me and hugged me into his chest. My mate, he purred, putting his nose in my hair. Are you okay? He asked, and I nodded and started feeling dizzy. His power was really getting to me, and I swayed, and he chuckled. That's my power, baby. Sleep, he commanded my body, and my body obeyed. Can you believe all that I've went through? I found out the man I was literally sleeping in the same bed with was an imposter not too long ago, and my real mate is such a loving and caring man. How in the hell did this kidnapping thing even happen? My real mate took his rightful spot as the Alpha King and met with the other alphas today. He doesn't want me involved with werewolves' worries, but with the vampire and witches' worries. This man is something else. Have he not known that my vampire kingdom is handle, and plus Vince is the vampire king well of his coven, but he's always helping me when I need him. As I rinse off my body, certain thoughts about my vampire kingdom clouded my mind. Maybe I should visit them today and let them be their vampire queen with Vince on my side. I got out of the shower, drying off my body and walking into the closet connected to the bathroom. I put on a laced bra set and searched the closet for an outfit. I finally stopped at some Levi's. A cream-colored long-sleeve shirt and a brownish leather jacket over. I grabbed my beige boots and put those on and topped everything off by putting my hair in a ponytail, curling it in a loose spiral. I walked out the room and downstairs to the kitchen. Everybody was in the alpha meeting. Well, my brothers and dad, including my mate, was in the meeting. I sat at the island eating pancakes until I felt a presence arrive, and I instantly knew it was Vince. "Hello, Anna. How's your day so far?" he asked, looking at my food in disgust, and I smiled at him. "It's just starting, Vince," I said, stuffing my face with pancakes. "I know not ladylike or queen-like, but pancakes are my favorite besides bacon. I want to go to the Vampire Kingdom today," I said, taking a sip of my orange juice, and Vince looked at me surprised. I don't think that's a great idea, Anna," he said suddenly, and I looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Why, I questioned, and he started stuttering instead of actually telling me why. I said why. I commanded more forcefully. "Some vampires are not keen on having you as a vampire queen." He quickly said, "Even though I'm a vampire king, they will still throw insults our way when we enter the kingdom." He added on, and I shrugged, not really caring if they don't like me or not. "They don't have to like me, but they will respect me as the vampire queen I am," I stated confidently, and Vince smiled widened as he looked at me in pride. "Shall we start our journey?" I said, standing up from my spot, and he stood up and frowned. "Maybe you should ask Carlos before we go," he said, frowning, and I narrowed my eyes at him. "He's busy and he will be okay, and plus he doesn't want me handling werewolf business, so I'm only handling vampires and witches," I said, and walked out the palace, getting into the SUV that sat waiting for us. Vince got in behind me and closed the door, sighing heavily, and I just looked over at him, glaring. "To the airport, Colton," Vince commanded. "Yes, King Vince," he said, bowing slightly, and drove away from the palace grounds. "Let me properly introduce you to your Queen Annabella," Vince said. "It's nice to finally meet you, Queen Annabella," Colton said, looking through the rearview mirror, and I smiled. "Call me Anna." I smiled and looked at Vince, who was looking out the window until he felt my gaze on him. "The Vampire Kingdom is hours away. We'll get there quicker with Colton here driving us to the airport and then boarding a private plane. Be careful, Anna, I don't want you to get hurt, and then Carlos will be having my head because you got hurt," he said, and I cocked my head to the side, noticing his stress. I turned around and looked out the window for the rest of the drive, and about 30 minutes later we arrived at the airport and boarded the plane. It took about 5 hours to get there by plane, and Vince said if we drove it would take about 8 hours. We got off the plane and got into the SUV waiting for us. "This is your palace," Vince said as we got out the SUV, and I nodded in response as Colton took guarding on my left side since Vince was on my right. As soon as we walked through the palace doors, whispering erupted, and I just shrugged and walked up to the throne and sat down as they kept saying ridiculous things about me. I mean, just look at her. She looks so childish, and I heard her mate doesn't even want her handling business in the werewolf kingdom, only the vampires and witches kingdom. As soon as that comment made it out of that particular person's mouth, anger coursed through my veins, and I abruptly raised from my spot, pretty sure that my eyes were glowering at everybody around the room. "Silence," I hissed throughout the room, and that ceased the comments and such nonsense. Some of the vampires didn't even make comments but looked at me proudly and smiled at me kindly. "You know nothing about me, so I suggest you stop making such comments about my appearances. You ought to be glad that I'm your vampire queen and not anybody else. You should. Nobody wants you as our queen. You shouldn't be in that spot." A female vampire hissed, an eye cutting me off, and I looked at her and smiled. Her body started to convulse before she busted into flames, and I turned looking around the room. "Anybody else has anything out of order to say? Please announce it so I can kill you too." I spat and was greeted with silence. "That's what I thought. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Annabella, Queen of Werewolves, Vampires, and Witches. You don't have to like me, but you will respect or be killed either way. I'm satisfied with both. Most of the time I will not be here, but Vampire King Vince will be by my side and helping me run the kingdom. All I ask for is your trust, and believe me when I say I will not allow anybody attack our kingdom or they will have a painful death. Now I must go back to the werewolf kingdom as my mate is getting restless," I said, and stepped off the throne as the crowd parted like the Red Sea, and we walked through and out the door and into the SUV. It took about an hour to get back to the airport because of the traffic, and when we got back to the palace I felt the power of my mate, and it was strong. I got out the SUV and walked into the palace only to be greeted by Carlos, my dad, and brothers. "Where have you been?" Carlos demanded, and I looked up at him as his power hit me full force and it was making me weak. I went to go to see about the Vampire Kingdom," I said weakly, and his eyes glowered. "Without me," he yelled, and I flinched. "You were in a meeting, plus I handle it," I said, and he closed his eyes for a minute and reopened them. "Next time, just tell me you're going somewhere. he said as his eyes glowed green, bluish, and my knees immediately gave out, which sent me tumbling to the ground, but he caught me and lifted me bridal style, smiling. My power is just too much for you to handle, baby. Sorry, I'll push it down around you, he said as he laid me on the bed, kissing my forehead, and I felt drunk off of his power. Carlos. I slurred, trying to sit up only to have the room turn in circles, and I heard his deep baritone chuckle. You're drunk off my power, baby. Go to sleep, he commanded, and my head came in contact with the pillow, and I tried fighting the command. I love you, I slurred, and I heard his chuckle before I obeyed his command and was out like a light. I really want to know why Carlos doesn't want me working with the wolves. After all, I am queen. He wouldn't be the alpha king if it wasn't for me. I climbed out of the bed and made a beeline straight to the bathroom, doing my morning routine. Once I finished, I went into the closet and put on some jeans and a beige sweater along with some beige Uggs. I walked out the room, throwing my hair up into a high ponytail, and walked downstairs to the kitchen where my grandmother was sitting. Good morning, Grandma, I said as I sat down at the island, and she smiled at me. I really want to know why Carlos doesn't want me working with him. It can't be because I'm a hybrid, because he is too, and a powerful one at that. He must be hiding something from me if he doesn't want me working with them. What's wrong, Annabella? Grandma asked, and I looked up at her. Is there something wrong with me working with the wolves? I asked her, and she frowned, already knowing where this is going. No, it is not. Your mate, however, thinks otherwise. What you need to do, granddaughter, is show him how strong you are. You've came from a powerful bloodline, and I'll be darned if I let some mutt tell my granddaughter what to do. You better handle it before I do, Annabella. I am not the one he wants to face. Now go on and handle your business. She sternly spoke, pointing towards his office, and I nodded and got up and walked towards his office. We need to find a way to keep Vamp. Carlos stopped talking as I burst into his office, and everybody turned towards me with a shocked look. Do you need something, Bella? He asked, looking at me expectantly like I was going to ask for help, and anger boiled inside of me as I felt my eyes flickering. Why do I have a feeling he's planning something for my vampire kingdom? Canistia hissed, and I agreed with her. Maybe he is. I spat out. Canistia growled as she took over half of my body. You need a way to keep vampires from where, we hissed as my body heated up. That's none of your business, Annabella. He spoke sternly, and I narrowed my eyes in his direction as the paperwork on his desk light up in flames. It is our business. I'm the queen. We spat, and the people he was having a meeting with left the room. And I am the king. He growled, and we hissed loudly. King. King. You wouldn't be king if it wasn't for me. You've taken advantage of the power. What the heck are you planning with my vampires and witches? We angrily spat, taking a step forward. Nothing. I wasn't planning nothing. I was actually wondering when you were going to grow some nerve and speak up to me. It's about time, because you were becoming a pushover, and as a queen, you shouldn't be a pushover, he said, chuckling. What do you mean, Carlos? I asked as Canistia backed off. When I said you couldn't handle the wolves, you said okay and left it at that. A queen should never just say okay and leave it at that. To be a queen, Annabella, you need to be strong and stern, but not too stern. He smiled, touching my cheeks lightly. What's going on with the wolf kingdom, Carlos? I don't have time for your games, I said angrily, and he smirked and he tipped my chin up and pecked my lips. Nothing major is going on, my love, no need to worry, he said, going back to his desk, and I stood in the same spot, confused as heck. He got me all riled up just to make me a strong queen, and I heard him sigh, and I looked up at him. Come here, baby, he said, and I walked over to him, and he pulled me down on his lap, tucking his head, my neck. I'm sorry, baby, but that was the only way to break your nicely ways, he said, and I nodded in understanding. We sat like that until my eyes started drooping lowly. I felt him get up and place me on the couch in his office, and then his door opened. Have you seen Anna? Aiden trailed off as he saw me lying on the couch half asleep. Do you want me to take her to the room? He asked, and I guess Carlos nodded, and he kissed my forehead and mumbled a small, I love you. I came in contact with a soft bed, and a small kiss was placed at my temple, and I fell into a deep sleep. Carlos. I yelled out into the forest, and I heard a scream and ran towards it. Help me, Anna, I heard Alice yell out. My older sister. I found her and Jamie sprawled out on the ground in a trail of blood, and I followed it and saw my dad. Brothers. And Carlos hanging from various trees on fire, and I let out a piercing scream. No. No. No, Daddy. Aiden. Andres. Andrew. Carlos. Don't leave, please don't leave. I sobbed and screamed out. Soon, Annabella. Soon, baby girl. Your precious little kingdom will be mine. A dark voice said as it came towards me. Matter of fact, I'll take it now. He said and threw fireballs at me, but I blocked them out with the shield and they started growing stronger and I couldn't hold anymore and the fireball hit me right in my chest and I gasped for air, screaming, "Wake up, Anna. It's not real. I'm not died, I'm right here." I heard Carlos say as he shook me and I rose up, gasping for air, sobbing. "You and Dad and my brothers and sisters?" I sobbed and he nodded his head, understanding. "I know, baby, it was a dream," he said, curling me into his chest, and I sobbed. "I'm going to put a protective shield over you and I want you to go to sleep," he said, and I nodded, sniffling, and he commanded me to go to sleep, which I did, and into a dreamless sleep. I'm still shaken up from the horrible dream last night. I rolled over to my right to see Carlos gone already. I sat up against the headboard, sighing and rubbing my temples. I'm scared and aggravated. I climbed out of bed, making a beeline to the bathroom to handle my business. As I was washing my face, I got a cramp in my side and groaned. "Why, Moon Goddess? It's that time of the month once again," I thought to myself as I looked at the calendar hanging up in the bathroom. I stripped out of my clothes and got into the shower, letting the hot water put my body at ease. I slowly began bathing as I thought about the dream. Is somebody planning on coming after me? I rinsed off and turned the shower off, getting out, wrapping a towel around my body. As I secured the towel around my body, I wiped the mist off the mirror and stared into it. My eyes, they were gray with a purple-bluish ring around it. They have never been this color. I walked into the closet and dried my body off, putting on a pair of matching undergarments, and grabbed a pair of dark blue jeans with a cream-colored sweater, throwing that on and putting some Uggs on. I walked back into the bathroom and pulled my hair up in a high ponytail as I gazed at my eyes again. I feel Canistia practically on panic mode. "What's wrong, Canistia?" I asked her as I walked into the bedroom, sitting on the bed. "Go to mate," she commanded, and shut me out. I got up and walked out the room, not really sure what Canistia wanted me to do once I got in front of Carlos. I walked downstairs towards Carlos's office, bidding good mornings to everybody, and entered his office to see him pacing a hole through the floor. He sniffed and lifted his head and looked up at me, and his eyes were glowing greenish-blue with a gold ring around them. I looked around the office to see his beta and third-in-command sitting in the chairs with their hands in their hands. "What's going on?" I questioned as Carlos stalked towards me, wrapping me up in his embrace. "There's a storm coming." He growled into my neck and I stiffened. "A war with whom?" Who, I asked as I got out of his embrace. "An enemy of mine. He doesn't know what he's up against, threatening to take my queen away from me. I will rip him to shreds and burn the rest." He growled and it shook the room. "Nobody is going to take me, Carlos. We must be prepared to fight, though. Training starts tomorrow morning at the break of dawn." I spoke strongly and Carlos looked at me with pride. Spoken like a true queen. He said and put his head in the crook of my neck and began licking where his mark will go. I felt his canines go over it and I heard the door slam shut, and I looked up at Carlos to see his eyes gold, and he bit down on my neck and I let out a piercing scream. Once he finished, he licked over it and looked at me, and his eyes turned back to their original color. "I'm sorry, baby." "Don't cry, please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, baby," he said as I welled up with tears from the pain of the bite. I don't want to lose you. I love you. I can't lose you. I never meant to hurt you," he said, and I cocked my head, wincing as I felt the pain, and he looked worried and immediately placed his hand over the mark. "I know, Carlos. It's okay, I guess. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. It was just sudden, and it hurt like heck when you bit down so hard and you did it even harder," I said, and he smiled and pecked my lips. We walked out the office, hand in hand, swinging them back and forward. "Do you want kids, Bambina?" he asked with a smile, and I looked up at him. "Yeah. I want kids, got Minette. I want 2 boys so they could protect their little sister," I said, and his smile widened. "Me too. Our daughter isn't allowed to be in a relationship, not even with her mate, until she's 21, he sternly said, and I chuckled and shook my head. "She will have brothers who will protect and love her unconditionally," I said as we walked into the ballroom where the pack was waiting for us. "All right, guys. There's a war coming. We don't know when it's going to be here, but it's coming, and training will start tomorrow," I said, and everybody sighed happily, and I smiled. "At the break of dawn." As that came out of my mouth, they groaned and Carlos silenced them. "As my mate and your queen said, training will begin at the break of dawn," he commanded. "Yes, Alpha King and Queen," they said like robots, and I rolled my eyes at that. What about the vampire and witch kingdom? Somebody yelled out. We are going over there tomorrow to let them know what's coming for us, I stated, and everybody went back to doing what they were doing before, and Carlos looked at me shocked. Baby, are you serious? He questioned, and I nodded my head. You better be ready or I'm leaving, I said, walking away. Man, this is going to be a crazy and eventful war. Let's only hope for the best. I woke up looking at the ceiling, thinking about meeting the Witch Kingdom. Since I never met them, and I don't have someone like Vince who people know in the Witch Kingdom, I am completely lost. I get up to take a shower and start packing my bags for the trip. We will be leaving at 12 and it's 9 now, and we will be on the trip for a week. After I am done packing, I headed to the kitchen and found Carlos making a sandwich. Hey, are you ready to go? I said, hugging him from behind. Oh, sweetheart, I can't go with you, I have to train. Thaddeus told me last night that my powers are coming sooner because of the war, Carlos said, looking down. Oh, okay. I thought you already had your powers, but I guess I will go alone, I said, walking to the stove. Wait, Anna. I do have my warlock powers, but not all of it. You also don't have to go alone. You can go with your brothers. Maybe they will find their mates at the other kingdoms, Carlos said, pulling me toward him. What do you guys want us to do? Andrew said, coming in with Aiden, Andres, and Dad. Carlos can't come with me to the Witch Kingdom, and I don't want to go there alone. I was wondering if you guests would come with me, I said, getting apple juice from the fridge. Don't we have to train the werewolves and bring the vampires over? Andres said, sitting at the counter. No. Alex and Vince are going to train the werewolves and vampires, Carlos said. Wait. They are going to train together, and how are you going to get the vampires over here? Dad said, looking at me strange. Everyone was looking concerned because vampires and werewolves don't really get along well. That's why I am going there first, and they will have to go anyway because I am ordering them. I am making a new law to unite them together, I said, taking a sip of my apple juice. You know that the treaty is for werewolves and vampires to be separate, right? Aiden said, making my brothers laugh. Yay. That is why I am breaking it. Now go get ready so we can leave, I said, walking away. I walk around saying hi to everyone before they continue with their day. I sat down with some of the kids that were training this morning, and we talked about how training was going. I am letting everyone age 12 and up train because I want at least everyone to be protected. Most of the kids are complaining about waking up early, but they still look happy to be training. I look at my phone and look at the time, deciding to call Vince. Hello, Vince said. Hey. I wanted to tell you that we are about to leave in 10 and to prepare for us to arrive, I said, walking to my room. I see Carlos laying on the bed with no shirt on, looking at some papers. I looked all over his body, and I had to think to myself about how I was so lucky. Hello, Vince, yelled in the phone, making me wince, and Carlos look up from his work. Sorry. I got distracted. Repeat what you just said, I said, looking away from Carlos, who was giving me a cocky smirk. I was saying that all of the preparations were complete, and if you needed anything else, Vince said. Yay. I need you to tell everyone to pack up their belongings and get ready to move. Also, tell them not to bring anything big, just the necessary things, and I will get their other valuables later, I said. Are you going to tell me what is going on? So I can be mentally prepared, Vince asked. Yay. I am having the werewolves and vampires train together, and after I talk to the witches, they will be joining also, I said calmly. But Vince started until I interrupted him because I am tired of everyone tell me that the plan wouldn't work. They will be training together. Bye, I said, hanging up. It's 12 now and I am waiting for everyone to get out here. Carlos walks over carrying a little black box. Turn around, Carlos said. I look at him, then the box, and turn around. He takes whatever it is in the box and put it around my neck. I look down and see a silver wolf with little rubies for eyes. It was beautiful. I turned around and kissed Carlos with all I had. I was so lucky to have him as a mate. Thank you. I love it, I said, looking into his beautiful eyes. I got the same one, except it is black with sapphire eyes. I got it so we would remember each other, he said, pulling out his necklace. You sound like you will never see me again, I said, pouting. It's just for when you miss me too much, just kiss the necklace to tell me, he said, kissing me. The kiss started to become a full-blown making-out session. Aren't we supposed to be leaving? Aiden said, rolling his eyes at us. Carlos growled lowly until I started kissing his neck. Aren't you guys supposed to be here at 12? It's 1230? I said, looking at them. Okay. Okay, let's just get going, shall we? Andres said, walking to his car with Aiden and Andrew. I nodded my head before kissing Carlos goodbye. I got in my car and started leading everyone to the airport. 5 hours later. We drove straight to the palace in record time. I got out of my car to see Vince waiting for me. I hear whispers all around Andres. Aiden and Andrew came out of their cars. How was the flight? Vince said, walking with me. It was fine. Did you get everyone ready? I said, walking to the door. Yay. But everyone is very confused. They are waiting in the throne room. Vince said, opening the door. Good. I will talk to them. I walked to the throne room and heard many people talking until I opened the door. Everyone did a quick bow while I walked to the throne. Before I got there, I heard a gasp from Andres and Aiden. Mate, they say at the same time. I turned around and noticed them walking towards two girls. One of them was about 5'6" with long red hair and red eyes. The other was 5'4" with black curly hair and red hair. I saw Andres walk up to the girl with red hair and Aiden to the other. What is your name, beautiful? They both say. I look at Andrew and notice that he looked a little sad. Catherine, said the girl with the red hair. Mortician, said the girl with the black hair. Aiden and Andrew say their names and you could see the girls shiver. Beautiful, they said. I cleared my throat and everyone looked at me. Well, congratulations for finding your mates, and I am happy for you to be a part of the family, I said, smiling at them. Aiden and Andrew each gave a toothy grin before looking back at their mates. So I have heard that many of you are confused about why you all are pack your things. I paused, noticing many people nodding their heads. There is a war coming and I would like all three kingdoms to train together to make a stronger force. Before you all protest. 1, you all don't have a choice, and 2nd, like we see before us now, some of you can find your mates by doing this. I just want my people to be safe and not so distant to each other. We will become a strong family so that no one will ever think of hurting us. Thank you, I said, walking off the throne. Most of the vampires looked at me with proud eyes and started following Vince's instructions. I walked over to my brothers. We will find your mate, I said, tapping Andrew's back. He gave me a smile and hugged me. I hugged him back until he let go. We are going to stay here and help our mates get settled in, Aiden and Andrew said, smiling. Of course. Be careful, I said, hugging each of them, including their mates. I said goodbye to Vince and Andrew and I started to head to the Witch Kingdom. When I reached the Witch Kingdom, everybody was looking at the SUV with curious eyes, but nonetheless felt the authority that was within the SUV. Once I reached the castle, I assembled the whole Witch Kingdom to meet there, including kids. Before the meeting began, I toured the castle and looked around at the past queens. I realized the past queen was my grandmother. When I got back to the throne, the room was filled with witches and warlocks. I went and sat at the throne and smiled nicely at everyone. Out of nowhere, a fireball was thrown towards me. The room seemed to move in slow motion as witches protected me, throwing up a force field. I smiled at them. They will protect their queen no matter what. Sorry, Your Majesty, just testing the kingdom to see if they will protect you from any and everything, a guard said. And I nodded. Hello, young witches and warlocks. I'm your new queen, Annabella. I am here today to discuss the war that has been called upon my kingdoms, I said, and there was suddenly an uproar. What war are you talking about, my queen? A warlock asked me. Stepping up. And I stood up. Of course you guys haven't heard of the war. The war has to do with the Wolf Kingdom. But since I'm queen of all, I want everybody to fight together because this war that's coming has all creatures fighting with them, I said, pacing slightly. Where will the training be held? A witch asked. And I smiled at her. The training will be held in the Vampire Kingdom along with the wolves, I said. They were about to interrupt me, but I held up my hand, silencing them. I am aware the wolves and vampires don't get along. I am also aware that some witches and warlocks detest wolves and vampires. But this is not about the hate you all hold towards each other. Put all hatred aside and train because we need the strength. Be ready to go by sunset, I commanded. Waving them off, I went off towards the office and sat in there and looked at all the paperwork. The paperwork listed the higher-ranked warlocks and witches who are some of the best fighters even without their power. So overall, there are about 36 fighters who are masters at killing with powers and about 20 that know how to fight with and without powers. When I'm finished with them, all 336 of my warlocks and witches will master fighting with and without powers. This is going to be an interesting war. I walked out of the office and headed out of the castle where the witches and warlocks were all waiting for me. "Excuse me, Queen," I heard a sweet voice asking me, pulling on my pants leg. I looked down and smiled at her. "Yes, sweetie," I said, squatting down to her height. "How are we getting there, Ms. Queen?" she asked, and I smiled and picked her up, placing her on my hip. "We are taking the portal. I know I took the plane and SUV, but it's quicker if we just take the portal," I said, and they all nodded. "You guys ready?" I asked, and they all nodded once again. "Pythonisam regnum portal ad vampiri apparere." Witch kingdom to vampire kingdom. Portal appear. We chanted. And the portal appeared. The doors opened. And we all walked through the portal and into the vampire kingdom. Once we were all through the doors, sealed, and disappeared. "All right, so you guys, I want my higher-ranked warrior warlocks and witches to follow me, and the rest of you guys are going to be escorted to your room by some of the Coven and Pack members. There's a meeting at 8:30 inches the morning. So be there and don't be late," I said. I motioned for the higher-rank warriors to follow me as we entered the castle. I showed them up to the warrior floor and let them pick out their rooms. After getting them situated, I then went out to the training field to see what was going on. "How was the trip?" Vince asked as he suddenly appeared next to me. "The trip was great. The witches and warlocks are very protective over me, though," I said. And Vince smiled and grabbed my hand as we walked onto the field and watched the training go on. As we watched the training, some of the warrior witches and warlocks came down and stood by my side and watched along. "Queen Annabella, may I suggest something?" a warlock asked me. And I looked over at him. "You may—" I trailed off because I clearly don't know his name. "Cameron. There should be guards at each of your entrances and surrounding the castle. Also, when having them train, they should be focused, not laughing at each other like it's a game," Cameron said sternly. I looked up at him and smiled. "I like you, Cameron. Will you guide the training along the side of my brothers?" I asked him. And he nodded, but still kept a stern face. "Queen Annabella, if you don't mind me asking, but where is your mate?" another warlock asked as we watched somebody get tackled with force. The person below them started shifting and went into a full-blown attack. "Halt. We will not be training in our wolf forms yet. In order to master fighting in both forms, you must learn in human form first. Shift back and do not shift until it is time to train in wolf form," I commanded, and the wolf shifted back and bowed. "Sorry, Queen Annabella," the pup, who was around 15, said, and I lifted him up by his arm. "It is okay. I understand that you got angry when the vampire attacked, but we are training, it is bound to happen," I spoke, smiling at him. He nodded and went back to training with the others. "For your question, my mate is in the wolf kingdom. He doesn't want to be around me when he gets his warlock powers fully," I explained. And they all nodded. "Are you trained yet, Queen Annabella?" Cameron asked me. And I shook my head slightly. "Not with my powers, but I've mastered fighting," I said, looking at him briefly, then at Vince, who was standing next to me quietly. "This is my vampire protector, Vince, and he will be training me along the side of my mate and dad," I said. And they nodded. I looked at the time, and it was going on 8:30 inches the evening. "All right, let's wrap this training up. We have a meeting in the morning at 8:30, and I expect every last one of you to be there on time. Go get some rest, but before you do, make sure you eat and shower. Good night," I said and walked off with Vince. He actually sits in my room at night and watches over me. "Are you tired, my queen?" he asked as we walked up the stairs, and I looked over at him as we reached my floor. "Yeah. I think I'm going to call it a night," I said, opening the door to the room and walking into it. I grabbed some pajamas and walked into the bathroom, taking a shower. After my shower, I put on my pajamas and brushed my teeth, then proceeded out the bathroom and into my room. I climbed into bed as Vince sat against the headboard watching television. I pulled the covers over my head and yawned a good night to Vince and fell into a deep sleep. I woke up staring at the ceiling this morning until Vince snapped me out of it and made me get up and put on some decent clothes. So here I am about to start the meeting with people that's half asleep. I stood up and walked to the middle of the stage and started pacing slightly. "I'm going to need you guys to wake up. After this meeting, you all can resume to what you were doing, which is probably sleeping. I know many of you don't like vampires. Warlocks," witches, and wolves, but as you can see, your queen doesn't care what species you don't like. I'm going to need you all to put your dislikes to the side and train like you want to actually protect your kingdoms. I know for a fact if you all don't suck this hateful behavior up, you're bound to deal with the wrath of Queen Annabella. Today we will be training as one at 3:30 inches the afternoon. That should be enough time to get some sleep, I said, stopping to let that sink in for them, and then continued. The top warriors of the witch and warlocks will be helping along the side of the top wolves and vampires. Witches and warlocks, I don't want any power to be used on my children, because if you try to kill my children, then I will kill you, Canistia said through me. She does not play about her vampires when it comes down to them. You all are dismissed, go and get some rest, I said. And they walked off and went their separate ways. Anna, have you contacted Carlos lately? Vince asked me as we walked to the kitchen. No, not yet. Is there something wrong? I asked Vince as I took out some fruit and began cutting them up. No, I just never saw you so restless after waking up. Are you sure you don't need to talk to him? Vince asked. And I nodded and continued to cut up the fruit with shaking hands. Vince grabbed the knife out of my hand and pushed me towards the stool, and I stumbled slightly. I sat on the stool and took a sip of orange juice because it was hot all of a sudden and the kitchen looked like it was spinning around. Before I knew it, I was falling to the ground, bringing the glass of orange juice with me. Anna, Vince yelled out as he tried to catch me. Anna, can you hear? He asked. And then everything suddenly started to fade and it went black. Mate is near, Canistia purred in my head. Wake up and let me see your beautiful eyes, mate. I heard Carlos's voice, and my eyes fluttered slightly. Isn't he supposed to receive his full powers not around me? I asked Canistia. He can keep them at bay for now, but we need him. He would still be receiving if you didn't faint, Anna, she said. And I huffed. I opened my eyes, blinking rapidly, and looked around the room to see Carlos looking at me with a stern look. Did you really forget you had to eat Annabella? He asked sternly. And I shrugged lightly and smiled sheepishly. Mate, you are to stay in bed, he said. And I frowned. Boo. Nope, I don't want to hear it. I will deal with the training and everything else. I need my mate to be healthy. I missed you, sweetheart, he said, kissing my cheeks. He laid in the bed with me, and I curled up against him. I missed you too, baby, I said, and took his hand, intertwining it with mine. He looked at them before kissing my hand and pulling me on top of him. Go to sleep, baby, he commanded, and my body obeyed and took me into a deep slumber. I woke up hearing people running around. I jumped out of bed thinking that we were getting attacked until I heard laughing. I followed to where the sound was coming from and walked into the kitchen. I saw some women cooking and laughing with each other. I was surprised that they were getting along because they were witches, werewolves, and vampires. Good afternoon, Your Majesty, one of the ladies said to me, when the others noticed I was there. They did a little bow. What are you guys doing? I said, walking up to the counter. Well, we asked King Carlos and King Vince if we can make a big dinner for Thanksgiving, and I thought it would be a good chance for everyone to get along. Another lady said, smiling. That is a great idea. So where do you want me to help at? I said, going to the sink and washing my hands. Everyone looked shocked that I offered to help cook. You don't have to help. I am sure that you are busy with training, one of the older ladies said to me with everyone else nodding. No, I would love to help, I said. After 4 long hours of cooking over the hot stove and talking to everyone in the kitchen, we were finally done. We set the table and put up decorations in the dining hall. I think we went a little bit overboard, but we had lots of fun. When we were done, everyone started running in and taking a seat. Carlos sat at the end of the table and I sat to the right of him. After we listened to everyone say what they were thankful for, we dug into the food. The ladies who helped in the kitchen and I were getting compliments for the food that we made. I felt really happy that I got to help everyone and that they were getting along. I felt like a real family. Anna, I want to introduce you to Raven and Crystal. Raven is one of our strongest vampire warriors, and Crystal is one of the strongest witches in the world. They will be training you, Carlos said with Vince, Raven, and Crystal behind him. What? I thought I was helping train the rest of the pack, I said, looking at him. No. Since I am training, I want you to train too. I want you to be prepared too, Carlos said. But No buts. You don't even know how to fully control your witch powers, and if you don't learn to, you aren't fighting in the war, and that's final. Carlos said, walking away. I am fighting in this war with or without your permission. I said, walking after him. He turned around and pulled me in his arms. I don't want to lose you. Okay. So please train. He said, okay. I said, kissing him. So when I found out I had to train with Crystal and Raven, I wasn't very ecstatic. I'm still not ecstatic, but I have to get over it for now. As I sat up against the headboard of the bed, the door flew open and in walked my siblings, and father and I smiled at them. Long time no see, little sister. Jamie said and kissed my forehead. It has not been that long, you're over-exaggerating. I said, rolling my eyes. Dad sat on the edge of the bed looking at me, and his eyes swirled into his feral eyes. Why do I have a feeling I'm in deep trouble? I looked at Aiden. Andrew. And Andres and their warlock was showing, and they all happened to be glaring at me. I smiled sheepishly at them, remembering the day I fainted, and that I did forget to take care of myself also. What have you been doing, daughter? Dad's feral side asked me. And I shrugged and went for the television remote, only to have it fly away from me and into Aiden's hands. You know what you've been doing, young queen, Aiden said, crossing his arms over my chest. And I casted my head down. You are Queen's second daughter. Exactly how many times do I have to tell you? Dad's feral side hissed out at me. And I cringed back. Canistia was cowering in the corner, knowing that their warlock and feral sides are very protective and dangerous over family. What is this I hear about my young sister fainting from lack of fatigue and stress? Andres questioned. And I looked at them all and rolled my eyes. All right, I was worried about everything else, and I haven't had time for myself to relax and settle down. On the day I fainted, Vince was there fixing me food, and I just fainted, but luckily I didn't hit the floor. I explained, but it seems as if it wasn't enough for them. You are no longer to do queen duties until your training is complete and you are healthy. Do you understand me, daughter? Dad hissed out at me. And I growled at him and earned a growl from my siblings. I am queen, you don't tell me what to do. I hissed out through clenched teeth. Did you hear what your dad said earlier? Alice questioned. And I narrowed my eyes at her. You are queen second and family is first. Taylor hissed out. And I shrugged. You do not tell me what to do. I growled loudly. And the lights started flickering. I felt Canistia coming forward as she tried to push through, and I'm pretty sure my eyes are flickering. Calm the hell down, mate. I heard Carlos, Thaddeus command. And Canistia hissed. Give me Anna back, Canistia. Thaddeus commanded. And I felt Canistia move back. I crossed my arms over my chest as anger still radiated from me. You all cannot tell me what to do. These are my kingdoms, and I will protect what's mine. I hissed, growled out at them. And Carlos smirked at me. I'm very aware that you will protect what's yours, but I'm protecting what's mine as of now. As your father said, you are no longer to do queen duties until your health is back into placement. Carlos sternly said. And I huffed and frowned. But nothing what we say goes, and your health is very important. I do not want any more phone calls or a million mind links saying that my mate has fainted. Do you understand, mate? Carlos growled out. And I nodded my head somewhat. Great, now get some rest. You will need it as you have to train tomorrow. He said and put his hand over my forehead and pushed me down into bed and kissed my lips gently. Sleep. He commanded, and I didn't fight it. I just fell right into a deep sleep. I groaned as I felt heaviness on my stomach and blinked open my eyes looking around the room. I looked towards the right side of the bed, and Carlos was curled up to me sleeping, crushing me into his body. I took my finger and poked him in his eye, and he didn't move. I did it again, only to have him grab my finger and hold it until he opened his eyes. You've finally opened your beautiful eyes for me, mate, he said, smiling. And I nodded. You were quite tired, baby. You've slept for 2 days and didn't even make a sound in your sleep, he said, bringing me closer to him if that's even possible. I have to pee, I said. And he let me go as I scurried off the bed and towards the bathroom, slamming the door shut. I felt relief after I peed and brushed my teeth and washed my face and proceeded to turn on the shower. I got into the shower and washed my hair and bathed my body. It was a much-needed shower, actually. I got out, wrapping a towel around me, and started blow-drying my hair. I went into the closet and put some black lace undergarments on and a pink jogging suit with socks. I walked out the closet and out the bathroom to see Carlos still sleeping. I climbed into bed with him, and he wound his arm around my waist, pulling me closer. He must have gotten up because he smelled like mint toothpaste. "I'm tired, mate," he said, nuzzling his face into my neck. "I missed you, baby," he said, bringing his face out of my neck and kissing my lips. After he pulled back, I licked his lips and he smiled at me before nuzzling his face into my neck again. "I missed you too, honey," I said, rubbing my fingers through his hair, and he sighed contently and started placing butterfly kisses down my neck. The door flew open and Carlos growled as he nuzzled his face into my neck once more. "Get out and leave my mate and me alone," Carlos growled out. I heard laughter and turned around to see Chloe and Victoria standing there. "Leave now," he commanded, and they scurried out the room, slamming the door behind them. He removed his head from my neck and nuzzled his head into my chest. Sometimes Carlos is a big baby, but he's my mate and I love him. I felt his breathing evening out, meaning he is asleep. I felt Vince before he walked through the balcony doors. "I'm glad to see you awakened, Anna," Vince said, smiling at me. And I smiled at him. "Vince, I've missed you," I said, and Carlos moved suddenly but kept lock onto my waist. Vince came over to my side of the bed and began to place a kiss on my lips, but Carlos growled, "Stay away from my mate, Vince. You are not allowed to kiss her anywhere else besides her forehead and cheeks," Carlos growled out. And I laughed and Vince kissed my cheeks. "I have to go check up on training. Relax with your mate and do not get out of bed today," Vince said and walked out the room. Carlos pulled me on top of him and held me close as he slept. I shook my head before placing a tenderly kiss on his lips and lay on his chest. Being stuck in the bed all day sucks. I'm not allowed to get out of bed unless it's to take a shower, use the bathroom, brush my teeth, and change my clothes. This literally sucks, and I'm about to break all the rules and go on a vampire speed run around the castle. "You disobey, mate, too much," Canistia commented. And I shrugged. "Who wants to be stuck in one room all week?" I asked back. And she didn't answer. I climbed out of bed and went into the closet and changed into a onesie. You know, the feet pajamas. Yep. I have like 10 different ones. I'm literally in love with those things. Once I put it on, I snuck out the door, quietly looking both ways, and then took off down the hallway. Let's see what to do. I really don't care about anybody catching me outside the room. I headed down to the indoor gym and went inside. It was pretty crowded in here today. Everybody stopped what they were doing and bowed and went back, but some looked at me out of curiosity. "Queen Annabella, you're not supposed to be outside of your room. I'm just stating the king's order," a guard said. And I shrugged and walked out the gym and headed outside to the training field. My brothers and father were out there training with Vince. And I smiled at them. Their eyes widened as they caught sight of me. "Annabella, what are you doing outside of your room?" Andres yelled over at me. And I shrugged. "I got bored," I exclaimed, throwing my hands up in the air. "You're not supposed to exit your room, Annabella. I thought we made that clear," Dad said. And I shrugged and turned around and walked back to the house. "I'm not staying in my room." "So screw your commanding," I yelled back at them. "Carlos gave you an order to stay in the room," Vince yelled out. And I stopped and turned back towards them. "I don't care what order Carlos gave me to do. That doesn't mean I'm going to do it. He can stick it up his rear." I yelled back and turned around only to be met with a hard chest. I stumbled back and looked up and saw my mate standing there, glaring down at me with a stern look. "Carlos can do what he questioned," crossing his arms. And I let out an uneasy chuckle, scratching the back of my neck. "I didn't say anything like that, honey," I said, smiling innocently at him. "I thought I told you to stay in the room," he said, grabbing my hand and walking towards the house. "I'm bored," I exclaimed as we entered the house. "Since you're so bored, you can sit in the office with me and watch me work all day," he said, dragging me towards his office. "No, I'm not sitting in there," I said, trying to get his grip off my hand. "It's that or either take your stubborn self back up to that room," he yelled, his voice booming on each stone wall. He turned around, facing me, and I looked at him. I shouldn't be worried about my mate trying to escape our bedroom because she's so mischievous. I can't even finish what I'm doing because I have guards' mind linking me about my mate being out of the room and going on a joy run around the castle. He angrily spoke, running his hands through his hair. Don't speak, Annabella. Go to the room and stay there. You're really starting to get on my nerves with your immature behavior. He spat out, not looking at me, and began walking in the direction of his office. Well, I'm sorry for being so immature and a burden to everybody. I spoke softly and turned around and ran out the castle. I went towards the woods in a blur to everybody. I climbed up a tree and sat there. I whimpered as I thought about the last words Carlos said to me. I looked down and saw 3 big black wolves sitting there looking up at me. Anna, can you climb down from the tree? Andres questioned. I don't want to annoy anybody with my immature behavior, I said quietly, casting my head down as I sat up against the tree. Who the hell told you that? Andrew asked. Carlos. He said I was immature and I'm getting on his nerves acting like this. I don't want to be a burden on anybody, so I'll just go away, I sadly stated as my wolf whimpered. Since Carlos said those words, Canistia has been in the corner and shocked. She was trying to figure out what triggered him to say those exact words to us. I looked down to find the 3 wolves gone, and I looked back up to see Dad sitting by me with a sad expression on his face. He opened his arms and I crawled into them, burying my face into his neck. Don't cry, Bella. I'm sure he didn't mean to say those exact words, Dad said. And I shrugged. Come on, let's go back to the house, he said. And I shook my head no, and he sighed before jumping down. I'll send some guards to guard you, Dad said. I sat on the tree watching the sunset, and then it was dark. I looked around the woods and could see the guards. He sent vampires, wolves, and warlocks to guard me. I began to climb down the tree only to lose my grip, and I went falling. I landed on the ground hard and winced some, and then the guards surrounded me and started helping me up. I'm fine, guys, I said, waving them off, and began to walk back to the house only to limp. I made it to the house and went towards Dad's room. I knocked before I entered, and he came out the bathroom and took in my state and shook his head. Go and shower, baby girl, he said. And I grabbed one of my onesies from his closet and some undergarments and went to shower. I took a 30-minute shower and got out, putting on my clothes. I walked into Dad's room and climbed into bed with him. Baby girl, why don't you go Andrew's room? I have to go handle something and I don't want you to be alone, he said. And I nodded and got out of bed, heading towards Andrew's room. I walked in and saw him lying on his bed watching television. He looked over at me and motioned for me to get into bed. Why are you limping, baby sis? He asked as he wrapped his arm around me, pulling me closer. I fell out the tree, I said softly before pulling the covers over us. Are you hurt? He asked. If you mean my heart, then yes, I feel like my heart is breaking into tiny pieces and Canistia is even in a corner whimpering all the time, I said sadly. I didn't mean that, little sister, he said as he switched off the television, and I shrugged. My leg hurt, I said quietly. We'll deal with it in the morning. Go to sleep, little sister, he said before flipping over on his stomach, bringing me with him. He wrapped an arm around my waist and fell asleep instantly. I, on the other hand, couldn't fall asleep because Carlos's words were hunting me, and I would whimper every time. I went to sleep with Carlos's words hunting me. I groaned before sitting up against the headboard, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. I looked around the room and realized I'm actually in Andrew's room. I look around the room for him, but don't see him. So he must be in the bathroom because I hear the shower running and I actually got to pee. I hastily climbed out of the bed and ran towards the bathroom door and knocked on it. Andrew, I really have to pee. Can I come in and pee, please? I softly asked, knowing he could hear me. Sure, sis, he said. And when I walked in, I shut my eyes tightly and I heard Andrew chuckling. Anna, how in the hell are you going to see the toilet if your eyes are closed? It's not like you can see me. Open your eyes, he said. And I opened my eyes to see an enclosure and went to go pee. I sighed in relief after I finished, and my stomach automatically begins cramping. This is the worst time for me to come on my period. I flushed the toilet and smiled sheepishly when Andrew glared at me. I brushed my teeth and walked out the bathroom and went into Andrew's closet and grabbed an onesie and some undergarments from my drawer which he wrote my name on. I walked out the closet to see Andrew walking in the room with a towel wrapped around his waist, but his eyes were on my leg, and I looked down and winced at the bruise. It doesn't hurt, I said quietly and passed by and went into the bathroom and hopped in the shower. I took a 30-minute shower with Andrew's body wash and washed my hair with his shampoo. I got out and dried off, then looked under his sink and got a tampon. After doing that, I put on my onesie and walked out the bathroom, throwing my dirty clothes in Andrew's hamper. I turned around to see Andres talking to Andrew, and he looked at me. "Your hair is wet, little sister. Come here and sit down," Andres said as he sat on the bed and opened his legs. I limped over to him, slightly wincing in pain, and sat down between his legs as he grabbed a brush and turned on the blow-dryer. He blow-dried my hair and then proceeded to put my hair in a French braid down my back. "Come on, Bella, we need to go get that leg checked out," Andrew said as he helped me to my feet and picked me up, settling me on his waist. I maneuvered my way on his back as he walked out of his room and down the stairs. He stopped at the kitchen and got me something to eat, and then made his way out of the house, taking me to the pack hospital. I requested one to be built. Once inside, the doctor rushed to me and I told him to get to his other patients before me. "All right, Queen Annabella, what's the problem?" the pack doctor Andre asked. "Just check the bruise on her leg," Andrew said, and the doctor took in my attire. I unzipped my onesie and pulled out my leg. Andre hissed at the sight of my leg and grabbed it gently. "What happened?" he asked. I lost my balance climbing down from the tree and fell," I said sheepishly. And he shook his head. "You really shouldn't even be walking on this leg. Let it heal, then you're good to go," Doc said. And I nodded. Andrew picked me up again and walked out the hospital, heading back to the castle. We walked in and spotted Dad and Carlos in a heated conversation, and Vince flashed by me suddenly. "Are you all right, Bella?" he asked. And I nodded, looking at him. "I'm fine," I whispered to Vince. Carlos sniffed the air and looked towards me with soft eyes, and I looked away. "Come here, Bella," Carlos said softly. And Andrew stiffened. "She can't walk on her leg and leave my sister alone, you bastard," Andrew hissed at Carlos. And he growled, "You can't tell me what to do with my mate." Carlos growled loudly as Andrew walked towards the stairs. "Give me my mate," he growled at Andrew. And Andrew hissed at him, and his eyes began to flicker. "I told you to leave my sister be. I will not ask another time. I don't care how powerful you are, you hurt my sister and I hurt you," he hissed as his feral side came out. "Just leave me alone, Carlos. I wasn't your mate when you basically called me a burden. So just please leave me alone," I said. And he huffed and went to grab me out of Andrew's arms, and Andrew started to electrocute him. "I told you to stay away from my sister. Stay away from my sister," Andrew hissed as his eyes turned red and flashed upstairs. "I want you to rest, little sister. I'm sorry. But sleep." Andrew's warlock side came out and commanded, and just like that I fell asleep. "Your brother's warlock was angry when he put you to sleep. So you've slept for a week," Canistia said. And I pursed my lips. "We needed this sleep," I said to her. "I feel stronger and very powerful." "What is this? Why do I feel so strong and powerful suddenly?" I asked Canistia. And she smiled. "We've come into our full-blown powers, plus we are now joined," she said. And I nodded briefly before looking at her attire. "You are beautiful," I told her. And it's true. She has captivating eyes that are green, almost gray. She wears a crown on her head and her attire matches it. Her bra is attached to her necklace and she had on a skirt. Her moves were very graceful. When she talked, her fangs showed and she moved like she was dancing. "You are too. You forget that we are one, Annabella," she said, walking towards me. She has an accent to her. My name sounds so foreign when she speaks. "Take control. Show them exactly how powerful we are. That mate of ours is bound to get hurt if I come forth. I do not appreciate how he talks to you, Annabella. Be strong and show him exactly who's in charge," she said. And I nodded as she circled around me. "Why am I so weak?" I asked myself. And Canistia lifted up my chin. "You are not weak. You tend to show your fear and you will have to keep a neutral look. Do not let anybody, and I mean anybody, frighten you. Do you understand me, Annabella?" she hissed out at me. "Yes, Canistia, I understand," I confidently answered. And she stepped back and smiled. "Good, now let's go show them what Anastia is really made of," she said. And I looked at her confused as she faded away, and I heard nothing but silence around me. I opened my eyes and blinked rapidly before sitting up and getting off the bed. I went towards the bathroom and got into the shower. After showering, I took out my toothbrush and began brushing my teeth. I straightened my now honey blonde hair with black and brown streaks in it. I looked at my eyes, and it's true what Canistia said. We are one now because my eyes are now a blue, mixed with her eye color, which is green, almost gray. I went into the closet and pulled on some skinny jeans, a cream sweater, and some dark brown high-heel boots. I walked out the closet and out the room. I headed downstairs and went into the kitchen and fixed me a tall glass of orange juice and walked through the house towards the board meeting room. I got many shocked looks and I looked back at them. I heard people talking inside the boardroom and opened it, and they all looked towards me. "You're awake, finally," Dad said. And I nodded as he came towards me and kissed my forehead. "Hello, Father," I spoke. And he looked at me briefly before smiling. "You've joined with Canistia," he stated. And I nodded before dragging my eyes over to where Carlos sat and looked around the table at my 4 brothers and 2 sisters and my vampire protector. I walked into the room and shut the door. I went to the head of the table, right across from Carlos. "What are you all discussing?" I said, leaning back in my chair and taking a sip of my orange juice. "Routines," Carlos answered dryly, and I looked at him as I took a sip of my orange juice. He observed me, letting his eyes run over my face. "Father, what are you all discussing?" I asked. And he looked at me. "We are discussing the war strategy and whether we want the witches to use their powers," he said. And I nodded. "Wait a minute. Why are they discussing whether my witches will use their powers or not?" "Carlos is being sneaky," Canistia hissed. And I felt my eyes blaze with anger. "Why are you all discussing whether my witches will use their powers or not? I've already made it clear that the witches and warlocks and vampires are run over by me," I stated coldly. And they looked taken back by my attitude. "My apologies, Queen, it's my—" Vince started. And I looked over to him. "Sit yourself down, Vince. This is not your fault, and I will not let you take fault. This is merely anybody's fault in here except for Carlos's others," I said calmly and took a sip of my drink once again. What Carlos spluttered out. "Why is it that you can think that you can take over my kingdoms?" I asked him. And he looked at me before smirking. "I am king, these are my kingdoms," he said, smirking. And I slammed the glass on the table and stood up. "You wouldn't be king if I wasn't a queen," I hissed out. And he narrowed his eyes at me. "I am your mate. I demand respect," he growled out. And I chuckled. "Screw your respect. I don't get respected by you." I smiled. And he growled loudly. "Carlos Preferity, don't." Vince started. "Shut up, Vince." Carlos growled out at Vince. And I hissed loudly. "Oh, you've done it now," Dad said. And in vampire speed, I had him up against the wall with my heel embedded in the wall beside his head. "I don't know who you thought you were, Carlos, but you don't talk to my child like that. Am I understood?" I hissed out. And his eyes widened. "I understand, beautiful mate," he said, smirking, and removed my leg and wrapped an arm around my waist. I removed his arm and glared at him. "You must have forgotten what you said to me, Carlos. Remember, I'm a burden," I said, cocking my head at him. And it dawned on him, and his eyes held regret and guilt. "I'm sorry, Princess, I was just angry," he said, and I pursed my lips. "Right, just angry," I said, and turned towards my family and grabbed my hand, and I shocked him. "Don't touch me until you can treat me like the queen I am," I said, and walked out the boarding room. Canistia was smirking and gave me my praises. Today is going to be an eventful day. I haven't really seen Carlos around the palace lately. But it's not like I care. I have more important things to take care of, and plus I need to train using my full powers. I finally get to see what my powers really do today. I just hope I don't hurt anybody well except for Carlos. I feel this anger towards him and I just want to hurt him badly. "Come, Queen, your trainers are ready for you," Vince said. And we walked down to the training facility. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." Crystal and Raven greeted me. "Good afternoon," I said as I looked around the room. The room was surrounded with guards, and there were 2 guards in particular that I recognized. "Cameron and Leo," I called out, and they turned towards me and I motioned for them to walk over. "Yes, my queen," they answered. "How are you guys?" I asked them. And they relaxed a little but still kept their stance. "I'm great, Your Majesty," Leo answered, and Cameron just nodded. "Great, well, I want you guys to help me train also," I said. And they nodded, and Cameron smiled slightly. "Cameron, ease up," I said. And he chuckled slightly before Vince told me I need to begin training. All right, Queen Annabella. Show me what you got, Raven said, getting into a defense stance. I went straight into combat mode. Fighting comes natural to me, but I've never really fought a vampire before. This should be interesting. I stood there with my hands behind my back as she swung numerous times at me, and I moved out of her way. I think she was getting mad because her moves were becoming more aggressive as she tried to grab me. I wasn't even playing anymore when she grabbed my hair to drag me down. I flipped over her and grabbed her by her neck. She began to struggle to breathe, and I was going to let her. This is training, not a fight. Put her down, Anna. I heard Aiden speak from the entrance. And I dropped her as she scrambled away from me. You should have never tempted her like that, Raven, Aiden said to Raven as he helped her up. Crystal was about to step up, but Cameron stepped up and smiled brightly at me. Show me what you got, Queen. Unleash the powers, he said. And I did that exactly. I threw a circle full of fire around us, and Cameron started charging at me with his blue flame. I threw up a wall of water and the balls vanished. Cameron put out the fire around us and the room began to darken. I then realized he's trying to paralyze me with his powers. I threw my shield up and the vapor came straight into the shield. I smirked and used my vampire speed and electrocuted him, which sent him into pain. All right, Vince said, and I stopped and helped Cameron up. He glared at me and I laughed. He flicked water in my face, which stopped my laughter. And I glared at him. Just then, Carlos entered the room and stood in the corner. All right, let's see if you can use your striking powers, Vince said. And the roof opened up to a sunny sky. I looked up to the sky and watched as it darkened with storm clouds and loud thunder. I struck the lightning right in the middle of the floor and used my hands to create a twister. All right, you can stop now, he said. And I did. Your training is over for today, he said. And I saw Carlos move closer to us. He put his hand on my back, which caused me to electrocute him. God damn it, Anna, he groaned, falling to his knees. Don't touch me, I said and removed my hand. I looked around to see everybody gone. I'm sorry, baby. I really am. I miss you. I treated you like dirt and I deserve everything you're throwing at me. I just don't know what's going on. One day my temper is fine and the next my temper is completely blown. I'm so sorry, baby, he said, looking up at me. And I grimaced as my eyes softened, and then I covered up my expression. His eyes gazed over and then turned gold. My Bella, do you understand the human? Thaddeus asked me. And I shrugged. I don't know what he wants me to do. I am sick and tired of being disrespected by him, and then he begs for forgiveness. I spat, crossing my arms over my chest. This is my fault, Bella. I should have warned you that he was coming into his full powers and it would make him like this. I apologize for my human's actions, Bella. I miss my beautiful Annabella sleeping with me at night. We will be leaving tonight because he cannot be around you coming into his powers fully. Carlos is bound to hurt you, Thaddeus said, rubbing his hand down my cheek before cupping my face. And I averted my eyes to the ground. Look at me, beautiful, Thaddeus said. And I looked up and he smiled. Ma belle compagne, he said, and pecked my lips gently. What did you say? I asked him. My beautiful companion, he said and grabbed my hand, intertwining our fingers, pulling me closer to him. I will miss you each and every day, sweetheart. Be careful with your training and do not hurt yourself, Bella, he said. And I smiled. Will you talk with Carlos now? He asked. And I nodded, and his eyes turned back to the piercing gray blue. Hey, baby, Carlos mumbled and looked down at our hands. I'm sorry. He apologized once again. It's okay, honey, I said, wrapping my arm around his waist. He wrapped his arms around me and rested his chin on top of my head. I really do love you, Anna. I just want you to know that, he said, and I nodded as I rested my head against his chest. He pulled back and cupped my face in his hands. I'm going to miss you, baby. I will be back soon. Be safe for me and stay around your father and brothers and Vince. I guess, he said, grimacing at Vince's name. He grabbed my hand, and we walked out of the training room together and headed to the front door. He grabbed his suitcase and gave my hand a squeeze and walked out the door and put the suitcase in the trunk. Carlos looked at me briefly from inside of the truck and got out and jogged towards me, bringing me into a hug and kissed my head. God, I'm going to miss you, baby, he said, backing away from the hug. He swooped down and captured my lips in a heated kiss. I love you, baby girl. He mumbled against my lips, giving me one last peck. I love you too, Carlos, I said and hugged him before he got into the SUV. I waved at him. Bye, honey, I shouted, and he smiled and waved and drove off. I went back into the house and closed the door. I went up to the room to see a note attached to the bathroom mirror. Be ready to have my hybrids when I get back. I love you, baby girl. Be safe and make sure you eat, baby. Love, Carlos. P. R.S. Let me come back to the palace and I smell an unknown male vampire. Wolf. Or warlock on you. I'm burning their bodies up. Rest, my sweet Bella, and I love you also, beautiful. Thaddeus. They are freaking fools. I smiled as I put the note to the side and stripped out of my clothes, getting into the shower. I took a 30-minute hot shower and got out, wrapping my towel around me. I pulled on some undergarments after drying off in a large t-shirt. I climbed into bed and tossed and turned for half of the night until I finally decided to just go to Andrew's room. I opened the door and tiptoed inside and poked him, and he groaned. What is it? He asked sleepily. Can I sleep in here? I asked, and he opened his arms. I lifted up the covers and crawled into my lovely brother's arms and fell into a deep sleep. So, it's only been about a week since Carlos left, and I'm currently training, but I'm getting stronger every day. During the week, Vince kind of beat me in a fight because I kept beating up my trainers, and Vince got tired of it. Well, at least I got some hits in on him. I even used my powers when he told me not to. I don't listen well, and he should have known that. All right, your training is done for today and tomorrow. Take a break, you're getting really strong at what you do. Go and hang with your family tomorrow, Vince said. And I nodded and picked up my water bottle and gulped down some water. I walked out of the training room and headed upstairs to my room. I stripped out of my clothes and hopped in the shower, standing under the hot water. I like the feeling of it. I ran my hands through my now wet hair, making sure it's all wet. I grabbed my shampoo and started washing my hair. After my shower, I put on some pajamas because it was time for me to sleep. I'm exhausted, and it's hard to believe that I'm going to sleep at 9:30 at night. Since Carlos left, I haven't been sleeping in my room, but tonight I am. I crawled into my bed and climbed under the covers and went to sleep. Today is family day. Why am I so excited? I haven't seen my brothers, sisters, uncles, grandmother, cousins, and dad in a week. It's time for me to see my family. I hopped out of bed and lazily made it and ran into the restroom and did my morning routine. I walked into the closet and stripped out of my pajamas and pulled on some light blue skinny jeans and a black V-neck with some black Uggs. I put my hair in a fishtail and ran out of the room. I'm so excited. I ran downstairs to the kitchen where I heard the chatter of my family. Family, the queen has arrived, bow down, peasants, I shouted as I slid to a stop in the kitchen. All right, family, I was just playing, I said. And they all looked at me in shock. Well, at least say you've missed my presence, I said. Pooting. I heard my dad enter the kitchen, and I turned around and jumped on him. All right, Anna, I missed you too, Dad said, patting my head. Awi, Dad, I missed you more, I said, kissing his cheek. He sat down in a chair with me still attached to him. Come on, family, give me some love. Grandmother, do not neglect me over here, I said as she entered the kitchen. She came over and smacked me upside the head, telling me to get off of my father because it's not ladylike. Who cares if it isn't ladylike, grandmother? That's my pops right there, I said, palming Dad's forehead. He hissed at me and I jerked back. My bad, Pops, no need to hiss at your daughter, I said, and bent down to his level and got closer to his eyes to see his ferrule coming forth slightly. No need for you, come forth, father. Stay where you are, your lovely daughter has everything under control, I said and patted his head. He grabbed my hand and his eyes swirled and his ferrule came forth. Annabella, darling, calm yourself and act like a lady, he said. And I pooted. He rolled his eyes and went back into hiding. So what are we doing today? I asked as I plopped down on Aiden's lap and ate off his plate. I could have sworn I heard a hiss come from my right. I looked towards his mate and cocked my head and looked at Aiden, who wasn't even paying attention to me but the newspaper. Oh, come on, big brother, you have your little sister sitting here wanting to spend time with her family, I said, and he pulled the newspaper down slightly. You picked the wrong day to have a family day, Annabella. We are busy today, all of us, Dad said. And I got up off of Aiden's lap and pursed my lips. Oh, I didn't know that, I said. pressing my lips into a straight line. Just come and get me when you guys finish, I guess," I said, and walked out of the kitchen and headed to the indoor garden where we had a fountain. I sat at the edge of the fountain and twirled my fingers around, making the water move. The sky turned a dark grayish as I looked up at the sky. All I wanted to do was hang out with my family. What am I going to do now? I got up and walked out of the garden and went upstairs to the music room and sat in the armchair by the guitar and grabbed the guitar. It's been years since I've played the guitar. I wonder if I still have my skills. I began playing Ed Sheeran. "When the sins of my father weigh down in my soul, and the pain of my mother will not let me go. Well, I know there can come fire from the sky to refine the purest of Cains. Even though I know this fire brings me pain, even so and just the same, make it rain. Make it rain down. Lord, make it rain. Oh, make it rain. Make it rain. Make it rain down. Lord, make it rain. Make it rain." I sang Ed Sheeran's "Make It Rain." As I finished the song, I looked out the window as I strummed the guitar, and it was actually raining hard. I began playing yet another one of Ed Sheeran's songs. I happen to love Ed Sheeran. I began playing. I see fire but not singing it, just the instrumental. I found myself rocking to the instrumental as somebody began to sing to it softly. I then realized it was Canistia because she was humming along with the other song. How could she not love Ed Sheeran? I basically listened to his music every day. Well, no family day for me. Guess I'll just relax for the rest of the day. What the hell? Why does it sound like chaos around the castle? I felt Canistia rise as I climbed out of bed and slipped on some Toms. I opened the bedroom door and walked out the room. Just as I thought, the halls are deserted. "Attack," Canistia hissed, and I felt her take over half of my body. I flew down the stairs in vampire speed and rushed outside, where I saw my kingdom fighting. Children are running around everywhere. I rushed towards a rogue just as it was about to attack a child and snapped its neck. "Stop," we commanded. And the fight froze. "How dare they attack my kingdom?" Canistia hissed loudly. And the fighting started again, but the rogues were withering and screaming on the ground. "You rogues dare attack my kingdom. Harm my children. I will harm you," she hissed as their bodies went up in flames, and everybody turned around and looked towards us. "Go back to your houses," she commanded, and everybody left as we looked at the damage that surrounded us. She gave me back control of my body, and I narrowed my eyes at my family and Vince and turned around and headed back into the house. I am heated. How dare they keep something like this from me? They were outnumbered no matter how much power we have. Canistia was also boiling. She was pacing around, hissing every second. "You could have gotten hurt, Annabella," Dad exclaimed. And I turned around and glared at him. "Hurt!" I roared. "No. My kingdom was getting attacked and nobody bothered to come and get me. This is my kingdom, Father, and if I wasn't there in time, my children, including my family, would have been dead." I spat angrily and glass vases started to shatter. "Calm down, Annabella," Vince said, and my nostrils flared. "Calm down myself. Vince, you know well you guys were outnumbered and yet you all still went out and fought without me. What about the kids that were screaming, running around? You all didn't even get them to safety. Forget those rogues. I don't care about them. I care about my kingdom that's almost been torn apart because of a poor decision you all decided on." I yelled out and windows started to shatter. Guys, she's not calming down any sooner and her eyes are flickering," Andres whispered. "Somebody needs to control this crazy woman." I heard a female speak. I looked over to see Andres and Aiden's mates snickering. I narrowed my eyes and sniffed the air. They smell of other males. Andres and Aiden stood in front of their mates, and I pushed them aside with my strength and stood in front of them. "You girls been cheating on my brothers, your mates," I hissed out, and their eyes widened before putting on a blank face. "Whatever, honey. Go sit down and calm yourself before you kill all of us," Aiden's mate said, and I looked at her, cocking my head. I felt Canistia rise and I smirked. "Killing, you said. You two will be dead, right about now." I hissed and snapped their necks just by a look. Aiden and Andres growled at me. "You ought to be thanking me instead of growling at me." I hissed at them, and they grunted before looking down. "Sorry, Queen Annabella," they said in a robotic voice. And my eyes softened. I swear my heart broke hearing them call me that. I'm commanding my own flesh and blood. Canistia backed down and went to go rest. You need rest, Annabella, she said. Don't let the guilt get to you. She quietly spoke and blocked me. The guilt has already got to me, and I turned around, not wanting to look at them, and headed upstairs to my room. Once in my room, I made a beeline to the bathroom and took a shower. After showering, I put on some pajamas and climbed into the middle of the bed and curled into a ball underneath the covers and sobbed. What have I done to my family? I'm such a horrible person. You're not a horrible person, Annabella. You were angry that those women cheated on your brothers, and not to mention the unannounced war that just happened. Rest, Annabella, you're drained, she said. I need rest, she said. I cried myself to sleep as guilt seeped through me. I haven't really been outside of my room since the pop-up war happened. I don't know why I feel so guilty. But I do. I feel as if I controlled my own family with my queen command. Canistia told me not to take it so hard. She's even taking it hard. The room is pitch black. I have the dark curtains covering the windows. The balcony door flew open and in walked Vince. Get up, Annabella, he spoke, taking the remote and opening the curtains. I don't want to go down there, I said, pulling the duvet over my head. And it was yanked down in one pull. You're the Queen, Annabella. You are supposed to command us. Get over your guilt and get up. He spat. And my eyes began to tear up just thinking about commanding my family. What if they don't like me? I asked as my voice quivered. I can't deal with you right now. You're so... He stopped once he saw the tears streaking my face. Please stop crying, Anna. He pleaded and sighed once he noticed I wasn't going to stop. I heard the door open and close, and I was in silence with tears running down my face. Where's my mate? I miss my mate. I sobbed, curling up into a ball in the middle of the bed. A pang of pain went through my chest and I clutched my heart. I heard the bedroom door open and the bed dip down. Sleep, Bella. I heard my father speak as he blew his breath over me. I don't even remember what happened next. I was clutching my chest 1 minute and now I'm in a deep sleep the next. Mate, Canistia whispered as she paced around. Just thinking about Carlos had me whimpering and weeping all over again. I felt an arm tighten around me as I moved around. What's wrong, princess? Why are you crying? I heard Carlos's husky voice behind me. Carlos, I whispered as his arm loosened around me and I turned around. Why are you so sad, princess? You've been crying a lot. Do you miss me? He asked, wiping my tears. And I nodded. He kissed my forehead. I will be back soon, princess, he said. And he started to disappear in thin air. No, Carlos, don't leave me, I screamed out. And I looked around the room and he was gone. I woke up from the dream and sat up against the headboard. I rubbed my eyes and got up out of bed. I walked into the bathroom and switched on the shower. Stripping out of my clothes, I got underneath the hot water and began showering. I washed my hair first and then bathed. After showering, I got out and wrapped a towel around my body and brushed my teeth. After brushing my teeth, I went into the closet and grabbed some undergarments and put those on along with a pink jogging suit. I went back into the bathroom and blow-dried my hair and put it in a fishtail down my back. I walked out of the room slowly and proceeded to go downstairs. I'm very hungry. I haven't eaten since. When was the last time I ate? I walked into the deserted kitchen and began making a fruit bowl. After cutting up all of my fruit, I sat at the island and slowly popped them in my mouth. I looked around the kitchen and remembered how everybody usually used to be in here at this time. But nobody is in here. I was so caught up in thoughts that I didn't hear anybody enter the kitchen. You're finally out of your room, Bella, Jamie said as he walked over to the island and began eating my fruit, and I frowned at him. Don't feel guilty, baby girl. Nobody is mad at you for commanding your brothers, he said and kissed me on the cheek. Morning, sis, Aiden greeted, coming into the kitchen, and I casted my head down. Come on, Anna, greet your big brother, he said, and I looked up at him slightly. Good morning, Aiden, I mumbled. Somebody tugged on my braid. Morning, precious. Andres and Andrew greeted, and I looked at them before greeting them. Nobody is mad at you, Anna. Stop being so sad and eat some real food, please. I don't need my baby girl starving, Dad said as he took away my bowl of fruit and replaced it with some pancakes, eggs, and bacon. I picked up the fork and began eating my food. Shall we have our family day out? Andres asked, and everybody nodded. And I continued eating. "What about you, Anna?" he asked. And I shrugged. Then it settled. Andrew said, and everybody finished eating. After eating, we all walked outside and went to the game arena that was hidden in the woods. Once we got in there, everybody suited up and grabbed the paintball guns. The game started right away and everybody scattered. There were no teams when we were playing. You're on your own. I hid behind a brick wall and began shooting at people. We've been playing the game for 10 minutes now and I've been shot a couple of times. I was so into the game that I didn't even see Jamie in front of me with a gun pointed straight at me. I felt the impact and fell to the ground holding my face. I just ran straight into the gun and it really hurts. I felt like crying, but inside I let out an ear-splitting scream. "I swear I didn't mean to hit you in your face. I'm sorry." Jamie rushed over to me saying, everybody came rushing over to us and knelt down. "That's a lot of blood coming from her mouth." Andre said, "That's not her mouth, it's her nose." Andrew said, and I felt myself being picked up. Once we got into the house, I was sat on the couch with a towel to my face. My nose is throbbing. I felt the healing process already starting, though. I pulled the towel down and glared at Jamie, and he raised his hands in surrender. "We have to practice." "Why don't you go up and take a nap?" Annabella, Dad said. And I nodded and got up and headed to my room. Once I got in there, I turned on the shower and got into the shower. After showering, I put on some underwear and pulled on a large t-shirt and climbed into bed. I'm actually tired. I closed my eyes and fell into a deep sleep. "Queen Annabella," I heard someone say, and I stirred and moved onto my side, snuggling into Carlos's pillow. "Come on, Queen Annabella. Get up," I heard them say again. "I will not have this behavior from my queen. You need to train. Get up, Annabella," I heard Cameron say, and the duvet was ripped off me. I rolled over and squinted my eyes at Cameron, and he was glaring at me. Cameron and I have become close since Carlos left 3 weeks ago. "Why, Cameron, I already trained this whole week." "My body hurts, can't I have a break?" I whined, and he grabbed me by my arms and carried me into the bathroom and placed me there and shut the door. I huffed and sat on the toilet with my arms crossed. "I don't hear any water, Annabella. Do not make me come in there," he sternly said through the door, and I rushed and turned on the shower. When Cameron says things like that, he mean it. I learned my lesson. The first time he did it, and I went back to sleep beside the tub, and he put me in a tub filled with cold water. I was miserable. I got into the shower and stood underneath the hot water, letting it cascade down my back. After taking my shower, I brushed my teeth and got dressed into my onesie because I am too lazy to put on clothes. I walked out of the closet, tugging on some black Uggs and braiding my damp hair into a fishtail. I walked out of the room and headed downstairs where Cameron was waiting to drag me to my death. He dragged me out of the house and into the training facility. The first thing he had me do was practice using all of my powers, which took a good hour. Then he had me practice fighting with other males that were training. I am so not ready for what he's prepared for me next. We were walking outside to the track field. He's going to make me run laps. I know I'm a queen with incredible stamina, but I'm tired. "Come on, Annabella. I want you to run 20 miles around the track," he said, and I huffed before running. I was walking when I got to mile 15, and Cameron started yelling at me. When I finished my 20 miles, I was drained. I wobbled my way back to the house. I wasn't even walking straight. My legs are hurting because of Cameron. "What did you do to my mate, Cameron?" I heard Carlos' voice from behind us before we even reached halfway to the house. I turned around and smiled tiredly at Carlos. "Carlos." I tried to sound excited, but I sounded tired, and he smiled brightly at me before walking towards me. "I didn't do anything to her. It's called intense training. She was being lazy," Cameron said, and I pouted before sitting down on the ground. "Well, it's more like I fell to the ground. Baby girl, I at least expected a hug and a kiss," Carlos said, and I grunted. "I'm in so much pain right now. I feel like crying. Forget that I might just start crying. Cameron, get away from my mate and let me handle her. I've been gone long enough," I heard Carlos say, and I felt myself being picked up. "I missed you, baby girl," he said, kissing my cheek, and I mumbled something and then cuddled into his chest, wanting to fall asleep. I began falling asleep when I felt us walk inside in the house. I felt myself being laid in the bed. "Sleep, love. I'll be here when you wake up," he said, and kissed my temple. I fell into a deep sleep knowing my mate is back. Training. And more training. That's all I've been doing this past week. Even Carlos is making me train. This seriously sucks, though. I thought I was going to have a break when Carlos returned. But my training has gotten more intense than it was before, and it's horrible. As of now, I am sitting in an ice bath soaking my aching body. After I finished training today, I could barely walk. Carlos does nothing about it but smile at me and tell me to go take a shower or ice bath. I got out of the tub slightly shivering because of the cold ice. I wrapped a towel around my body and walked out of the bathroom shakily. I walked into the closet and slipped on some warm clothes and socks. After getting dressed, I walked out the room slowly and headed downstairs. Why am I so cold? We're restless from the intense training, which caused our body to shut down slowly. I can't warm you up right now, Annabella. Sorry, Canistia said sadly. I shivered with every step I took. I'm freezing right now. Before I could make it to the bottom, my legs buckled underneath me, which sent me tumbling down the stairs. My body landed at the bottom of the stairs and I groaned at the pain that's going through my body right now. I lifted myself up and crawled to the living room. I'm too cold and lazy to get up and walk. I climbed onto the couch and curled into a ball. Shivering. My teeth started clattering together. Gosh, this is horrible. Annabella. I heard Cameron call me from above the couch and I moved my head and looked at him. He touched me slightly and hissed at the coldness of my skin. You're freezing, he said and put a heated cover over me and I was still shivering. Anna, are you okay? I heard my dad's frantic voice throughout the castle getting closer and closer. Anna, baby girl, are you all right? He asked, touching me slightly before pulling back. I'm SSOC cold, Dad. I stuttered while shivering. No speaking, Annabella, Dad said before grabbing 2 more covers and putting them over me. What's wrong with Anna? Vince asked, coming into the living room and looking at me. Why isn't Canistia warming you up? He asked more to himself, and as realization hit him, his eyes widened. Her body is slowly shutting down because of the training, Vince said quickly, and Dad's feral took over his body, hissing at everybody before picking me up. What did you do to my daughter? Carlos, Dad's feral hissed out at Carlos. Training. I didn't realize she couldn't take the training anymore. I'm sorry, baby, Carlos said, trying to take me from Dad, and Dad hissed and barred his fangs at Carlos before running towards the pack hospital in vampire speed. Help my daughter. Dad's feral side hissed at the doctors and nurses. Yes, King Lestat. They bowed. King Lestat, Dad's a king. He followed the doctors to a private room and they hooked me up to millions of things. I wasn't even paying attention. I felt very sleepy, actually. Her body is shutting down. Somebody yelled, put her in a medical-induced coma. Somebody yelled out. I was out just like that. Jack's point of view, Annabella's dad, I paced around the room, going back and forth with my feral. He is angry that this has happened to our princess. Lestat wanted out and he wants control of my body so he can show Carlos a real king. Let me out, Lestat hissed loudly. Nobody is supposed to know that we are the ancient vampire king. I spoke back to him and he hissed at me. Do you think I care about what people know? My princess is in a hospital bed because her body shut down. That stupid son of a male dog. I'll show him a real king. He barred his teeth at me as his fangs emerged. If we let it show that we are the ancient vampire king, what do you think will happen to Annabella and our sons? Nobody must know. As far as everybody knows, we are dead. Gone. Disappeared off the face of the earth. My children will be in danger, Lestat. I hissed at him and he quieted down for a minute. They are my children too, you know. I love them just as much as you do, and I dare somebody to come after them. I will rip their spleen from their bodies. Just because I'm backing down doesn't mean I'm not out for Carlos anymore. You better handle him before I do, Lestat said calmly and sat in the corner. I rolled my eyes and blocked him out. Excuse me, Jack, I heard the doctor say, and I turned around and faced the doctor. I observed him, and he had a slight smirk on his face, and for some reason I'm on high alert about everybody surrounding my children. Your daughter is in a coma, he said, and the corner of his lips twitched as he said that. He looks like he wants to smile, but he's holding it back. I narrowed my eyes at him, and Lestat began to hiss loudly. Go to our daughter. Lestat hissed. Something is definitely wrong here. I looked at the doctor briefly before contacting Aiden. Andres and Andrew, come to the hospital immediately. I hissed through their minds. Within seconds, they were standing on the side of me, narrowing their eyes at the doctor. Watch him, I commanded and walked out towards my daughter's room. Sir, you can't. He didn't even finish the sentence because I was already around the corner sniffing out my daughter's scent. I reached my daughter's room and went inside to see her missing. The whole hospital bed is missing. Where is our daughter? Lestat and I roared and sped through the hospital following her scent. When we finally found her, she was being taken towards the elevator and nurses and doctors I've never seen before surrounding her. We hissed loudly and I saw Vince and my sons stand beside me. Their warlocks are showing now. I rushed towards them and let everything unleash. As of now, I don't even care about somebody knowing about me being the ancient vampire king. You tried taking my daughter. You must have a death wish. Bodies began catching fire from left to right and I was ripping spleens out as I go. I reached my daughter's bed and shielded her. I caught one of the nurses by her neck and her eyes widened. You're supposed to be dead. She growled out, masking her fear, and I smiled, flashing my fangs before ripping her spleen out and picking my daughter up from the bed. I walked out the hospital with her brothers and Vince behind me. Burn the place down. I hissed out. As of now, I just want to burn everything down. I don't trust anybody. We will be going back to my castle instead of this one. Burn it all down. I hissed out and called forth the vampires and witches. I no longer trust Carlos and the wolves. Where are you taking my mate? I heard Carlos growl out, but then he stopped. King Lestat, it's nice to see you again. His warlock Thaddeus said, walking towards me coolly. What happened? He asked, looking at the burnt-down hospital and castle. Somebody tried to take my daughter. I hissed out and Thaddeus's eyes started glowing, and he looked at his mate briefly before looking at me. Shall we go? There's something skeptical going on around here. If you don't mind, I would like to call forth my pack, Thaddeus said, and I shook my head. Not the one that's in this kingdom right now. That's not my pack. My pack is more powerful than that. My pack is full of hybrids. He explained, and I nodded. As we stepped through the portal, Thaddeus's pack was kneeling when the portal closed. Welcome back, kings. Princess. And princes. My kingdom welcomed us as we walked towards my castle. I walked into my castle and headed upstairs and placed my daughter in her room, where doctors and nurses begin to treat her. My king, somebody put her in this coma, Dr. Kale said, and I hissed at him. I know that fix her. I hissed at him. She'll wake within 2 days, he said, and walked out of the room. Do you have any idea who decided to hurt my mate? I heard Carlos asked, and I looked at him briefly. No, but I sure as hell will find out. You better protect my daughter or I'm kicking your butt, I said, and walked out of the room. What the hell is going on, Dad? Aiden questioned me as soon as he saw me. If you must know, son, I am the ancient vampire king, and you are a prince. An ancient one. Your warlock should have told you, son. Now I have something to handle. Keep your eye on your sister, I said, rubbing a hand down my face. This is stressful. We must protect what's ours, Lestat said, and I agreed. You damn right I'm going to protect what's mine. I trust no one now. So my baby girl still haven't woke up yet, and her mate isn't making it any better. All he does is sit around her and mope. I'm fed up with this. Him being around my baby girl is about to make me set his body on fire. Lestat is furious with Carlos for not letting Thaddeus take control while Anna is in her coma. Thaddeus could heal my baby girl. Hell, I could heal my baby girl. I walked into the room I placed my princess in, and Carlos was sitting there just staring at her and mumbling little sayings. Get up, Carlos. I spat, kicking the chair roughly, and he turned towards me slowly. What is it that you want? He said, rubbing a hand down his face. Instead of sitting here moping around, you need to find out who tried to take my daughter and your mate, I said, yanking him forward. I looked into his eyes and I could see Thaddeus fighting to take control. Give Thaddeus control, I commanded. Nobody can fight off an ancient's command. His eyes turned gold and Thaddeus looked back towards his sleeping mate before growling softly and stalking towards her. It's time you to awake, darling, he said, and he blew his breath over her face and her body jerked up. Anna started looking around frantically until her eyes settled on mine. Daddy, she said, and went to stand up, but Thaddeus pushed her back down, and that made Lestat hiss. He can't comfort his own daughter. She's my mate and I need her healthy. So she will stay seated, Thaddeus said as he pushed her back down again, and she growled at him. Don't growl at me, mate. He growled out at her and she whimpered slightly before looking over at me. Hey, princess, I said, walking over to her, and she wrapped her arms around my neck tightly, might I add. What's wrong, princess? I asked as I rubbed her back soothingly, and she shook her head and put it in the crook of my neck. Somebody tried to kill me. She whispered in my ear and I hissed loudly before stepping back from her arms. Thaddeus was glaring at her and his gold eyes were getting brighter by the second. Come here, Anna, he said sternly, cocking his head at her when she got up and walked towards him. Who tried to kill you? He asked her, and she started to shake in his arms. But he held her tightly. I don't know, Thaddeus. I didn't get his name. She hissed out, and I could see that her and Canistia are now in control. He narrowed his eyes before nodding and smirking. Shall we find out who tried to take Bella? Thaddeus asked, and I nodded briefly before exiting the room with Annabella behind us. Our princess isn't safe, Lestat hissed out. Yes, I know that, Lestat, I said back. Do they know what I would do to them if they touch my princess? I will rip their spleen from their bodies. He hissed loudly, and I did nothing but agree with him. This is going to be very interesting. First on the agenda, who is after my princess and princes? Once I find out who tried to take my princess, their head is mine. So apparently Carlos wasn't letting Thaddeus through. And when he let Thaddeus through, or when Dad commanded him to, Thaddeus healed me. As of now, Canistia and I are furious with both Carlos and Thaddeus. Don't ask me why, because I have no idea why. I just woke up furious. I'm trying to find out who wants me. Are you the ancient vampire king, Dad? I asked as I sat down beside him, and he looked at me briefly before letting his eyes flash a green-gold color. Why, yes, I am, daughter, he answered, and I smiled slightly at him before frowning. The door opened, and Andrew, and Andres walked in, flashing their gold eyes briefly, and looked over at me. How are you, sister? Aiden's warlock asked me, and I smiled at him slightly. I'm fine, I answered, taking his hand into mine and squeezing it. Andrew and Andre's warlocks rushed me and pulled me into a bone-crushing hug. Their warlocks were so playful, and Aiden's warlock was very serious at all times. How's my queen? Andrew's warlock asked, bowing to me slightly, and before I could answer, Dad hissed. And Aiden's warlock and Thaddeus growled loudly, and Andrew and Andres turned serious for a moment. My apologies, ancient king. They apologized to Dad, and I shook my head before turning my attention to Dad. Somebody is after my princess and my 3 princes. Who? I have no idea. We need to find out who is after my children, Dad said, and as if he was thinking about it, he hissed, and his eyes turned green-gold completely. I will rip their spleens out. Father came through and said, Please calm down, Father. I spoke softly, and he turned towards me and flashed me a smile with his fangs showing. My beautiful princess, I'm glad you're okay, he said, kissing my forehead briefly. Shall we start this process? He asked everybody else, and they nodded. I really want to know who's after us. Days passed by before I could actually walk around on my own, without Carlos breathing down my neck. I really got tired of that. Every time I tried to get up and walk out the room, he would constantly push me back to the bed, and I got fed up with that. Now here I am looking for Cameron around this castle. I walked outside of the castle and walked into the backyard. Your Majesty. Some people bowed as they walked past me. I didn't really care for all of that. I was on a mission to find Cameron. Cameron has become my best friend. I feel like I should have him by my side like Vince at all times. What are you doing outside of the castle? I heard Andres question me, and I looked at him and continued walking, searching for Cameron. I'm looking for Cameron, I said. Now I was beyond frantic. I feel like somebody is hurting him. I reached the prison and was about to pull the door open until somebody slammed their hand against the door. I hissed loudly, turning around. I faced Jamie, and he shook his head at me. You don't want to go in there, Bella, Andrew said from behind. Jamie and I narrowed my eyes at them. Why are you all keeping things from me? I growled out, and Vince was beside me in a flash. Where's Cameron? He asked me, and I looked at him. Do you feel like Cameron is getting hurt also? I asked him, and he nodded, and something flashed in his eyes, and his eyes flashed a dangerous red. I feel like somebody is really hurting Cameron, and I'm about to blow up. Get your hand off the door. Vince hissed at Jamie, and he didn't budge. I felt Canistia raise and join me. We are on high alert about Cameron. He's a part of me in some way. Get out of my way. We hissed out, throwing Jamie away, and he hit the tree. Aiden yanked and grabbed me, dragging me backwards as somebody grabbed Vince. Guard the door. Aiden commanded the guards. If they go in there, it's going to be war. No matter who's in their way. He yelled out, and about 20 or more started guarding the prison. I felt nothing but anger. I flipped around Aiden in speed and shocked him. Vince used his powers and sent those who were holding him flying into trees. I knocked the guards out of the way and kicked open the doors. Where the hell is Cameron? My voice echoed the prison, and immediately everybody bowed. I heard nothing but grunts of pain coming from downstairs. I yanked open the door and rushed down there in vampire speed. What I saw had Canistia fighting for full control. They were hurting Cameron. Carlos and some others were hurting Cameron. Vince hissed loudly, but didn't move. Everybody turned to look at us. Carlos's eyes widened as he saw me standing there. "What are you doing to Cameron?" Vince hissed, and immediately the others with Carlos shrunk back in fear. "I'll deal with them later." I rushed over to Cameron, but Carlos pulled me back. I shocked him repeatedly until he finally let me go. I unlocked Cameron from the chains and he fell into me. "Oh my God, Cameron, please say something." I pleaded him to say something. I was about to cry. "Hey, princess," he said weakly, and I got up with the help of Vince and began walking up the stairs. Once upstairs, Cameron was staggering to stand up on his own. I was furious with everybody. We walked outside and I growled at everyone who looked my way. Once I made it to the hospital, the doctors rushed and took Cameron for us. It seemed as if we were pacing the hospital for hours before the doctor came to us. "He's stable. He seems to have been tortured for 2 days, though. He's in a coma right now. Time can only tell when he's going to wake up," he said and walked off. I looked at Vince, and his eyes glowed. "Forget crying, I'm furious." I walked out of the hospital and walked towards the castle. I know they are over there. I stalked around the castle, and there they were in the middle of the yard with Dad pacing in front of them. "Anna," Carlos started, but I threw my hand up at him. "Why did you do it?" I asked calmly, trying to keep my eyes from flickering. He stumbled over his words. "Wait, what did he do?" Dad asked, looking at me. "He tortured Cameron for 2 days, Father." 2 days. "Cameron didn't do anything to you, you sick male dog." I yelled out, and Dad looked surprised at my outburst. "Wait a minute, you tortured her rightful protector." Dad's feral came out hissing at Carlos, and Carlos's eyes widened in realization, and he glanced over at me briefly. He started, but I punched him dead in the face. "How could you torture somebody so close to me? I don't even know who you are anymore. Are you really my mate, or are you an imposter, like the other?" I questioned softly, finally feeling sadness course through my veins, and Vince came over and hugged me. "Anna, you know I smell women's perfume on you when you arrive in the room at 3 inches the morning every night," I said softly as tears filled my eyes. "No, I'm not crying because he's cheating on me. But the fact that he hurt Cameron—" "You're cheating on my sister," Aiden roared as he rushed towards Carlos. But Dad held him back. "Are you cheating on my daughter?" Dad questioned him, and Carlos looked off to the side before nodding. "With who?" he questioned again. Carlos was staring at somebody, and I followed his eyes, and they landed on Taylor. My sister, Carlos." "Really?" I said as nothing but hurt and betrayal filled my voice. "We don't need him." "Reject him. We'll find another person to love us." "Pathetic son of a male dog," Canistia hissed out. It was a mistake." He stumbled out, and Taylor walked closer with a smile on her face. "Oh, really, Carlos? Is it also a mistake that you said you love me every time we were intimate?" she said, smiling at him. "I'm pregnant," she announced and smirked at me. I looked in Carlos's eyes, and they were green instead of the bright blue I was used to. They were flickering back and forth between green and a bright honey brown. "That's not your mate, Annabella," Vince said in my head and held me tighter. "Kill, kill, kill. Betrayal," Canistia hissed in my head. "She's on high alert now." "Who the hell are you?" King Lestat hissed out at the person pretending to be my mate. I'm Carlos." He stuttered out, and I looked over at Taylor, and her smirk began to fade as she realized that they've been caught. "No, you're not," I said, moving out of Vince's arms. "Carlos's eyes are bright blue, and his warlock's eyes are gold." "Imposter," I hissed out. "Get her." I snapped, and somebody grabbed Taylor. I put my hand between the crooks of his neck and began to electrocute him. "See, Thaddeus would never allow me to hurt him like I'm hurting you." I hissed out as I electrocuted him, and somebody put a hand on my shoulder, and I felt nothing but shocks all over my body. "My mate is right. I would punish her if she dare try that on me," Thaddeus said, pulling me back into his arms. "You've hurt her protector because he found out who you were. Am I right?" He questioned this imposter, and Thaddeus locked his gold eyes with Taylor's and smiled sadistically at her. Her body went up in flames and fell to ashes. "Who are you and what do you want?" Thaddeus asked him, pushing me into my dad's arms. "You better handle him, Thaddeus." "I'm not in a mood for questioning," Dad hissed out, caressing my hair. "Ah, you were here to kidnap my mate," Thaddeus said and smiled at him before his eyes grew brighter. She's mine. He growled and broke his neck before setting his body to flames. He turned around and smiled at me and grabbed me from my dad. Baby. He purred, taking in my scent. Your protector is all right, he said, kissing my forehead, and his eyes flickered back to the bright blue. I'm sorry, baby girl. I had to find out who was after you. Vince, thank you for taking care of my queen, he said to Vince, and I turned towards Vince and walked towards him and grabbed his hand, and he smiled at me. Shall we go see our fellow brother? I asked happily, and he laughed before throwing an arm over my shoulder. Arm off of my mate Vince. Carlos growled from behind us, and we both turned around. I blew him a kiss and put my arm around Vince's waist and walked towards the hospital. I heard Carlos growl before going into a serious conversation with my dad. Well, haven't this been a day full of joy? Besides all of the chaos that's been going on, Cameron is okay and I'm happy. He's all better, and he stays around me 24/7. Well, except for in the bedroom because Carlos gets jealous. Today is Aiden's birthday and he's officially 23. I walked down to the kitchen where I could hear everybody talking and busted. I grinned widely as they stopped talking and looked at me. I wasn't paying any attention to them, I was looking for Aiden. He's in the backyard, Jamie said, and I grinned at Andrew and Andres, who grinned at me. We walked out to the backyard and spotted Aiden standing with Dad, Cameron, Carlos, and Vince. Andrew and Andres took off and tackled Aiden to the ground, yelling happy birthday, which he pushed them off and got up, dusting himself off. I ran and jumped on him using my full strength, and he fell to the ground. Happy birthday, big brother, I yelled in his ear, and he growled at me before smiling slightly and pushing me off of him. Get off of your brother, Anna, Dad said, and I huffed and got up. Anyway, so we need patrol to be around the border and some of our top warriors, including vampires, witches, and warlocks to patrol the house, he said as they all nodded. I felt Carlos staring at the side of my face. Come here, mate. He growled lowly at me, and I turned towards him and smiled. Yes, Carlos, I said, and he wrapped his arms around me and pulled my back to his chest as they discussed about the war that was coming. We need to mate soon, Canistia said, and I thought about it for a minute before asking why. The full moon is coming. The war is going to be here soon, Annabella. We will then be stronger than now, she said, and I agreed with her. However, we are not mating tonight because, for some reason, I don't feel safe and I feel as if somebody is lurking around watching me. Right now, I'm currently walking with Vince and Cameron towards the gym. You female dog, you took what's mine. I heard a female screech from behind me, and I felt a force hit me, pushing me towards the ground. I flipped over to see a redhead standing over me with her fist balled. She rushed a fist towards me and it hit the shield. I got up and dusted myself off. I feel very disrespected, but I'm not going to touch her. Kill her now, Annabella. She's a threat, Canistia warned me. I looked towards the smirking girl and smiled at her. Happiness makes you even madder. But I could really care less. I watched as that smirk turned into nothing but fury. She then begins to throw fireballs at me, and I threw my shield up. I felt Canistia join me, and we sped towards her in vampire speed and grabbed her neck. You dare attack us. You are in my father's kingdom, I hissed out, squeezing her neck. Put her down, Anna, Cameron said, and I shook my head and dropped her before standing over her. Now, before you say that again. Carlos is mine, and will always be mine, I said, and I felt my eyes flickering back and forth. You're dead, Canistia said through me and bit into her neck and then snapped it. I looked at her and smiled and saw Carlos's, well, Thaddeus's pack standing there shocked. Let that be a warning to all of the other females that wants to claim what is mine. I will kill you, then ask questions later. Am I understood? I commanded. Yes, Queen Annabella, they said. Very well, you are welcome to go back to what you were doing before, I said, and turned towards Vince and Cameron, who were shaking their heads at me. This is going to be very interesting. After that little fiasco with the redhead, everybody went to training. Training in my dad's kingdom was way different from the training in my kingdom. Not only did we train in combat, but he had us training with weapons we've never seen before. He said it was to prepare us in case we have a war with an ancient. And I couldn't do anything but accept the training. Annabella. I heard Carlos call for me, and I turned towards him. As he walked towards me, I felt a certain type of vibe off of him. It was like a sensual vibe. I walked towards the window and noticed tonight was the full moon. Tonight is the night that we are supposed to mate. Tonight is the night that we become one. And I hope tonight is the night I get a proposal. He can't get anything from me without a ring on my finger. I've told him that numerous times. Come, my darling, he said as he grabbed my hand and started pulling me towards the front door. We walked outside towards one of the many water fountains that was inside Dad's kingdom. The scene was very different from the scene I saw earlier. The water fountain had rose petals surrounding it, and it was also a few rose petals floating in the water. The walkway was lit with candles on each side, and it led to a candlelight dinner. I'm not even dressed for this. I'm in jeans with Uggs. He pulled the chair out for me and I sat down at the table. He sat down and instantly beamed that bright smile of his, and it's so contagious I had to smile back. Carlos. Honey, what is all of this? I asked as I tried not to blush at the scene he created for me. It's very beautiful and I honestly wanted to cry because Carlos have been difficult lately. And it's honestly been working my last nerves. Bella. Sweetheart. I apologize for treating you the way I've been treating you lately. I really didn't mean to hurt you, baby girl. I truly love you and I hope you can forgive me, he stated, looking sincere. And I squinted my eyes at him. I said as I picked up the glass of Moscato in front of me and began sipping on it. That honestly sounds like a poor apology. But I'll let it slide this once since he did all this. Baby, did you hear me? He asked, staring at me, and I nodded and put the glass down. I heard you loud and clear, darling, I said as the waitress, or should I say Aiden, sat down a plate of food in front of me. I looked at him and slightly shocked his hand when he sat the plate down in front of me. He jumped back and I chuckled at him as his eyes began to glow. I picked up the fork and knife and began to slice the T-bone steak that was sat in front of me. As I ate, I felt somebody staring at me. And I looked up to see Carlos, or more like Carlos and Thaddeus, staring at me. He got up and pulled me up out of my chair. He grabbed my face and kissed me. You know I love you, baby. And I honestly didn't even want to do all of this. I felt like I've been difficult and I wanted to show you that I appreciate everything you do for me, baby girl. I thank the moon goddess for choosing you to be my mate, because you are everything I've ever wanted. You accepted my pack with open arms even though you recently had a problem with one of my pack members, Carlos said as he put one of his hands in his pocket and grabbed something out. He pulled out a black velvet box. Is this what I think it is? He got down on one knee and opened the box up. The beautiful purple ring shined with the moonlight. I want to marry you. I want you to be mine forever. I want an eternity with you, Annabella. Annabella Marie Jackson, will you marry me? And make me the happiest mate alive, Carlos said, and I looked down at him and smiled and nodded my head lightly. He put the nice purple ring on my finger and I bent down and kissed him. I love you, Carlos, I said and kissed him once more. I love you also, baby girl, he said as he spun me around in circles, and I laughed as I held onto to him tightly. He proposed, and now he may get lucky. I mean, it is the full moon after all. Following the proposal, I went into the house and got into the shower before bed. I took at least an hour in the bathroom because you never know what can go down tonight. As I finished, I dried my body off and put on some underwear with one of Carlos's shirts. I walked into the bedroom to see Carlos leaning against the wall shirtless. Damn, he looked mighty good. Baby, do I need to spell out what tonight is? He asked as he slowly walked towards me with a smirk on his face. And I slightly shook my head. He grabbed me and roughly but passionately kissed me. Somehow we ended up on the bed in the midst of all the kissing. Carlos began kissing down my chest. This is the best feeling I've ever felt. As the intimacy grew, he leaned back and admired my body. Damn, baby, you've been keeping this from me, he said as he softly ran his hand along my body. He leaned back down and kissed me as their connection deepened. Damn, baby girl, he said as they shared a profound moment. Carlos. I moaned as I arched my back against his chest. Give me more, I said as I felt Canistia coming forward. When we asked for more, he definitely gave us more. He looked me in my eyes. Baby girl, this might hurt, he said and began drawing me close. The intense energy that erupted as they completed their bond was powerful. I just wanted to feel the connection completely. Once they were fully connected, he began moving slowly. As I got used to the feeling, he began going faster and switching positions quicker. We were moving so fast, I thought Thaddeus took over for a minute. He growled every now and then and gripped my waist so tight that I started to feel his claws come out. Carlos flipped us over so I was on top. He guided me in their shared movements. And then I was on my own. I began moving extremely slow just to aggravate him. And he grabbed my hips and drew me closer to him powerfully. I took back control and went at a speed that increased the intensity of the experience. Carlos flipped us back over and continued the passionate movements until he reached his peak. I was beyond tired. All I wanted to do was go to sleep. Carlos got up and went to the bathroom and came back out with a warm, wet cloth and cleaned me. "Sleep, love, I know you're tired," he said and kissed me lightly. I didn't even ask any questions, I just wanted to sleep. And sleep is what I did. After that little fiasco with the redhead, everybody went to training. Training in my dad's kingdom was way different from the training in my kingdom. Not only did we train in combat, but he had us training with weapons we've never seen before. He said it was to prepare us in case we have a war with an ancient. And I couldn't do anything but accept the training. "Annabella." I heard Carlos call for me and I turned towards him. As he walked towards me, I felt a certain type of vibe off of him. It was like a sensual vibe. I walked towards the window and noticed tonight was the full moon. Tonight is the night that we are supposed to mate. Tonight is the night that we become one. And I hope tonight is the night I get a proposal. He can't get anything from me without a ring on my finger. I've told him that numerous times. "Come, my darling," he said as he grabbed my hand and started pulling me towards the front door. We walked outside towards one of the many water fountains that was inside Dad's kingdom. The scene was very different from the scene I saw earlier. The water fountain had rose petals surrounding it. And it was also a few rose petals floating in the water. The walkway was lit with candles on each side. And it led to a candlelight dinner. I'm not even dressed for this. I'm in jeans with Uggs. He pulled the chair out for me and I sat down at the table. He sat down and instantly beamed that bright smile of his, and it's so contagious I had to smile back. "Carlos." "Honey, what is all of this?" I asked as I tried not to blush at the scene he created for me. It's very beautiful and I honestly wanted to cry because Carlos have been difficult lately. And it's honestly been working my last nerves. "Bella." "Sweetheart, I apologize for treating you the way I've been treating you lately. I really didn't mean to hurt you, baby girl. I truly love you and I hope you can forgive me," he stated, looking sincere. And I squinted my eyes at him. I said as I picked up the glass of Moscato in front of me and began sipping on it. That honestly sounds like a poor apology. But I'll let it slide this once since he did all this. "Baby, did you hear me?" he asked, staring at me, and I nodded and put the glass down. "I heard you loud and clear, darling," I said as the waitress, or should I say Aiden, sat down a plate of food in front of me. I looked at him and slightly shocked his hand when he sat the plate down in front of me. He jumped back and I chuckled at him as his eyes began to glow. I picked up the fork and knife and began to slice the T-bone steak that was sat in front of me. As I ate, I felt somebody staring at me. And I looked up to see Carlos, or more like Carlos and Thaddeus, staring at me. He got up and pulled me up out of my chair. He grabbed my face and kissed me. "You know I love you, baby." And I honestly didn't even want to do all of this. I felt like I've been difficult and I wanted to show you that I appreciate everything you do for me, baby girl. I thank the moon goddess for choosing you to be my mate because you are everything I've ever wanted. You accepted my pack with open arms even though you recently had a problem with one of my pack members," Carlos said as he put one of his hands in his pocket and grabbed something out. He pulled out a black velvet box. "Is this what I think it is?" He got down on one knee and opened the box up. The beautiful purple ring shined with the moonlight. "I want to marry you. I want you to be mine forever. I want an eternity with you, Annabella. Annabella Marie Jackson, will you marry me?" "And make me the happiest mate alive," Carlos said, and I looked down at him and smiled and nodded my head lightly. He put the nice purple ring on my finger and I bent down and kissed him. "I love you, Carlos," I said and kissed him once more. "I love you also, baby girl," he said as he spun me around in circles, and I laughed as I held onto to him tightly. He proposed and now he may get lucky. I mean, it is the full moon after all. Following the proposal, I went into the house and got into the shower before bed. I took at least an hour in the bathroom because you never know what can go down tonight. As I finished, I dried my body off and put on some underwear with one of Carlos's shirts. I walked into the bedroom to see Carlos leaning against the wall shirtless. He looked very good. "Baby, do I need to spell out what tonight is?" he asked as he slowly walked towards me with a smirk on his face. And I slightly shook my head. He grabbed me and roughly but passionately kissed me. Somehow we ended up on the bed in the midst of all the kissing. Carlos began kissing down my chest. This is the best feeling I've ever felt. As the intimacy grew, he leaned back and admired my body. "Damn, baby, you've been keeping this from me," he said as he softly ran his hand along my body. He leaned back down and kissed me as their connection deepened. Damn, baby girl, he said as they shared a profound moment. Carlos. I moaned as I arched my back against his chest. Give me more, I said as I felt Canistia coming forward. When we asked for more, he definitely gave us more. He looked me in my eyes. Baby girl, this might hurt, he said and began drawing me close. The intense energy that erupted as they completed their bond was powerful. I just wanted to feel the connection completely, once they were fully connected. He began moving slowly. As I got used to the feeling, he began going faster and switching positions quicker. We were moving so fast, I thought Thaddeus took over for a minute. He growled every now and then and gripped my waist so tight that I started to feel his claws come out. Carlos flipped us over so I was on top. He guided me in their shared movements. And then I was on my own. I began moving extremely slow just to aggravate him. And he grabbed my hips and drew me closer to him powerfully. I took back control and went at a speed that increased the intensity of the experience. Carlos flipped us back over and continued the passionate movements until he reached his peak. I was beyond tired. All I wanted to do was go to sleep. Carlos got up and went to the bathroom and came back out with a warm, wet cloth and cleaned me. Sleep, love, I know you're tired, he said and kissed me lightly. I didn't even ask any questions. I just wanted to sleep. And sleep is what I did. It has been 2 weeks since the mating occurred, and it feels as though everything has suddenly become chaotic. The narrator's hybrid has been in a frenzy for the past week, which has been extremely annoying. Although the narrator keeps asking the hybrid what is wrong, she just ignores the question. The narrator heard her father call her, "Sweet daughter of mine," and she walked toward him. He pulled her into a hug. He asked, "What's wrong, princess?" and she rolled her eyes at the nickname. The narrator stated, "I'm a queen, Dad. But my hybrid is in a frenzy, Dad. She won't tell me what's wrong." Saying this while pouting, causing her father to roll his eyes. He then revealed that she is pregnant, stating, "You're pregnant, Annabella." Hell, I even know that. He explained that this pregnancy is why her hybrid is in a frenzy. He then questioned why Carlos had not told her. Annabella was shocked to hear she was pregnant and had a pup in her stomach right now. She touched her stomach slightly. And indeed, it felt as if it was bulging out. She frowned and told her father, "Daddy, you can't just say things like that." But he laughed at her. He bent down and put his ear to her stomach and started laughing again. Impatiently, she asked, "What is it, Dad?" He replied that he was just having a little conversation with my grandchildren. When she questioned grandchildren, he confirmed, "Yes, my lovely darling, you've gifted me with 2 hybrid grandchildren." He said this while smiling at her. As she walked toward the kitchen while thinking, the alarm went off, signaling that they were under attack. She felt Canistia, her hybrid, come forward as they walked outside, confirming they were indeed being attacked. Canistia challenged the attackers, rogue wolves, vampires, and witches spitting out. "You think you can attack my kingdom?" she continued. "You think you can go against your queen?" As she walked past them, setting bodies on fire. The fight paused as she approached Carlos and her protectors, who were standing by them. The fight resumed as they floated into the air with their arms out. "Bow down to your queen," they commanded, and all the rogues bowed. One by one, they began to be set on fire. After the so-called attack, Carlos glared at her, and she gave him a polite smile. Carlos approached her, saying, "Baby," and grabbed her hand. He told her she was pregnant and should not be out on the battlefield fighting. Walking her into the house, she smiled and kissed his cheek. Vince and Cameron then approached her and hugged her. She hugged them back, calling them my protectors, and said, "I missed you guys." They nuzzled their heads into her neck, taking in her scent. Both of them pulled back and glared slightly at her. Cameron sternly asked, crossing his arms, "Are you having my godchildren?" Vince raised an eyebrow. She smiled and nodded. Cameron picked her up and spun her around in a circle. He was very excited, saying he was going to train them to be the best hybrids ever, which made her laugh. Her brothers walked into the kitchen with her father and smiled at her. Andres asked, "So, I hear you're blessing us with nieces and nephews." And she shrugged her shoulder and smiled slightly at them. She replied, "Maybe," as she went toward the kitchen and started taking some fruit out to eat it. She then addressed them so, "Here's the deal, guys. I want Cameron and Vince to be godfathers." She basically commanded them. "I want my babies to have ultimate protection because it's obvious if their mama is a target, they will be too. I want them to be trained." As she cut up her fruit, she heard them say, "Of course, Queen." She looked up and shot them an apologetic smile because she had just commanded them. She apologized. "Sorry, guys." And they laughed it off, saying they were used to it. She went ahead and contacted the doctor to schedule a doctor's appointment. She noted that with hybrids, the full term is 5 months, and she knows she has to have the ultimate protection. She feels like she is pregnant at the wrong time, but she considers a blessing to be a blessing. My pregnancy caught everyone off guard with the war still raging on, and we were getting closer and closer to the full moon. It had been 4 months since my pregnancy was announced, and I had been doing nothing but training and eating. My 2 princes growing inside of me were very strong, or at least that's what Canistia had been telling me. We decided to name them Alexander and Isaiah. The names kind of clashed for twins, but I thought the names were strong, just as my boys will be. "Anna, what are you doing?" my dad asked me as he walked into the kitchen, seeing me trying to reach for some Nutella so I could dip my carrots in them. I gave up reaching for it and asked, "Dad, can you get the Nutella down for me?" My 4-month-old belly was in the way of everything, but I could say I had gotten stronger, and my powers were stronger than ever. Sometimes I felt as if the twins' powers combined with mine when I was training. "Bella, you're supposed to be training with Cameron right now," my dad said as he handed me the Nutella. I just shrugged my shoulders as I opened it up and began dipping my carrots in them. "Yeah, I know that, Dad. But my kids and I are hungry, so we're eating at this moment," I said, taking a bite out of the carrot and smiling at my dad as he looked at me in disgust. I smelled Cameron coming towards the kitchen and tried to hurry and hide behind Dad, but he moved in speed away from me as I wobbled around trying to hide. "Annabella, get your butt to training right now. I can smell and still see you crazy," Cameron said as he came around the kitchen island and spotted me eating my carrots covered in Nutella. I pouted as he took my jar of Nutella away and pulled me up. He dragged me all the way to the training room while I pouted. My mate was in the middle of training some pups when he smelled me enter the training facility. I waved at him excitedly, and he chuckled and waved back. I began waddling over to him, and it was taking a long time. "Carlos, darling," I whined as I became winded just halfway to him. He jogged towards me and touched my belly before pecking me on my lips. I smiled lovingly at him. "How's my queen and princes?" he asked, smiling and rubbing my stomach. He sternly said to me, "You know you can give birth any minute now, baby. You have to be careful and stay with Cameron or Vince at all times." He searched around for my protectors, and Cameron was at the entrance talking to Vince. They are always with me unless I am sleeping, using the bathroom, or showering. "We are fine, Carlos. Stop worrying so much. It's not a good look on you," I told him, trying to smooth out the wrinkles in his forehead. He chuckled and kissed me on my forehead, just as he moved away. A sharp pain went up my side to the middle of my back, making me gasp loudly in pain. Another sharp pain went to my pelvis, and I felt something wet on my pants. I looked down and panicked instantly. "Shit, Vince. Cameron." Carlos yelled out as I clenched my hand around his in pain as another sharp pain went through me. "Her water broke," he yelled out, and everybody came rushing. I was picked up and ran to the infirmary with Vince and Cameron behind us. I screamed out in pain as I felt myself being stretched open. "They're coming now, WW," I screamed out, and everyone scrambled to get me inside the hospital room just as Dr. Andre came rushing in. "Queen Annabella, we have no time, you need to push now," he said urgently. I pushed as hard as I could for about 5 minutes, and the first baby made an appearance. 10 minutes later, the second one did, just as I thought I was done. I felt another wave of pain hit me. It felt as if another baby was trying to come out. Queen, you're going to have to push," It seems as if you have another one trying to make its entrance, the doctor said nervously. I gasped as I pushed as hard as I could. And a high-pitched crying came, and I was in relief as all pain subsided. I had triplets. What in the moon goddess is going on? Queen Annabella. You have 2 boys and 1 girl. It seems as if the boys were hiding the girl from us, Dr. Andre said, and I instantly burst into tears. I got a little princess, and her brothers were already protecting her from inside of the womb. Carlos asked, "What do you want to name her baby?" as he handed her to me. I just smiled at her. She's so precious and oh my gorgeous. She opened her eyes and just stared at me. Her eyes are so mesmerizing. They were golden with a hint of purple. Rhina, I said in awe as I touched her hair and smiled at her. I heard the rest of my family come in, and they instantly gasped. Look at my niece. I heard Andrew say in excitement, and I saw him reaching for her, and I gave her to him. Her name is Reina. Reina Bella, I said, smiling. I was in complete content now. I had my kids and my soon-to-be husband. Even a raging war couldn't stop my happiness. My beautiful children, Canacita whispered. They will be the future. So strong and powerful already. Rhina, my daughter. Vince's promise, she said and smiled in content. With my kids being here, we are able to focus 100% on the war. And now we know we will win. My kids will be our future and more. They are already so strong. I can feel the power radiating off of them. And my baby girl is the strongest of them all, even outside of the womb. The boys are still hiding their little sister as they cuddled up to her as they sleep inside the crib that was placed in the hospital room. We have a war to win. This is the next chapter in my life, and I'll be going to war.